me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. This thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. Without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live without you.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, people. Hope everyone's good. Hope everyone's had an entertaining day, a good day, whatever way you want to put it. And it's not long till we got Newcastle now, is it? I'm just not looking forward to this game in the slightest way. I really am not looking forward to it. They say surely we're going to get a bit of luck here, but I'm just not looking forward to the game. So the link's at the top. I'll put a link on again. As soon as I've done the talking show last time, a few people said on the side they liked it. They wanted to also come on another time as well. So there's the link again. I'll keep putting it through until I get people on here. And yeah, come on and have your say. Have your moan, have your rant, let off your steam. Being a Spurs fan, we all need to do it. No? Being a Spurs fan, we all need to do it. Because if you just hold it in and you don't let it out, you might as well just headbutt a brick wall. Because the amount of stress that comes with being the Spurs fan is just unreal. Now, the transfer window is here. And we all know we need to make some serious transfers. Do I see this happening? No, I don't. Reason I don't see the transfer window happening as such, I think we might get a loan or two or a cheap player in at the most, is because I personally think, if people have heard me say it before, I think Ange has gone by the end of January or latest the Liverpool game. Because I think if Levy leaves it till January and then sacks him at the end of January, he's got the perfect way to turn around and say why my man spent no money in January. Because a lot of fans are saying, don't let Ange spend the money. Because we don't like, let's say, 75% of players that we've got. And people don't want him spending no money because they want him out as quick as possible. Some are saying give him another chance. Let him get the players he wants. Let him get the players in that can do the job. I don't think he's going to find players that can do that job. I mean, what is that? 4 hamstrings now? I mean, if Van der Ven don't watch it, you can say goodbye to my man's career. And then it also says on the rumour list coming up is something I warned everyone of, let's say 6 to 8 months ago. Who is interested in Van der Ven? Real Madrid. No shit, Sherlock. It was predictable. The way my man's played, the way he plays, he's got Real Madrid written all over him. They're interested in getting him in yesterday, basically. They want him now. Do I see this happening in January? No. I don't think we'd be that stupid to get rid of him, even if he threw a tantrum over it. Do I see him going at the end of the season? Yeah, I do. I mean, no matter how much potential is on your club, whatever else, I don't see much potential at the moment, personally. I don't think many other people do. Who really turns down Real Madrid? Who does? It's the one. They are the top. Well, you could argue it with Barcelona, but Real Madrid has always been the top of the top, the attractive one, the biggest one out of it all. You could even say they're the Don to an extent, mainly for the amount of times they've done the Champions League. 9 times out of 10, when Real Madrid want a player, they get that player. And yeah, I see it a mile off. He's got Real Madrid written all over him. And I do not... No, I'm not happy with that at all. And if we lose Van der Ven, that's a major player we've lost. And that is a major part of Ange's system out the window. Even though I don't think he'll be here by then. Because it shows in defence already. Without Van der Ven there, we've got absolutely no one to cover that high line whatsoever. Nobody at all. I mean, how many players can actually play that way? I mean, not even strikers sprint as far as this fella. So I've got a guest on side. I'm going to say hello to a couple of people first. Mark Cook, smash likes and subscribes. It helps channel. Yes, it does. Thank you very much, mate. Big up to you. And there's the link. It's on there. As far as I know, I've pinned it up at the top. If not, somebody tell me and I'll put it on through the show. Adam Jones, big up Dan. Happy New Year. Hope you're good. Ange out. And Happy New Year to you as well. For me, it was a relaxing New Year. Stayed indoors, done Sweet FA. Even went on another show just to say hello, basically, and liven a few things up. And yeah, had a couple of drinks, Southern Comfort. Nothing more, nothing less. Went out, watched fireworks. Where it was so windy, the neighbours' fireworks going off. One came flying over and nearly smashed into our head. So we had to leg it indoors, me and the wife. I mean, it was quite amusing because it didn't hit us. But at the time, it was like, wow. But there you go. And Raymond, big up, Dan. Big up to you too. And Raymond, can't wait to see Dan smoke some lightweights. Well, it depends what you mean by smoking lightweights, mate. And big up to you anyway. And Mark, good evening all. Good evening to you too. And Scott, big up to all coys. Big up to you too, mate. And Tom, always see you on here. Much appreciated, mate. Big up everyone. Big up to you. Paul 123. Happy New Year, Dan. Happy New Year to you. How are you doing? Howling, big up, Dan. Hope you had a great Christmas and New Year. Yeah, like I say, it was very laid back this time, and that was how I needed it. So big up to you and Stixie. What's that? Stixie. Evening, Dan. Evening to you too. And Terry Wright, big up, Dan. Happy New Year, everyone. Big up to you too. Bob Barrick, how you doing, mate? Good evening, Dan, and hope everyone on the chat smash the likes and subs, people. Much appreciated. Finally managed to get over my 4K mark. Was very happy with that. Anyone else feels a bit of tension in the family? Just don't go there. Let's just not go there. Mike Pepper, good evening all. Big up to you too, mate. And what's that? Oh, I'll try and pronounce your name properly, mate. Mafuz, that's how it looks like to me. I am terrible at pronouncing names. Big up to you. Big up to you, mate. And Rob, big up Dan. Big up to you too. And Nabs, Hey, Dan, a real one. Thanks a lot, mate. Appreciated. And Michael, big up, Danny. Big up to you. And I'll go with this one. Evening, Dan, in the chat. Happy New Year with much love. Much love to you too. So, going to bring on a guest here. As far as I know, this is somebody I might even know. Michael, how are we doing?
How you doing, mate? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, fella. And everyone, when you come on, show your face on the camera. The reason this one isn't showing is because I know this fella. How we doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. How you doing?
Same Spurs, different day. You know how it goes. We always have our chats about it.
I know, mate. I can't wait for the semi-final, brother.
Yeah, and I just forget to tell everyone here, this is a Liverpool fan. It's a Liverpool fan I'm talking to. So look, from an outside point of view, mate, yeah, from an outsider's point of view, I mean, me and you chat football 24/7, basically, yeah. From an outside point of view, what is wrong with Spurs? What is wrong with Ange? What do you see going wrong at the moment? What have we got to do? What has got to happen here? All the questions are there, mate. Go for gold.
All right. Well, I'm going to tell you now, you've got a first 11, yeah, that can compete. It can compete, yeah. Your problem is, it's that high line, mate. If he was to bring that back, I mean, Liverpool, for example, that was food and drink for someone like Salah. And in my case, Salah's probably probably the best player in the world right now.
Quite possibly.
You've proved you can score goals. You can score goals, yeah. And you've got probably the quickest defender in Van der Ven. Even he will struggle with that high line.
Well,
you know
he
what
has.
I mean?
That's why he's got no hamstring left.
Exactly. But me personally, I think the problem is more beyond just Ange. Yeah, I think Tottenham, their coaching staff, his staff is rubbish. I'm sorry to say, your coaching staff is rubbish. It's like Ange's got his philosophy, which is great. He's got his philosophy, but there's more to it. I mean, a corner kick is like a penalty to you lot. So your set piece coach, yeah, I think they need to have some words with him. Yeah,
As if we've even got one.
That's if you even got one, yeah, for real. Forster now, yeah, he's coming for your number one for Vicario. Okay. He is 40 odd nearly?
Cool. I don't think he's quite that old. I think he's about, if I remember right, he's about 34, 36 sort of thing. I mean, someone on the chat tell me. I don't think he's quite as old as people think. I might be totally wrong now.
And you've got to remember, a goalkeeper is only as good as their defence. Yeah, I know the other night he made some shocking mistakes against Man United. Yeah, in your quarterfinal, he made some shocking mistakes. Yeah, but then when you look at it, there's so much space between your goalkeeper and your back line. He's not a sweeper keeper. Do you know what I mean? So really, Ange should be bringing your squad back to help him out. He can be a good shot stopper. I mean, he's a mountain of a man.
He's a fridge, isn't he? He's a fridge freezer, basically. A tree, whatever you want to call him.
Exactly. And I'm going to say something now, yeah? Right? Maybe you Tottenham fans will probably think I'm being biased, but I think we've got the best goalkeeper in the world in Alisson. Yeah?
Quite possibly at the moment, I'd agree with you. I don't think there's many that go there.
Yeah, it's out of him and Quarter. And I'm going to tell you now, even them two goalkeepers will struggle with that high line.
You know? Any goalkeeper's going to struggle with this high line. Any defender would struggle with this high line.
Exactly. So, yeah, Ange's got to have a plan B. He's at fault with that. Yeah, but I do think your coaching staff they're not very good, bruv. They're not very good.
The thing was, when he came over, he even said that he don't pick his coaching staff or nothing. It's like he wants to fight basically on everything. And that is one thing that makes no sense to me whatsoever, Mike, in the aspect of, I would have thought every good manager, especially if you've been a manager for 60 years, 60 years. If you're nearly 60 and you've been a manager 25 years, let me at least get it right. You've got your coaching staff. I mean, look
That's
when
right.
Conte come over here. You bring my boys with me, or I ain't coming. Look at Nagelsmann.
Exactly.
We could have got Nagelsmann. He was all up to come in. He said, I want my boys with me. And Levy, prick he is, said no. And he said, well, go stick it where the sun don't shine, basically. And you would have thought that every manager, especially a manager of 25 years, has got their coaching staff, or at least two of them that come around, that go around with them.
Yeah, you would. You would. It's like Arne Slot. He's coming to Liverpool now. Yeah, he's using Klopp's team. It's Klopp's squad. We bought Chiesa. I mean, I think he's played 3 games for us, and then he's injured again. Do you know what I mean? So basically, Klopp has Arne Slot has done what he's done with Liverpool. All he's done with that team is brought them back a little bit and made him a lot harder to defend against. Yeah, to score goals against. That's all he's done. I mean, you're inverting absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. You can't,
Mike, tell them what you tell me, mate. Sorry to interrupt you. Tell them what you tell me, what we keep repeating ourselves with. Go on.
You cannot invert both fullbacks at the same time. Yeah,
it's criminal.
You cannot. You can't do that. Yeah, you can't have just 2 central defenders. But if you're going to do that, you've got to make sure you've got 2 defending midfielders who's going to go into left and right back. When you don't, you keep yourself well open at the back. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I mean,
keep ourselves more open than Dartford, isn't it, mate?
Exactly, mate. Exactly.
Not that everyone will understand that one, but go on.
Yeah, I won't say what it is because you'll get shut down. Yeah,
exactly.
You are too open at the back. I mean, even I'll tell you what, even a non-league team will score 4 or 5 goals past you with that high line like that. You'll end up having like a score of 10-9 because where you can score, you know, and you're playing players in the wrong position, bruv. Yeah, I'm gonna say now, Kulu is probably one of your best players this season. Yeah,
no 2 ways about it.
Don't waste his time playing on the wings, mate. If you're not going to play Maddison, you put Kulu there because he can create. You need creativity. Do you know what I mean? You do need. Me personally, want to play with 2 number 10s with him and Maddison. That's what I would do.
Well, that is the way. If we changed it to like a 3-4-2-1 or 3-4-1-2, the option is there, isn't it?
Yep.
Thing I want to bring up with you quick, Mike, is we got this big problem with Son at the minute, yeah? And for me, Son is, I don't think he's done as such, but I think he's definitely done as a 90-minute player that can handle it on the wings, yeah? Whereas I do think put him up front with Solanke and do an old sort of like Emil Heskey and Michael Owen sort of thing, where Michael Owen just done the job of knocking it in the net basically with a little sprint and Heskey done all the hard work, yeah? I think that could work with them too. And Stel pointed this out at the start of the season. And I do actually agree with him on that. But one thing I noticed on your team after, like, when we spoke about when the game was going on, is what Liverpool do with Salah. Salah don't do half in a game of what he has done in the past few years. He actually just hangs about his bit and lets the team do the work for him. Because Liverpool know that when... They basically know that he hasn't got the stamina that he had. He's still got the skills, whatever, but he ain't got that stamina anymore. And I think that's one of Son's biggest problems. He's still got that quick pace. Son's still got quick pace, even though they've both lost a yard or 2, but that's down to age. It happens to the best of us. And you could see that he blatantly knew he didn't have to come back for that because he knew his arse was covered.
Yeah.
No one covers Son's arse. No one covers nothing in Tottenham except a hell of a lot of ground and are absolutely dead by the time it comes to 40 minutes. And that, me and you spoke about it, and that is what they're doing, isn't it? Like, Salah, go there, do your bit, mate, and we will cover everything else.
Exactly.
Do you think that could work with Son?
That could work with Son. That could work with Son, but your formation's got to change. Yeah?
No 2 ways about it.
Yeah? 3-5-2. That's the formations Ange should be playing there right now. But that Dragusin is a monster, bro. You can see he's an absolute monster. Yeah, but he needs more games. He's not used to the speed. Where he ain't been playing, he's not used to the speed of the Premier League. Okay, but once he gets used to the Premier League, I'm going to tell you now, he will be better than what's your Argentina one, Romero?
Romero, I think that's a bit of a deep call there. I mean, for me, Dragusin,
No.
I think he's a very good player if you play him as a centre back, nothing more, nothing less. You know, like an old John Terry sort of style, sort of thing. You defend that goal with your life and glory, basically. And I think he'll be very good at that. He's extremely good in the air, but getting up forward with the ball and that, no. I mean, I wouldn't go as far to say he'd be as good as Romero.
Yeah, no, he's not your ball. Your ball playing centre back is Van der Ven. Yeah, that's your ball
playing
centre back. Yeah? And Romero. Okay, but if you play three centre backs, yeah, with two wing backs, you'd be a lot. Come back a little bit more. Yeah, you'd be very hard to score against because you ain't got bad defenders. You've not got bad defenders. What's his name? Pedro Porro. Yeah. He's not a right back. I'm sorry. Everyone used to take the Mickey out of Trent. Yeah, before he's tackling, he couldn't defend. Yeah, we all know. Well, I think personally, this is my personal opinion. Since Arne Slot has come in, Trent is our inverted fullback, but his defending has been a lot better this year. A lot better because you know why? He's not bombing up and down that wing all the time now. You see him go into the middle, and he's the pass master. Yeah,
without a doubt. There ain't many who can pop a pass better than him. I'll go with that one. I've got to admit that one. And Porro can put in a bloody good cross.
And Porro can put in a good cross. Porro will do will do well playing on that right wing. Become a winner.
I think he would.
You know, and if he had a right back behind him like Jed Spence, you'll find a lot more. You get a lot.
Do you know, a few people have said that stick Jed Spence as the right back. If we're still going to stick with Ange's way, we're going to stick with Ange's way, come hell or high water, basically, until he gets sacked. We know that he's just not adaptable, and I think that would work better because we've actually got a man who can cross the ball in. I mean, because me and you had this debate from day and whatever, you telling me give Johnson time, whatever else, and even now you agree with me. He's not a good player. He gets in the right position to tap it in the net, and that's about all he does do. And maybe a good cross out of every 30, 40 attempts.
Yeah.
That's how I see Johnson.
But right now, with Heung-Min Son, I'll drop him. I would drop him.
Yeah. I think he's at that stage where it's time to go, isn't it?
Yeah. If he was gonna change to 3-5-2, okay, Heung-Min Son, I would drop him to the bench, and I'll put Little Johnson and Dominic Solanke play them two in the middle. And I reckon Johnson, you'll get more out of him in the middle because he can get himself in some good positions. And you lot don't shoot.
That's not the worst call. Some people have said that. That's not the worst call to use him as a little poacher in the middle because that's about the only thing he can bloody do. And I don't think that's the worst idea. I mean, I don't like Johnson. I want him gone. But he does get in the right positions to tap it in the net. And I don't care whether you score a spectacular goal or you tap it in the net, whatever, mate. A goal's a goal at the end of the fucking day. Exactly. And I honestly don't think that's the worst idea. I really don't.
That's what I would do with Little Johnson. Purely because if you look at Tottenham, you lot don't take shots outside the area.
Hardly ever.
Do you know what I mean? You might get the odd Basuma or Sarr hitting one of them.
Yeah.
And that's it. But it's very, very rarely. A lot of your goals is tappings.
It's like old school Arsenal way, isn't it? Just try and walk it into the back of the net.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. But you can see the Tottenham first 11. It ain't that bad, really. It's just it's the system you're playing. You ain't got the players.
Exactly. I mean, how long ago did I tell you this before I even done a show on it? I mean, me and you known each other, what, 25 years now? And probably more than that. And I told you this from what? After how many games did I tell you, no, this has got Conte written all over it?
I'll tell you, even before you went on that 10-game unbeaten run when he first came, you were the first one to say this ain't gonna work. When teams get, it's gonna go all pear, it's gone pear shaped. I mean, those first 10 games, like when you first came, that saved you lot for a relegation battle. And I'm to say now, if United are in a relegation battle, you're only 1 point in front of them, mate. You're in a relegation battle too.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think we've got anything like relegation to worry about as such, but a relegation battle, I think we are going to be fighting to stay above the top 15, if you know what I mean. And for me, a relegation battle starts anything from 14th place downwards to an extent these days, because it is so much tighter. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah. No, I think a relegation battle starts from like 12th, 14th these days, because it's so tight at the back, isn't it? Mike?
Exactly. This is why you can see like teams like Bournemouth. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, mate.
Hello?
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, good. This is why teams like Bournemouth and Brighton and look at Forest. Look at Nottingham Forest. They've got a system, bruv. That's why they're doing so well, and they're sticking to their system. But they change it when they have to change it. You know, they'll play counter-attacking teams when they're playing one of the big boys. Yeah, hence why Forest beat Liverpool at Anfield. If you watch that game, how Forest defended for their life, and it was just one pop.
Yeah, Mike, I think your phone's going a bit, mate. There you go.
Yeah, my mum's trying to ring me. She has to wait.
All right. Well, look. Anyway, Mike, I mean, look at Forest. Guest on when you play the game.
All right, then, mate.
Yeah. Cheers for coming on, mate, and I will speak to you soon, fella. And I've got another guest to bring on here, so I'll speak to you soon, Mike. I'll probably give you a call after I've done this anyway, and we can have our rant about Spurs, seeing as the league is yours. If you don't take this, mate, this is the biggest bottle job since Gerrard fell over.
I'm not saying anything just yet, bruv. I'm not saying it. We've got Man United on Sunday, and yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah, we shall see. All right, then, mate. Cheers for coming on, and I will speak to you soon, fella. Take care of yourself.
All right, then, fella. See you soon, mate.
All right, next guest got come on here. Tot, how we doing, mate?
And how you doing, Dan?
Cool, fucking hell. Turn your speakers down.
It's mine loud.
just nearly deafened me. Right, as soon as he's waiting here as well, I might as well bring on Brian to say hello. And like I said, anyone else on the chat wants to come on, do feel free. I will put the link on there again. And anyone, do feel free. So go on, mate. What you got to say?
I mean, what have we not got to say? Look, it's January. Again, we're going to be linked with every single player and their mums now. Honestly, that's how it's going to be. I literally 2 minutes ago, I got a notification saying now we're linked to Sam Johnstone, or I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name. Look, I mean, we've got so many problems in this Tottenham Hotspur team, and is the goalkeeper the main problem? No, but it's a problem that unfortunately you can put a lot of the blame on Daniel Levy, but ultimately the person who plays the game, the person who puts the players on the pitch, Ange Postecoglou, and this is huge. This January is huge for him. Do I think he should continue being our manager? No. Do I think it's entirely his fault? No. But it's got to happen sometime that we switch managers, because this mental football cannot be sustainable throughout the whole season. I mean, we're lucky that Man United are beneath us, because otherwise we would be the main talking point. But luckily, United are just as bad, if not worse. But yeah, that's my thoughts.
I can't argue with anything you're saying there. I mean, like keep saying it called it after about 7 games. Like this style of play is just, you cannot play this way over 38 games. I mean, we're barely lasting 40 minutes of it.
Literally.
And then coming on another 10 minutes, and then we're absolutely cooked again. We're getting hamstrings snapping all over the place. You might as well make a fucking sandwich out of it. And it's just falling to pieces, an understatement. It's been total regression for me. No improvement really over 14 months. I mean, some say we're letting in less and we're scoring more. Then why is our goal difference exactly the same as it was?
But no one cares about the goal difference because we're not high enough in the table for goal difference to count. It doesn't really matter. What do I get that we score more than, I don't know, Brentford, Crystal Palace? What do I couldn't get less. I couldn't get less. I want to be up with the points. And in regards to the hamstring, sorry, Brian, I've one last thing.
No, that's right, bro.
In regards to the hamstring,
let it out, mate. That's what you're here to do.
I've got to do it because I haven't recorded a video in a long time on my channel.
Let it out.
In regarding to the hamstring problems and all the injury problems, whether the fans out there, us Tottenham fans, want to blame it on, Levy for not getting back up, all that, Ange has backup. Oh, let's not pretend that Ange doesn't have backup. Ange had backup. Ange had Jed Spence in the locker, locked up, not like something that's untouchable. And that's the reason why we're getting these injuries. Van der Ven, Romero. Why was Archie Gray, for example, not being rotated with Van der Ven, for example, at times? Why was Dragusin not rotated with Romero? Yes, in Europe we've been rotating them, but it's not enough, especially not this Ange football. And then you look at the wing backs. I mean, how many games does Paul need to play for Ange to give him a rest just to see that this is not happening? I mean, if this was Romero, no. Even if Romero and Van der Ven were having a bad game, he would still play them because he's so stubborn. But things need to change in terms of rotation. His man management skills, very, very poor. I think he's slightly adapted to games like but a tiny bit. But it's still not enough. It's still not enough. He thinks we're in the Scottish, Premiership. That's the big problem. I think Ange Postecoglou's game and style is unbelievable. It's amazing. Like genuinely, I think it's great. I love it. But he needs to have the top players to work with. He can't.
Yeah.
This system cannot work with mid and average players.
This system cannot work with players, full stop, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I get where you're coming across. If you had the best of the best, it would be better. But for me, you cannot play this way over 38 games. You cannot do it. Not when you are in a league like the English Premier League. Not when you are in La Liga. Not when you're in Serie A. Yeah, not when you're in Bundesliga. Now, France, you might get away with it if you're Paris Saint-Germain. You can't do it in a big league. You cannot do it. Players are not physically capable of this. You would not even get AI robots doing it like this because they would only get charged 50% at half time. You cannot bloody do it. You will concede too many goals through the season to actually win a league. Yes, he might get third. Yes, he might get fourth with the best players. But again, solely opinion, you will never, ever, ever win a league playing this way. And the last team that tried it was Newcastle. And then when it comes to the end, they fell to pieces. And I think that was a bit of a mental job from Ferguson, what he did on Keegan as well. But I just don't think you can sustain this over 38 games. Not a chance in hell. You will concede too many goals.
Listen, you're right. I just want to first of all wish everyone a happy.
Anyway, how you doing, Brian?
I'm all good, brother. I hope you are. Josh, always a pleasure to see you and share a screen with you. Happy New Year to everyone in the chat. I don't know if Scott M is still in the chat or people that live in North America. Because the transfer window is open, but I don't know if it happens in America like it does here. Our windows open upwards, not outwards, because we have these screens to protect flies and all these shit coming into the house. Well, that's basically the Tottenham Hotspur transfer window. The window is open, but no fucker can get in because all the screens. We have all the buzzwords and the excuses. I have said this window, every single transfer room right here, see everything. I am just going to laugh at it. I am more looking forward to this month to seeing the new buzzwords and buzzword bingo phrases come out. I'm looking for more concrete evidence, concrete interests, and we're lurking, we're creeping. I'm just looking forward to all those. I've got more hope in new buzzword terminology coming out than this squad being improved. I saw someone put, the people already put in Danny Elmo. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's going to come. The left back, Dragu, however you pronounce his name. Apparently they want £50 million and to loan him back for the end of the season until the end of the season. Mate, I am having a lot more fun. I don't care. Literally, this month of Zen and my new outlook that I just don't care. Because it's all bullshit and nonsense. It just makes me laugh, and it's already started with all these stupid speculations and whatever, and I'm not rising to any of them. I refuse this month to retweet, oh my God, look at this, it's going to happen, or no, it's going to foul, or yeah, right, of course, I'm just refusing. It's just utter nonsense, isn't it, Josh? It's utter nonsense. It's just more fun. It's honestly waking up every morning
and see what other player we're linked with.
Yes, no, it's not even to see what player we're linked with, Josh. It's to see the terminology. It's to see what terminology. Are we lurking? Are we creeping? Are we registering our interest? Are we about to make a move? Are we monitoring situations?
Potential.
Oh yeah, exactly. Looking for opportunities. I've seen that one. I've already seen Romero has said, yeah, it's going to be a busy window for Spurs, but they're looking for. It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. Just it's so much funny. It's so much more fun just to look at the buzzwords and the actual rumor. Yeah. That's what we've become.
Just to answer a quick question here, what's happened from Miss Bunny? How you doing? What's happened with Trent Salah and VVD's contracts? As far as I know, Virgil van Dijk and Salah are willing to sign another, and Trent is baked potato. He's already off. Real Madrid, this is just what I read. Real Madrid are already willing to put in the money in to sign out the 6 months he's got left. I personally think he'll stay at Liverpool for 6 months and then go snap up every bit of money he can and go Real Madrid. But from the stats and everything, it looks like he's on his way to Real Madrid. But it looks like the other two might have signed another year on their contract. I mean, look, when, like Badr is saying here, Sam Johnston now emerging as a strong candidate.
Yeah. But no, do you know what it is, Dan? You say that with Sam Johnston. If people have watched the Blues Brothers movie, which is my dad's favourite of all time, they go, we're putting the band back together. Well, basically, that's what we're doing with players that we've been linked with previous managers. Skriniar, Olmo,
Jack
Grealish, Jonathan. I mean, at the moment, the Velice's contract apparently is going to get ripped up at Espanyol, which will save us having to monitor a Jonathan David for 6 months for no reason whatsoever. We're just putting the band back together. We just put players of managers previous wanted but couldn't get. But because they're older and cheaper now, forget that they can suit what the current manager wants, whether he stays or whatever. Mate, it's all hysterical. It's all hysterical that people actually swallow this bullshit. The mind boggles. The mind boggles.
And thanks for the super chat, a user. Much appreciated. He's saying on here, what's annoying, Ange does not rotate the squad. Why? Mate, he doesn't rotate the squad unless he is in a situation that he's got no other option and he doesn't adapt consistently. He's adapted in 1 or 2 games where he's changed a thing or two, but like Mike said before, like I've said, like others have said, it's a bit of a messy, it's a messy situation. And with that, it's where is it going to take us? And question here quickly for the Ange outers, what does Ange have to do to change our minds? Well, I think I've just said it. Go on.
Look, Dan, can I just also add to that previous question you had beforehand? I've been thinking about this lately, and I feel like the reason why Ange doesn't rotate is because he knows his players that can play his football. He's too scared that a Jed Spence won't be able to play his football, a Dragusin and Archie Gray won't be able to play his football. But then it contradicts the signing that he's made, which and that is why I'm a lot of it Ange out. I feel like what he does on the pitch, it's not football for me. For me, football is you defend and then you go school. You don't go school and not really care what's happening behind. When I see game after game after game that when we have a corner, we leave, if we're lucky, 2 centre backs on the halfway line. If we're lucky, that for me, you don't need to be a bloody coach or manager or anything. You just need to have eyes to see that you're conceding counterattacks every single game. You take, for example, Liverpool. Again, a reason why I'm Ange out is because you see Liverpool's game. The amount of balls Trent put over, the amount of balls Szoboszlai put over to one of those runners, it's criminal not to change it. It's criminal. Now, for me, if Ange wants to stay, if Ange stays, he has to adapt to games. He has to bring in massive signs in January and be backed by the club. And that's why I think he's not going to be staying, and that's why I'm Ange out, because he's not going to get the backing by the club. And his football is not good enough. It's not good. It's suicide football.
I can't argue with a single word you said. I can't even debate it. There's nothing I can say about it. It is all true. I mean, his football is absolutely shocking, and it is not gonna. He's not going to change. He says it himself. He is not going to change. So where do we need to go? What do you see can change this? Can he even change it?
Do you know what I will say with this? It doesn't matter if he can change it or not. He's set up for failure. It doesn't matter who comes in after him. I've been saying to a few people, when Spurs finally do appoint a new manager, whenever it may be, we may as well start the search for his replacement, because that one will be doomed to fail. So we might as well be above a bit rather than being behind the 8 ball. Nothing matters. Nothing. It's why I've got to this. If I had my choice right now, I'd say Ange leave, because I can't defend him anymore. But I've got to the point where I just don't care. I don't care if he's fired. I don't care if he stays on. I don't care who comes in next, because we just repeat the same formula that we have done for 24 years. Just we prolong it for another 18 months. And we get told it's another project, and we need more patience, and he needs time. And then we get to where we are now. It just to me, it just doesn't matter in regards to anything. But you look at it now as well. If you seriously, right, let's just look at wing backs, fullbacks, whatever you want to call them. We desperately need them. If you're a wing back or a fullback, and you see that you constantly get injured under Ange, you get completely overplayed under Ange, or he has you available to rotate and he won't even acknowledge you until it's absolutely the absolute necessity, because there's no one left. And then when you also see that he puts a midfielder at fullback over the fullback, you go, hey, I want to come and play for this guy.
Yeah.
The amount of injuries that happen and the hamstrings that are happening, do you look at it? Yes, you can come to Tottenham because the money, and people go, oh, it's all about the money, they're mercenary. You can say that. But would you rather stay where you are and play regular first-team football? And yes, you're going to pick up injuries here or there. But when you see the consistency of injuries we currently have, and the same injury happening again and again and again, and what isn't Ange, but has been for everyone because of these owners, you just keep getting overplayed. Would you want to come and play for this? Would you right now, with all the injuries that get picked up, would you want to come and play for this manager to know either you're going to get run up, you're going to get absolutely exhausted and pick up injuries, or not even get acknowledged and do nothing? If I was a fullback and Tottenham came in for me right now, I'd run a mile.
But Brian, sorry, Brian, I just want to understand you very quickly.
Hang on a sec, Josh. Hang on a sec. Caesar, how are we doing, mate?
Big up, Caesar.
Big up.
Good.
How you doing? All good?
Yes. I
like the shirt you got.
of the Belgium League.
Go for it, mate. I'm listening.
Yes, is our home kit. Now we have. I have Transfernews. Charleroi, left aankoop, Ansman Ouzov is leaving Slavia Prague to Charleroi on permanent deal.
Who's a permanent deal?
I think Brian's just checking it up.
Ozu, that's the
No,
defender of
I'm
Slavia
in the chat.
Prague.
Yeah, I don't think I know what player you're on about. I mean, I ain't the best at remembering names for players. I am absolutely shocking at remembering, like, even being able to pronounce names, let alone remember them. It's just one thing I am not good at. So, Caesar, where have we got to go, mate?
Fletcher,
I spoke to you before. Where we got to go, mate? Where we got to go? Where can you see Spurs going?
Next week, our first game of this year.
Yeah. Keep going.
Against Leuven in the cup. And then the big game on Sunday against Anderlecht.
Do you think Spurs can win this cup coming up?
Carabao Cup. Oh. Is Tottenham playing Liverpool?
Yes, in the cup. We've got them over 2 rounds. We've got Newcastle next, who I'm not looking forward to. And then we got bloody Liverpool. And
it's not looking good.
I am not looking forward to Liverpool.
Yes. I really shocked. It's Liverpool on the first place. I said in the beginning of the season, second place as a Man City fan. I'm not joking. This is literally, I cannot believe it.
Can I just very quickly add, We Are Tottenham TV have just tweeted something 9 seconds ago saying Sam Johnston has an even worse save percentage than Fraser Forster.
That is one thing I was going to say. He ain't even better, is he?
How can our scouting network go out looking for people and actually... I don't understand this football club. This is why I just laugh at it. You need a goalkeeper because he's getting older and he's not good enough to be the number 2, as we can see. So our scouting network that would have had time to analyse this since Vicario got injured have come up, and the rumour mill, which I'm refusing to believe, has come up with someone with a worse save percentage than Fraser Forster, the guy that you cannot make this club up. You cannot. This is why I just laugh at everything that goes on. It doesn't matter. I've said before, doesn't matter who's the manager, doesn't matter who comes in, who goes out. None of it matters. None of it matters because they're all doomed for failure because we have people that authorise crap like this. Should this be happening? I don't know how you can be a scout at Tottenham and go, yeah, you need a goalkeeper. Okay, I've got someone.
Everybody, I have some shocking news out of Scotland.
Go on.
Rangers beat Celtic.
Yep.
No. Seriously?
They did 3-0.
Oh my
Yes.
God. I mean,
3-0.
3-0. Shit. The boys right as well. My days. It's not one you expect to see very often, is it? I mean, not that.
Well, hopefully, Dan. Hopefully, they sack Brendan Rodgers and we can send them back Ange Postecoglou. That'll make everyone's day a lot better.
Yes, it would. And just to let everyone know on the panel, not many people have asked to come on. That's why I've just let everyone on here. If people want to come on, I will take people off and bring you in for yourselves. So, yeah, Rangers beating Celtic. You don't see that one very often these days. I mean, Eugene, how you doing, mate?
Big up, Eugene.
Hi, guys. Big up, Ben. Am I in?
Yes,
Oh, I'm not in yet. I'm in here. Hi, guys. Happy New Year. I just want to say Happy New Year to...
Happy New Year.
Yeah. Happy New Year, Ben. Happy New Year, Diego. My brother. Brian.
Happy New Year, right?
Happy New Year, everyone. Caesar and... is it Josh? Yeah. Yeah, Josh, yeah. Oh, Brian, you know me, right? I've been shouting this since that day, right? After those 10 games that we played and we not lost, and when he came on the fan forum and he said we got our Tottenham back, I've been saying this, right? I don't want this Tottenham, right? I've been saying this, right? I want a new Tottenham that win things, right? And what we see now, we've gone back to the same thing. And I've been saying this for so long. I and Ange don't care, right? The focus must go back to Levy out. end of, right? If we don't focus back to BBL, right? And when what was it? I think about 2 days back, 3 days back, right? I was on the Spurs Dynamic show. I was saying, right, we are a minuscule of a minority now, and that's worse than what we were 2 or 3 years ago when Daigle was standing out in the cold, right? Remember, Brian? He was standing out in the cold Hotspur way, right? Protesting against Levy for 16 days. And the last day, right? Sorry?
Go on, mate. Finish what you're going to say, but your mic is absolutely
snap,
done.
crackle,
terrible, yeah.
Snap, crackle.
Yeah, I know. Because I'm on my Bluetooth. But guys, I'm just gonna be on for a short while. All I'm gonna say, right? When Daigle was protesting on Hotspur Way, the last 16 days, and on the last day, on the 31st of January, we got in Kulu and Benning. Remember that, Brian? Without that, right? Yeah, what was going to happen? So now, right? All I can say, right? The protest has to refocus, right? Stop singing that key song and go back to the original message. It's BBL. Guys, thanks for having me on.
Eugene, you got to remember, listen, there are so many people that are going on about that song, both pro and con. The most important thing is that's getting... So, do I agree? Do I want it to be... It's getting people singing it non-stop. But listen, it doesn't... We can speak about 3 years ago when I stood out there for 16 days for 12 hours a day. You can carry on to about this. It's... Unfortunately, this fan base won't do anything about it. This fan base, I will say, Sean Butler brought out a video, obviously showing fans in the stadium what they thought of the Levy, Ange, blah blah blah. Great video by Sean. Fair play to Sean for going around and doing it. But the big problem is with Sean, or with that video, is the people that are Levy out won't be there after the game, sipping pints and giving him money, and staying there singing and dancing after a game.
Yeah.
They're outside.
They're outside
In the local pubs. They're outside in the coaching horses, the Beehive, the Antwerp, or just going home. They're not staying there. So as good as that,
you know me, Aki, I stormed out that stadium.
Yeah, well,
you could possibly. I was.
No, but
what I was getting at is it doesn't matter what goes on. It doesn't. Listen, I have tried harder than anyone with the guys I've done it with, Ben included, who's been at them. It doesn't matter. We can. This is why I've stopped coming on so many channels and going on, because it's just the same conversation, repeated. Now there's 5 of us in this room right now. There's God knows how many.
I have some breaking news out of the Netherlands.
Go on.
But Brian, all I can say is, right, we cannot give up.
Eugene,
and we cannot lose.
Eugene, hang on. Let Caesar say his bit. Go on, mate. You said you got some news for us.
Okay. Before. Okay, go ahead, Caesar.
Sign a new defender. Yes.
No, I think he's. No, go on, repeat that. I think your internet went a bit funny there, mate. Right, Caesar. What if we?
Okay, guys. All I got to say is this, right? All I got to say is very simple, right? That message still has to be drummed in, right? We cannot give up. We cannot lose hope, right? And if we do, right, nobody else will carry that flag anymore, right? Daigle, I love you, my brother, right? Please send love to Ilana and the wishes and greetings, and Ben, take care. Right, take care. And Dan, I'll be listening in the back. Right, I just got back from work and I saw you on. I saw Daigle on, so I just hopped on to say that we must keep that banging the drum. We must keep that message going on. It doesn't matter how far we are. Right, we have to. Even if we repeat ourselves over and over again, even if we get fed up with it, we still have to do it. Because if we don't do it, right, bro, who else is going to do it, right?
Yeah,
that's
but
the sad part.
listen, this is what I'm trying to get at, and I've got about 5 minutes before I've got to go back to work. I've said this on many a stream, and I'll say this here on Dan's channel as well. I and others have been beating this drum for a very, 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 very long time. Me personally, I have been 17 years Levy out. I have constantly been, obviously I haven't had YouTube as a platform for 17 years. But as I've kept saying on channels like Tottenham Away, Tottenham on Tour, when I've been on We Are Tottenham TV and all your channel, Dan's channel, when I'm on this channel and I'm beating the drum or whoever is beating the drum, Sava, whoever, we are on a YouTube channel. I am here in Canada. I can't do anything when I'm here. I can promote, but I have been preaching to the converted for 4 years. I've been on YouTube preaching to them. And there's people in the chat that go to games that go, yeah, we need to do this, we need to do that. But what happens is for 17 years I've been doing it and I've been preaching to the converted and the converted do not come. Yeah, they do not come. So what is that? I've done this now. I am so tired. I will never, as I have said, whilst there is blood pumping through my veins, whilst there is air being inhaled in my lungs, and as long as this heart of mine is beating, I will never, ever stop calling out this ownership and wanting change and playing any part and promoting any single thing I can do from Toronto. And when I'm in England and when I'm in London, I will appear at every single goddamn protest. I'll even arrange one and turn up my bloody self. But there is no point talking and talking and talking and talking, because what happens is all the talking we do with all the thousands that watch us on whatever channel cumulative, on a match day, it comes down to 62,000 fans that go to that game. And will those 62,000 fans, obviously take away corporate, will they do anything? I don't go on a lot of shows anymore. A, because I can't be bothered. B, because I want to spend time with Alana. And C, I don't want to have this conversation over and over and over and over again to give my time, to put all my effort in, just to see in chats, yeah, I'm going to be there, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And then everything that is laid onto a silver platter for them. And I'm only talking about the people that say they're going to act. If people say they're not going to protest, respect to you. You don't want to, fair play. You speak it, you say it, you don't do it. It's the people that say, yeah, I'm going to be there. Yeah, I'm going to give up my time. Yes, we need the numbers. Yes, I'm going to add to them. Yes, I'm going to do this. And then when push comes to shove, they're not there. And I'm sick and tired of it. It's
basically up here, isn't it? It's basically
it's the way it is, right? Hang on a second.
Our friendship group, isn't it?
Hang on a sec. I'll come to you. I just got to ask Caesar, what's the last thing you want to say before you leave, mate? Have you got another point to make, or have you got another bit of information for us before you leave? You were just looking at something. You got a bit more information, mate?
Caesar?
Or do you know of a good goalkeeper we should go to?
I think he's frozen.
Yep, I think he has.
No, he's moving. Yeah, he's moving. But guys, I got to make a move, right? I just got back from work. But Brian, respect. Ben, take care. Dan, I'll catch up with you later. I'll be listening in the background. Take a shower and all that. There you go back to work. We'll keep in touch, bro. All right, we'll catch up. All right, take care, bro. Bye-bye, guys.
See you later, mate.
Yeah, Ron. Wait, I'm going to use that moment to cut us more. I've got 2 minutes to get back to work. So, Dan.
Then you better run.
Ben, you've got a long commute, haven't you, Daigle? You've got a long commute.
My Uber's approaching to take me from bedroom 1 to bedroom 2, or bedroom 1 to office 2, shall I say. Everyone have a great day. Listen, like I said, I whilst there's air in my lungs, blood in my veins, and my heart is beating, I will bang the drum. But people that bang that drum and talk that they want to bang it, don't just talk it, walk it. We'll see what happens at Newcastle. We'll see what happens. Have a great day, everyone. Caesar, big up to you, and everyone in the chat, big up. And as always, Levy out.
Yep. Right, and Caesar, thanks for coming on, mate. I'm sure we will speak again soon. And you definitely gave me information about Rangers and Celtic I did not know. So if everyone on the panel can write down, big up for Caesar for coming on. Again, more front than a lot of people do have. Mate, you're going to say goodbye? I think his internet's frozen again. All right, then, Caesar, take care of yourself, mate, and we'll catch up with you again soon. Ben, what is going on at the moment?
Now it's two, Dan. It's now 1-on-1 with the two men with the glasses. I don't know why people were so angry. I don't know why people were so angry. We've predicted this. We've got a useless manager. And as Brian was saying before, people will all talk. And the only people that turn up at the protest are the guys that are already going to turn at the protest. It's basically, we might as well meet up at a Nando's because we're going to organise lunch, because all the people that turn up to the protest are all mates anyway. We might as well turn up and have lunch because it's just, oh, all right, Graham. Yeah. Oh, there you are, Ryan. Oh, there you go. There you are, guys. Let's have the usual conversation. Big up, Sheriff.
Good evening.
How you doing?
All right.
I am in the position where I can say, what's it called? I can blame Daniel Levy for as much as what's going on at this football club until I'm blue in the face. I've been at every single protest, so no one can say I'm flip-flop or no one can say I'm not Levy out, because when push comes to shove, I'm one of the first people that turns up. Daniel Levy isn't the reason we're in 11th. Yes, you can say he's the macro issue of why we're 11th, but the reason we're 11 is because we're a useless football manager. End of story. That's the reason we're 11th. That's the reason we're going at each other's throats. We're not going at each other. Like any other manager almost in the Premier League would manage this team better than the shtick we've got at the moment. And that really hurts to say. That I would love to blame Daniel Levy. I'm one of the hosts of Tottenham on Tour, the world-famous home of Levy out. We say it at the beginning of every single show. He's not the issue of why we're so bad at the moment. He's not the reason we're so bad. So we do need to put some more pressure on the board. Of course, there's always room to put pressure on the board. But at this moment in time, there's only one issue for this football team, and that is this manager, his suicidal tactics, his awful team selection, his awful favouritism. And as we can see, Dragishin, I'm not the biggest fan of Dragishin at the moment. I think he's a decent defender in a back three system. But if we were going to get a centre-back in the back three position, there's only one centre-back that both you and I, Dan, were pining for 2 years. We were pining.
4 years for me, mate.
Pining for him. And that's Nikola Milinkovic. He's gone to Forest. He's setting the world by storm. He's doing absolutely brilliant. I absolutely wanted him. The moment, even if Radu Dragishin was playing out of his skin, defending brilliantly every single week, the moment Christian Romero is fit, he's on the bench. It shows crap management. This manager is a crap manager. And that's where all the anger for me is going to be put at the moment, because I can complain about us not trying to win trophies. At this moment in time, we can't even get 2 games of football in a row, let alone win a bloody trophy. So we just need to...
No, I agree. All right, I'm going to bring on another guest with us, since there's not many people who seem to want to come on today. I'm going to keep it 4 on the show at the moment. And if the guests do come on and want to say their bit, then obviously I'll change it around to less people. But I don't know, tonight nobody seems to want to come in and say their piece. Come on, people. I'm sure you've got a lot to say on the sides, even though I'm pretty sure a lot of you will come on and just basically say what we got to say. But say it in your way. Come on, I'm giving you a chance. So I've got a guest here. Woodsy, I pronounce that. How you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. Just to check, my audio's okay in my AirPods. I'm sounding okay.
Bit crackly, but you're all right. You're all right, mate. You're all right.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for having me on. First time I ever came on like a panel or fan channel, so big ups for having me on.
Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. So come on then.
In terms
I'm
of
listening.
Not to repeat what everyone's saying, but it's bad, isn't it? I'm getting to the phase where it's similar to end of Conte vibes, where I'm struggling to watch the matches, and people will say, "Oh, the ball's going forward. It's attacking football. It's great. It's great to watch." But to me, it's predictable. And when Wolves scored their late goal, I was waiting for it. I wasn't even surprised. As soon as it happened, it was like, there we go. So not to sound too depressing, but that's where I'm at with it, to be honest with you.
It just looks like nothing's changing, does it? I mean,
absolutely.
For me, what has Ange got to do? What can he do? I mean, is it worth Spurs spending money in January? Is it worth it? Or do we just leave it until he's gone, which I think Levy's going to do anyway for his excuse not to do it?
Under this manager, I don't see who we signed. It has to be for the next manager, hopefully an Iraola or a Marco Silva. For me, I think Levy gives him very little, and what he does give him, it will have to suit the next manager, because I don't think Ange can bring it back. A few months ago, I would have said he can do things to rectify it, but he's shown that he's not willing to adapt his system.
But that's the thing, isn't it, Woodsy? A lot of the Ange defenders, or the cult, as some people are now finally starting to call them,
the cult.
Saying, why do you want to end the project and start a new project?
What project?
Well, firstly that, but
Yeah.
hang on here. Hang on. Why do you need to rip up the project when you change the foreman? How many people, well, I don't know how many people have worked on a building site. I haven't personally, because I'm a coffee roaster. But loads of people, if you're on a building site and your foreman's crap, they don't change the entire building project when they get rid of the foreman. No, they sack the foreman off. They continue the project on. They hire a new foreman. This foreman is crap. He's awful. We've still got some really good attacking players. We've still got two really good wing backs. When they're all fit, because the manager is making them not fit, the reason they're not fit is because this manager is killing them. And that's we had previous injury issues at Celtic. We still got, when they're all fit, we got three very competent centre-backs, and we got three very young up-and-coming centre-backs in Vuskovic, Ashley Phillips, and we got Dorrington as well to add to that list now that his injury's done. We've still got a very decent box-to-box midfielder in Yves Bissouma. We're not sacking the entire team. All we really realistically need to do is buy a cover at left-back, maybe buy one more young centre-back possibly, but most importantly, buy a defensive midfielder. We buy a defensive midfielder and we change the system. This team doesn't look too bad. You go to a 3-5-2, which is what I would advocate, and you put Son and Solanke up front, or Johnson and Solanke up front, or even Johnson and Son up front. We've got goals in the team. The team scores goals. We are the second highest score. Yes, you can say the majority of the goals came in 4 games because we beat City 4-0, West Ham 4-1, this team 5-0, blah, blah, blah. There's goals in this team. But the one thing that's the trend in every single game of football is we cannot defend. The moment those two fullbacks invert and go into number 10 positions, we cannot defend. So put square pegs in square holes, change the system to make the players you do have work. You've got a team. You're cooking.
It sounds so simple, doesn't it? But when
it
you
is
have a
simple.
manager who won't do the
It is
basics,
really simple.
it's like
Play
banging
players
your
in
head
the
off the
correct
wall.
positions. Archie Gray goes to centre midfield. It works.
Right. I'm going to bring on someone else with us. Just going to keep it with the 4 of us on here then. And then there's another guest after that. Stixie, how are we doing?
All right, mate. Not bad.
So,
Not bad
go
at
on
all.
then. We're listening.
I'm just reiterate what I don't know what the guy's name. Is it Cuff? What's your real name, by the way?
You know my name, mate, Stixie. You've seen me outside the
Yeah,
ground.
I have. I've seen you at the protest. I have. I can't remember your name. I'm just reiterating. Ben. Okay, Ben. Yeah. I've been calling for 3-5-2 for bloody months, me, because it just cries out for this. Which would tighten us up at the back. Obviously, we'd have 2 attacking fullbacks, and we've got enough goals in the team to score goals. And if we do it that way, we put 3 defenders. I'd have Dragusin in the middle, and I'd have Romero on one side, and I'd have Van der Ven the other side. That's what I would do. And obviously, I'd have Spence or Porro, and obviously, well, the dog is now gone, and I don't know who we're going to replace him with, but we need to go out and get somebody as a left back, like you said, Ben. We need to get. We need it. What I don't understand is, I don't know much about the other two goalkeepers that don't seem to get a game, whether they're not good enough or, because at some point, if we carry on like this and Foster gets injured, we're going to have to play one of them, surely.
I currently want a part-time DJ.
Well, so that's what I would do, definitely. And that would stop all them stupid injuries, because at the moment, we're just losing Van der Ven for months on end, and they're just going to ruin his career. It totally ruin him. He really will. And Sonny just...
I've said this, Stixie. If I was Mickey Van der Ven, I would be calling my lawyer up and I would be suing Ange for everything he's done.
Yeah,
because he's killing. He wasn't fit, hasn't gone through the 4 days of reconditioning to play the game of football, and he expected him to play 90 minutes after 2 hamstrings. I would sue the man for every single penny that man has got in his bank account, because he is threatening his livelihood. He's putting his life in danger.
And the other thing, I'll never put Brendan Johnson out in the right wing, because he's not a right winger. He don't go past people. I'd have him either, like you said, either up there with Solanke or something, because he's a forward. I would have. I think I would have Kulu in the middle, and I'd have Basuma, and maybe Bentancur or Archie Gray or whatever at number 6, or get a new number 6, because we haven't seen Archie Gray play at number 6. He's played him everywhere else where he should be playing. And that's what I would do. Just a couple of other things, because I've only got about 5 minutes, because I've got to go and pick the wife up. But regarding the Levy out stuff, there has been songs sung with Levy out, because I've been part of them. I don't sit very far away from Phil P, right? We all know Phil P, don't we? Woo! Yeah. So, Phil P sits about, 5 rows in front of me and down to the left. So as you look at the south stand, I'm on row 64. So nobody's behind me at that point, because I'm coming down and I'm right under that corner of that TV stand. I can bang that thing. I've cut my hands on it, God knows how many times. So I see him where he sits, and I've shouted out to him and stuff like that. And he will start that song, and there's quite a few people around that area that will sing that song. So that has been sung, because that's what I was trying to get over to Stellis the other night. And he said, well, yeah, everybody should be singing it. Well, yeah, they should. But, everybody ain't the same, are they? That's the problem. And I drink outside the ground anyway.
Isn't it, Stixie? Because when you do start hear the little murmurs of it, the first thing that's happened is the ones that aren't Levy out sing like another song to drown you out. Because the Levy out song, it needs a couple of minutes for it to start. It's not like a normal Spurs song where it comes out and everyone belts out immediately. It needs 2 or 3 people, and there's more and more people chant it. It's almost like an avalanche. You need the stones to roll down the hill.
But everybody I speak to, Ben, and I normally drink the Gilpin up the road.
Yeah.
And everybody in there, apart from a few that I've spoken to, they hate the man. They can't stand him. And especially like the older guys like me, I was due to get my concession. I'm due to apply for my concession this January the 22nd when I'm 65, right? I now can't do that, obviously, because what's came out. And a friend of mine who's in his 70s, he's now going to lose quite a bit of his concession over a number of years. I think if that was one thing that made me bloody riled, was that, if the stuff I shout at a man is not repeatable on this channel, I might add, because that man has took away what I should have had, because I've supported the team for so long. All right, I've had breaks in the time that I've gone because I've brought kids up, but I've had a season ticket since we went to Wembley, so it's quite a considerable amount of time. And sometimes I've struggled to pay it, but I love going. We've got Newcastle this week, and me and my mate, he's a little bit younger than me. I've known him since he was 18 and I was 20. So that gives you an idea. I was going the Birkinshaw days, when I first started going. And he goes to a lot of away games as well, and Europe, because he's got grown-up kids. All his kids are grown up, and he's got more disposable income than I have as well. So, but even he's not thinking about going this weekend because I mean he's most of a mild mannered guy going. I'm the rowdy get out of all of us, and he's pissed off. You know, I just think they're clown tactics. If it ain't working, you have to change and adapt. You know, I
It's
mean,
like
Wolves. I mean, jeez.
anyone that's managed anyone, Stixie, anyone that's ever worked in a business knows when you. I always use this as the coffee analogy, and people say, "Oh, why is that an idiot using the coffee analogy again?" It's because it sticks. I worked with a load of people that didn't speak English because they were all Italians or they were Polish. Some of them were Australian, some were in New Zealand. But if it was a day where I was the only natural English speaking one, I would always be on the till. You don't get someone on the till that doesn't speak English. You say, all right, you're going to be on coffee today. You're going to be on milk. You're going to be cleaning the shop. I'll do this. You do that. And then you work it out. A poor workman blames his tools instead of using the tools he does have and gets the best out of those tools.
That's very true. And he doesn't do it, does he?
But the thing is that I go back to Pochettino, obviously, because that's not too far back in the past when he didn't back the man and got rid of him. I never wanted that man to go, and I wanted him to. When we needed a manager, and he went to Chelsea, I couldn't believe it. That's like the ultimate enemy that is going to them. And all I ever wanted him was to come back because I'm sure he would have made a better go of it than what's been going on. I never wanted to sack Conte, by the way. Never. I wanted him to get the right play. Now, if you could imagine, if he had this team now, he'd make that team into the winners. Because he'd go 3-5-2. All right, the football won't be so ultra attacking, but I'll tell you what, we won't be letting these soppy bloody goals in.
3-5-2 is not horrible football to play when you've seen it playing properly.
Yes.
I've seen it play in Italy for a very long time. You get that style right. Okay, might start slow at the back, defend, but then what it is direct, bang, 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 up the other end of the pitch, and there's a goal. For me, that's the football I enjoy personally.
Efficient.
Yes,
efficient.
That is why I like Italian football. I mean, Woodsy, what's your opinion on that? Different formation, you think we do better?
Absolutely. It's ironic, isn't it? We get rid of Jose and Conte, and as you mentioned, the squad becomes more and more suitable for a free back. Van de Ven, left centre back. If you wanted to against the lower teams in the league, he could push forward with his pace. It would still be suitable. I agree. 3-5-2 football, free at the back football, counter-attacking football, as they say.
You can either go 3-4-1-2, 3-4-2-1, whatever way you can do in it. Right.
What I will say is quickly before I go is that if we keep this form up, we're going to be. They say we won't get a relegation battle, but I'll tell you what, that's going to be bloody close and looming. I'll tell you, and then it's going to be it'll be squeaky bum time, and then I think
without
we
a doubt, fella.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
It worries me to death. It really does. And I stand up in that south stand, and I go, "What the hell is he doing?" I don't like sacking managers, and I don't like slagging managers off, and I don't boo players. I like to get behind them. So I was having this conversation with a guy in front of me. He said, "Oh, why don't you just get behind the team?" I said, "Because the guy's tactics are inept, and they're clown tactics at the back. We're leaking so many goals. We'll have a tea strainer."
Yeah, correct.
Not only that, whenever he gets questioned, simple questions.
Oh, he hates it.
Press conference, he goes berserk. They ask him logical questions like, "Why don't you adapt? Why don't you do this? Surely this could ease the burden with the injuries." And he looks at them like they've got three heads.
I don't see nothing wrong with booing a player or a manager. They say get behind them. Yes, I will get behind something that I believe in. I want Spurs to win.
Yes.
If Werner goes and scores 20, good on him. If Ange goes and wins it all, good on him. But I do not support them. I support Tottenham. They are with Tottenham, so I want them to win. If they are doing shit, they deserve to be told about it, as far as I'm concerned. Because if they want sunshine blown up their arse all the time when they're playing well, then they've got to take the other side as well. It goes in two ways. Same as if there's all this negative, then there's too much positive. I personally believe they should get every bit of stick that they're getting at the moment. Right. I've got
Dan, Dan, thanks for letting me on, and hopefully I'll come on
mate.
again and
Anytime,
we'll have
you're
a chat.
welcome.
I've got to go. Nice to see you again, Ben.
Good to see you.
I don't know the other chap's name. What was his name?
Nice to meet you.
Woodsy.
My name's Nate.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, Nathan. Nice to meet you.
I'm going to jump as well, Dan, to get to
this is my nickname, by the way. My proper name is Dean. You've probably seen me on Stell's channel a couple of times, but yeah. So anyway, thanks for letting me on, mate. I've got to go.
Take care, and anytime you're welcome, mate.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, cheers.
Ben, anything last to say quick before you jump? Say, Woodsy, you can stay on with another guest that's going to come on. Anything else to say, Ben?
Do anything else but watch Tottenham. Join the Cougar Brigade. Turn off you Spurs. I'm doing anything. I'm not going to the Newcastle game because I'd rather spend the day with my lovely young lady. And I'm not going to the Liverpool semi-final because I'd rather go skiing. So anything else but watch this football team. Do it. Get some lovely food in. Go and watch some nice movies. Play some games. Dan will tell you, go and play The Witcher. It's a great game. Go and play it.
Best game you'll ever get. No two ways about it.
Play some Witcher. Do anything else. And Levy out. Levy out. Ange out. Lang out. Munn out. Get them all out. Medical team out. Everyone out. And as always, Levy out.
Take care, Ben. Right, I'll bring on another guest with us as well. Wrong one, sorry. Wrong button there. Tom, how are we doing, mate?
Hello, Dan, you all right, mate? I'm
cool myself. You?
Good. Yeah, I'm all right. Happy New Year to everybody, and Ben, and
same to you, fella.
Stixie. I can't really say much what Ben just ended off with then, because
say what you want to say, mate. That's what you're here to do. If you want to repeat what he said, then just bloody repeat it and say it in your way. That is what you are here to do.
I think everyone who knows me knows my point of view and what's going on, and it has been for a while now. We watched some of the games together during pre-season, and I said about Ange round about 13 games, 15 games into last season. I said, there's no way that these players can keep playing like this week in, week out. There's not a chance. You can't run around like headless chickens for 90 minutes and even more, 100 minutes, 120 sometimes it's been, isn't it? Got a lot of grief.
It's chaos.
But there isn't a single player except for the goalkeeper on that pitch who's got a set position. And it's just it's madness.
It's frustrating. I mean,
it's
for
crazy.
Me,
honestly, mate.
Quite. I don't know about you two, yeah. I mean, there's no simple way about things. We all know that, yeah. But for me, if he would just stop inverting the wing backs, okay. If he still plays a high line, that's up to him. But I think if he stopped inverting the wing backs, both of them at the same time, I personally believe that's 20% of his problem sorted.
I agree.
I mean, if you watch
Mountains, it's
hang on a second. Let Woodsy say what he's saying.
Sorry, mate.
Sorry to cut you off that.
That's all right.
We're not asking him to move mountains, are we? Do what most tactically astute managers do. Poch did it. Have one fullback go forward, the other one tucks in. It's a back three. You're already way.
That's
more.
what Pep done.
You would think it's so basic, but he seems to have this chip on his shoulder coming up the hard way through the lower league, saying, I'm going to do it my way, the Ange way. And it's just not. It's going to lead to his eventual sacking. I'd be shocked if he's still here at the end of January.
No, I totally agree with it. I mean, Tom, what do you think on that? What Woodsy just said?
Yeah, he's right, mate. He's right. It's when watching some of the games, the one the other day, it dumbfounded me that Sonny was our deepest player in our own 6-yard area. I mean, why is Sonny back there defending on his own line? And the centre halves and the fullbacks are nowhere to be seen. And then when we break, the fullbacks are up the other end where they should be back covering where Sonny's. And everyone's turning against the players, and Archie Gray's getting called out. 18-year-old kid is being asked to play everywhere except for where he should be playing. It's I don't know. This following of this manager, to me, is crazy. It's absolutely bonkers what's going on at the minute.
How has he got so much? Just to answer that one, Rob Frank, Cyberpunk 27 is better. That is my second game. But for me, you can't touch Witcher 3. You can't do it. Geralt is just too much of a good character. I know a lot of people won't know what we're talking about here, but Cyberpunk is a fucking good game as well, mate. Especially after they'd done it up. It only took them 3 bloody years to sort the thing out. But the fella knows what I'm on about. Sorry, going back to what you're saying. If he weren't inverting those wing backs 24-7 all the time, you agree that's 20% of his problem sorted.
Yeah, but we know he ain't going to change it. He said it. He says it every single press conference that he does. They hammer it. They're hammering with him, but all the time, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. No, I'm not changing. That's it. That's what we've got.
And if you can't adapt, it's just, I mean, in that aspect of football, I suppose you can look at it. I don't mean to get off fucking deep here and that, but you can look on football as life, basically. It changes all the time. The world don't stop spinning. Football don't stop spinning. It goes on and on and on. It changes and changes and changes. And it won't adapt for you. So you've got to adapt to it, basically. And he's not adapting to the way football's gone. I personally think that where he has never been in a big league as such, okay, people can say he's won everywhere he's been. Yes, well, Celtic can lose their next 4 games and still walk through it. That's my point. The Scottish Premier League does not even come close to the English Premier League. It is ranked lower, I've said it a million times, than the MLS, for God's sake, which says it all.
Yeah.
But I personally think half his problem is the stubbornness, but I also really don't think he knows any other way. I mean, Woodsy, do you think that he actually is just too stubborn, or do you think he don't know another way? Is he naive? What is it?
I think it's stubbornness, and he talks a lot about his principles. It's hard to say because he's not a young guy, you know. He's seen football. He talks about watching football when he was young in like the 70s and the 80s. So he's obviously been around enough. He's not a young manager, so he has watched some of the best football teams ever, and you would think he would have quite a lot of knowledge being a manager like Sisti. You would think he would have studied a lot of the greats of the game manager-wise and took things from them. Obviously, there are things he hasn't took from them, and he's trying to make his own brand of football, which I think is also a problem, because I think he knows once he does leave Tottenham, he will get a decent job somewhere else, and I think he doesn't want to abandon his values, because when he came into the job, it's how he got popular in the Premier League. Do you remember the first few games that he came in, and all Sky Sports and everyone was like, "Oh, Ange, he's the new Pep, he's this, he's that, he's the best thing since sliced bread." I think it's gone to his head a bit.
We all felt for that, didn't we, at the beginning? We all felt for that at the beginning, didn't we?
Tom, do you think it's stubbornness, naiveness?
I was on that as well. Don't worry.
Personally, how I feel, I think he's just saving his own skin. No, that's wrong. He's putting his own beliefs and ways before that of the team, because he doesn't want to make it look wrong. Do you know what I mean? He's
covering Levy's arse, though, isn't he? I mean, I didn't just want to do a show based on Ange, but basically, this is the main issue that everybody wants to talk about.
Yes.
So, I think he's covered Levy's backside far too much for what he said. So, just a quick question before I get new 2 guests on here.
Yeah, go on, mate.
Son is the other issue we have right now, basically. I mean, yes, there's many issues with the defence and Electric Forest, you're 100% right. But Son is the other major thing I think we're looking at, because he is our captain. He's been with us so long and everything else. And for me, he's done for a 90-minute player unless we play him as a poacher up the top where he has to do a little sprint here and there. He's definitely not an inside-ed winger or an inside-ed forward again, whatever you want to call him. And it's really starting to show. And I don't want what happens to Lloris to happen to Son. And what I mean by that is, when you talk about Lloris, you remember he was a good keeper. I mean, I don't think he was as special as people say, but I think he was a very good keeper. But then the first thing most people say is, yeah, but we should have got rid of him 3 years ago because he went to shit. I don't want that happening to Son. But
It's already started, mate. It's already started.
Yeah. Woodsy, what would you say on that?
Yeah, I think I can see a couple of people saying the audio's not too good. Is it better now?
But we can just about hear you. If you come on again, you got to make your mic a bit more loud. I mean, what you want? PC or laptop?
I'm through my phone. Yeah, phone with AirPods, and that's probably why. But I'll set it up better next time. I come
yeah, next time you set it up, do it that the mic is from the phone or the PC or whatever you're on. The sound is just on your AirPods. That's the easiest way to do it.
Cheers.
But go on with what you were saying.
In terms of Son, it just shows the lack of planning at Spurs, doesn't it? I think this year Son should be not a bench option, but he should have his minutes heavily managed. He should be playing 60 tops, and we should have his replacement. Doesn't even have to be very young, but a promising winger, 23, 24-year-old, taking the baton off him. He shouldn't be playing 90, 80. You can see, especially in Ange's system, he's not a touchline winger. He's lost that yard of pace, but he still has the final phase assets. He can still finish. He can still play a ball. I just think he should not be playing 90 minutes every game, and we should have a left winger ready to take his spot. But of course, we don't.
No, we don't. And Tom, what's your opinion on that one?
Well, the replacement's there, isn't he? He's came in the last few weeks, hasn't he? So this new young lad.
But is that a commercial replacement, or is that
he's going to be the one, though, isn't he? This is why he's been brought in. This is to take over from Sonny once Sonny starts getting phased out, and not as much playing time as he normally would be, but. Going back to the 3-5-2, if you played Sonny up top with Solanke knocking it long and Solanke knocking it down to him, then you'll see the best of Sonny again, because he's still the best finisher at the club. I don't care what no one says. It's the best finisher we've got. There ain't no one
no two ways about it.
Finish better than him.
Absolutely.
I totally agree with you.
Solanke can't, and he's our main striker.
Oh yeah, but come on, he's had one good bloody season.
You know.
As far as I'm concerned, and that was his last season. For 65 million, I think we got caught pants down, but 25% of that is the fact that he's English. It seems to put on a 25% of the bloody tax on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I said in 3 seasons to the guys, when all the names have been pushed out for strikers, Tony and Gokares and all of that, and I said to the lads, we're going to end up with, don't you? And I said this to the lads in pre-season, we're going to end up with Dominic Solanke. And I said it all the way through. It was odds on.
I mean, in that
aspect,
it is what it is. But I've got 2 more guests that I'm going to let on now. So thank you both for coming on the show. And you're both more than welcome to come on next time I do call on. And good to see you both. And
cheers, Dan.
Cheers, the game with Newcastle. Take care, you two.
On, boys. Nice to see you.
Up the Spurs. Up the Spurs.
And out. Leave you out.
Right, I'll bring on another 2 with me, since I'm doing it 2 at a time at the minute. That's Cold Shot. The only reason I've let you on here with no mic is because you're regular on the side. And Mark, how are we doing? Cold, you there?
Hi, you there, mate? You all right? Happy New Year, by the way.
Happy New Year to you too. Cold Shot, you there? I don't know, something ain't right there. So I'll remove you from the screen. Send me a private message in the back if you can get it together. Right, Mark, go on, mate.
I wouldn't expect too much from this young lad we brought in January. He's a lot smaller than Son, and Son played in a good league in Germany before he came over to us. So
yes, he did.
Don't get your hopes up high to replace Son.
He was very good at Leverkusen, and Borussia Dortmund actually despise him because he always scores. He always did score against them when he was in Germany, and he also done it every time he's played for Spurs against Dortmund. He just seems to score against them, and they absolutely despise the player. But what do you think we got to do with Son? And with a captain as well, who would you go for? Because I don't want this to always be about Ange, but I know Ange is the main thing that everyone wants to talk about. People say, I want to talk about something new, but when you talk about a game, you then end up talking about what the manager's done, and we're all back to bloody Ange again. So on the thing with Son, where do we go? Where do we go with him?
Well, we know what we should do with him is change the system to ball our other players. We've got the 2 wing backs, the 3 centre backs. You know, Maddison. It's just absolutely insane. It's just crazy. I mean, it's not that the fact is it's over a couple of games. You think to yourself, we're in a bad run of form. We've been in a bad run for a long time. Give it a go. What's the worst can happen? We've got Newcastle this weekend. We know sort of 78% chance we're going to lose anyway, but why not give it a go? It'd be the last thing they're expecting, Dan. Won't it be?
I just don't know where to start with it, basically. I honestly don't know where to start with it because I mean, for me, he was made for captain for PR reasons only. And that is it. And that's a sad thing to say.
Yeah, he's been at the club too long for PR reasons as well. He should have gone 2 or 3 years ago, if we're honest, if we want to get some decent back money from him. I'm afraid this young lad, who looks like a lost sheep already at the moment, I'm not sure how good his English. If the club had signed him, then loaned him to a championship side, we were all going, yeah, that's the right thing to do. Give him 1 or 2 years in a championship side. Same with Bergwell, maybe the same with Gray, but he's going to be stuck at the deep end. Maybe not this Saturday, but soon enough. And I'm afraid I just worry about his physicality. He's very small. He'd have to be very quick and a good centre of balance. But I think he's going to be another one who's a bit like a lost sheep out there when it comes to the Premiership.
I mean, it's a big, massive jump. And I think some people really do not understand how much of a jump this is. Right, I'm going to bring in someone with us as well because he says he's sorted. Culture, how are we doing?
Yo, what's good, Dan? How are you?
I'm cool. Yourself? The reason I've let you on is you're always on talk show on the side. Tell you what, anyone else wants to come on without the mic, okay, this one, without the mic, without the camera, I'll let you on, but any bullshit and I'll just cut you off straight away. Go on, mate.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me on. And
not a problem.
Some things I want to get off, like some points I want to have off is that with Son, I think we are using him in the wrong role as like an outside winger. I just don't think that's his role at all. I think under Jose and under Conte, he was more of a an inverted winger, so he would cut in and also
inside forward is what it was.
Yeah, exactly, inside forward. And I think with Kulu too, that's why Conte bought Kulu, right? Because he would cut in with his strong foot and then he could finish. But I think with like how we're trying to mobilize the club in terms of attacking football, I think most managers are going to use outside wingers now. I think that's just the new norm now with new upcoming managers who want to play attacking football. So I just don't see where he fits in this this like system pretty much. So I would just say he's either like a bench player at this point, or I don't know. It's just I can't see where he fits in like this new era of these managers that want to play with out and out wingers. Yeah, it's sad to see Son because he's one of my favorite players, but the writing is on the wall. Either if he goes to a different team that could play to his best abilities, or he's just going to be subpar to on the bench pretty much, because this new era is just with how managers want to play. It's not gonna fit. He's like in a puzzle. We have the wrong puzzle piece. We don't know where to place him. So that's how I feel about Son.
It's that saying of getting, what is it, square pegs in round holes, or if that's the way they say it, yeah, square pegs in round holes. It just ain't going to happen. He has not got the stamina to do this shit anymore. He really hasn't. I do agree with what Stel said at the very start of the season. He told everybody this, that the only way you're going to get him to proper, basically get something out of the game is to put him as a striker alongside Solanke, basically. And I could see that still working. I could still see that still working for Son, because you don't have to have the most stamina to play like that. You just have to have your sprint when needed, put it in the back of the net. It's more of a simple attacking game to an advanced forward, to a target forward, to a complete forward, whatever way you want to look at it. They've all got their own thing they need to do. And I do think that would be the better thing to do with Son, personally. I just don't think he's got the stamina for it anymore. I think he's just mentally, I think he's a bit drained as well. He does look a bit cooked when you look at him as a captain. I just don't think he's got it for captain material. I mean, when the team goes down, he should be the one screaming and shouting at everyone. Not just Ange on the side, but he's meant to be Ange on the pitch as well, the manager on the pitch, and tell everyone, come on, fix up. We can do this. Get your act together. Now, I look on a captain that everybody knows as an old Roy Keane, a Patrick Vieira, a Gattuso from when he was at Milan. Players like that, even Pirello, when he was captain and that. I need a captain with a pair of balls, basically, not just the footballs. I need a captain that's willing to get you up by the throat and say, pull your finger out your fucking ass, get your act together. I need a captain that's going to tell people about themselves. But on the other side, we all know how people have changed. I mean, if you probably done that to Johnson, he'd probably sit down and start crying. He's probably more the one that he needs mum to sort out his pillow for him. That's just the way he comes across as a person. I might be totally wrong. He might be the hard man on out the side, but I very much doubt it. So if we was to change captains, which I definitely think we should, where do we go as a captain? Go on, Mark, I'll come with you first.
I think there's not that many candidates. I think you could probably say Kulu's one. Kulusevski, I don't see a lot of. There isn't that many great, certainly not the midfielders. There's only Kulu at the moment. Probably you'd say.
I mean, I would have said Romero 3 months back, but for me, he don't want to be here. He does not want to be here, and you can see it. I mean, Culture, what do you think, captain-wise? We do not have leaders on that bloody pitch, but if you've got to pick a captain, who do you go for? Who do we go for? Who would be the better captain, and why?
Yeah, I think a captain should always represent what the coach wants out of the whole entire team. Somebody who understands the formation, somebody who understands every single position on that pitch, somebody who's smart enough, IQ level of understanding where players need to be, yelling at players as well, not just trying to be like that cool, nice guy all the time. I think that, I think for me personally, I like my captains being center backs, because center backs can view the whole entire pitch.
I get that. I get that.
I don't like. I really don't like captains being forwards, because they really can't see what's happening in the back. I think center backs have a general good view on what's going on throughout the game. I think you would give it to Romero, but he wants to leave. But I don't know.
You can see it.
Man, it's really difficult. I mean, I don't know. I think give it to Van. It has to be one of the center backs. So either give it to Van de Ven. I know he's young, but maybe he'll grow into that role. Or
Van de Ven. Sorry to interrupt you a second. Van de Ven was the captain of the under-21s for Holland.
Oh, so okay, so he has some experience. So I think that's really positive. I think
not my type of captain, but I can see where you're going with it as such.
I would give it to Romero because he has the most experience. He has won a World Cup. He has won a Copa America. He has like so many accolades with the national team. He knows what it's like facing these hostile environments, big crowds. So he has that experience. But if he wants to leave, he I guess that's not going to be represented well as a captain. So I think that I think you give it to Van de Ven. Or Dragusin, or one of Romero leaves, either one of them, because I don't know, it's such a difficult conversation to have, but we don't really have like rude or like mean players when things get tough, to put in a tackle or to yell at teammates. I don't see someone like yelling. I don't know. I think he's just too nice.
Half the time he just looks as down as the rest of them, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's. I think it's.
Go on, mate.
I just think it's a combination of everything. I think with this Ange system, I think it really goes to show that positional awareness is not really integrated in the system in terms of where the player should be. I think everybody's just like substituting each other's role pretty much. And I think when they asked Ange Postecoglou like about the midfield, what he thinks, what he feels, I think he literally said that he would rather have a midfielder who does all three. Like he doesn't distinguish roles between 10s, 8s, and 6s. He thinks that a midfielder should do all three of those roles. So
yeah, and how many of them do you find on this planet these days? I mean, just one thing I want to bring up here quickly with what Rob Michael just said here. Europa League Cup coming to Spurs with 2 cup finals. Judge Ange in May. Now, you know what, Rob? I can see where you're coming from because where other people have given me other opinions, I'm a person who's willing to take someone's opinion in, and if they've got a better opinion than me, not just facts, I will take it in and step down. But on this one, I can't necessarily agree with you with what you've just put there. So the links are on there, mate. Come on and give me your opinion on why you think we should hang on to Ange till the finals, basically. Is it out of fairness? Is it out of you believe he can do it? Is it out of whatever it's out of? Feel free to come on here, give me your point. I will more than listen to your opinions. Yes, I will probably question them because I'm not quite agreeing with what you put there, but I will give you my opinions as well. I'm not going to slam a load of facts down on the table and that. I can't be bothered with that bullshit today. But come on, give your opinion, mate, because it'll be interesting to have someone on here who says Ange needs more time, or at least keep into the finals. And I want to hear your opinion why. I am interested in what other people think, whether I agree with it or not. We don't have to agree. Opinions are purely opinions, and that is all they need to be. I mean, when the facts come on the table, you ain't got a leg to stand on. But opinions are opinions, and I like other people's opinions. And some people have better opinions than me, so I'm always willing to back down. So please come on and give me an opinion or a fact, whatever you've actually got on that. So you're saying, cold shot, that you would want Romero as captain, but you can basically see where he is. I mean, I think he's been shocking this year by his standards. I think he's been absolutely poor. And the reason that he wants to leave, I personally wouldn't have him as captain. And
yeah, I think
but attitude-wise, for me, the way I've just described what I want as a captain, he seems to have more the attitude of what I would have as a captain.
Yeah, he like ticks all the boxes of what makes a captain, like, you know, an actual captain, not like just like a nice guy. I think also like with the defenders and with how like the system is portrayed, I understand that people want to see this like 3 in the back system. Because we think that
I've been dying for it.
Yeah, so pretty much that this squad is made for 3 in the back. My only caveat to that is that I think another question that we should be having is that, do we want an out and out 3 in the back, or do we want in the attacking phase to be switched to a 3 in the back? Because those are 2 completely different things, right? Because like say Amarin, I think from the Manchester United manager, he plays with it now like a 3-4-3 pretty much. But like if you look at Maresca, he plays with the 4 in the back, but he switches to a back 3 in the attacking phase pretty much. So those are like 2 completely different I think scenarios and formations of what the fans actually want. Do we want a manager who plays a 3-4-3 or 3-5-2, or do we want a manager who puts in the attacking phase just slots one of the left back or right backs into that back 3, and you just send the other one like, you know, out on the wing? It's one of those type of questions. So you know, I think we have to be extremely careful of what we want from our next manager when Ange isn't here anymore. Because
I just want a manager that is flexible. And when I say flexible, you don't have to change every bloody game, as in totally change your style of play. But if you're that good, you can do that. I mean, whether we like him or not, I think he's a top prick, and that is Arteta. But he has adapted season after season. No, they haven't won a league, and thank God. But how many win the league against City, and now it's going to be even comical if they don't win this one, that City ain't in form and Liverpool go and get it. I'm going to love every minute. But when they came and played us, people say we dominated them. Bollocks, did we? Okay, we should have got a goal out of it, or we should have done this, we should have done that. We didn't. We had more passing, we had more on the ball, everything else. But for me, they dominated the game. And I'll give my reason why. My reason why is they totally changed their system. Totally changed it in every which way. Arsenal were a bit defensive this year, but they are not an out-and-out defending team. They are not. And they totally changed it to a defence counter, knowing that sooner or later we will screw up or they will get a set-piece opportunity. To me, we played straight into their hands. And when you do that, for me, that is not dominating the game. The person who made the decision to right, I'm going to tweak it and I'm going to do it this way because I know he's going to do it that way, and you play right into the palm of their hands, for me, it's the one who's adapted it and won it off you that has basically dominated the game. I know it might be a weird one to look at it, but that is my opinion on stuff like that. I mean, what do you two think on that? What I just said there. I mean, I'll go to something else in a minute, a point I want to get with you two. But what do you two think on what I just said? Or do you actually believe we totally dominated it? Go on, Mark.
What I was going to say is, do you think if we would have been playing Barcelona, Postecoglou would change his style, his mentality?
No, not a chance. I don't think he can.
No. Me, you and some others would play 4-5-1 or a low block or hit them on the counter. But this guy only knows one way of playing. That's all he's got. I could give you a perfect other game when Dyer moved into. We played a back three against Man City, and basically he sat in front of the back two centre backs and we won 1-0. He would never do anything like that. And that's just another occasion where a slight tweak or something like that in the tactics, the formations, going to help you in beating the teams that are better than you, who have better players than you. We cannot go toe-to-toe with better teams, with better players. Therefore, you have to adapt the tactics and the style and the mentality of the play. You have to do that, mate.
And you do. I mean, what I'm going to do now is, you two can stay in here because I haven't got any other people wanting to come on and give their point in the moment. I'll bring Mark in because he had to jump out earlier so you two can get heard. But you two can stay on here. I think you're making some solid points. Mark, how are we doing, mate?
All right, mate. You? Yeah,
fine. Sorry I had to jump earlier. I just needed some space.
No, that's right, mate. I'm on
and when
YouTube
nobody else seems to want to come on and give their point, I'm quite happy with you three staying on here. So come on, mate. Go on. Say what you've been saying for ages, but say it again.
What about Ange?
About whatever you want, mate. This is what you're here for. Say what you want. If you don't want to talk about Ange, talk about Son. If you don't want to talk about Son, talk about Johnson, talk about whatever you wish.
Right, Ange, right, he will play the same way as we've seen, whether we're playing, which we have the last few weeks. We played Southampton, rock bottom team, or they were, right? And we beat them 5-0, right? And then, was it a week or two later, we played Liverpool, exactly the same way, and we get stuffed 6-3, at 5-1 down. The fans were singing his name. I was like, what's wrong with people? I'd be booing. You know what I mean? You know,
so you should.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
When the team plays that shit, they need to know about it. And this is why, again, it's purely opinionated. Some people think you do not boo your manager, you do not boo your players and everything and that because you've got to get behind them. Bollocks, mate. You're getting paid over 100 grand a week and you have just played shit. I will let you know. Because you want me to blow sunshine up your ass when you're doing it good. You need to know when you're told. You can be told when you're doing bad. I'm sorry, it works both ways.
Put it this way, Dan. If I'm paying 80 quid a ticket, if I'm paying 80 quid to get in there, I'm booing. If they're not performing, or I don't think they're playing well, why shouldn't I? After all, we play.
I agree.
We pay the highest ticket prices in the country. In the country, and the highest season ticket prices as well.
No, season ticket, I think it's is it Fulham that has a higher season ticket?
Oh, is it?
I think I might be wrong there. I think Fulham actually have a higher season ticket than us, but they're a London club. They can do that. They can't do that sort of thing up north. It's whether it sounds good or not. It's a poorer area. In London, that is where the money in England is.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. Yeah. However bad it sounds, what I just said, I haven't got the best way with words, but London is where that money is. Right. The question I want to come to then, I'll come to you, Culture, for this one first. Right. We all agree that this system does not work with Ange. And like I've said, for me, just stop inverting the bloody both wing backs and that's part of your problem sorted. But with me, this team has just got a 3-5-2 or a 3-4-1-2 or 3-4-2-1, or if you want to call it a 5-3, whatever you want to call it, for me, it's a different system. I mean, first I'll ask you quickly, and then I'll ask you the next question. What formation would you use and why?
Let's see, here we go. The formation I would use probably would be a 4-2-3-1.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it's the most generally balanced formation out of all the formations, but I just don't something.
It's pretty much what we play already, basically a 4-3-2-1. It's pretty much what we play already. 4-2-3-1.
Exactly. But like with Ange Postecoglou, it does not look like a 4-2-3-1. It looks more like a 2-1 like 5 or something. It's crazy. There's no the formation isn't stable for the attacking phase as well. Like everybody's just pushed up forward. But something I want to point out too is that the club have already said this in terms of, and this is why I don't think Thomas Frank is going to get the job, even when we sack Ange Postecoglou. I think Thomas Frank is probably in the wrong league. I think he should be in Italy pretty much. I think he could I think he could manage like a top Italy team because of his formation, because he builds his teams. He builds his teams off counterattacks. I think that's his next move. But the club has said they want an attacking manager, right? We're not going to go get somebody who plays counterattacking, right? Somebody. So I think if you want like somebody who keeps switching formations, I would go with Terzic. I think he makes the most sense because this dude changes like formations, changes the players. Like he's always adapting to every single aspect, tiny aspect. He's always trying to micromanage the team. I think, and he's on a free, but I don't think people really want it. But if people want to make the argument saying we want a manager who plays attacking football, quote unquote attacking football, but also adapts to the opposition or adapts in game, Terzic ticks all those boxes. He literally does. I think he has the right qualifications to do it as well, but I don't know if people really want him because he didn't win the Champions League with Spurs and Dortmund. But
I mean, you don't have to have won anything to be a bloody Spurs manager. That's the way I look at that.
But he also with juniors with young.
Hang on a sec, Mark. I'll come to you in a sec. Let Culture finish. I'll come to you. That's fine.
Oh no, that's pretty much it. But also another point I just really want to make really quickly is that I hear the two arguments with sacking the manager now and just getting another replacement, and I also hear the argument of just letting Ange Postecoglou go when the season ends. I would actually argue wait until the season ends, then sack him, because because the reason why is that we might get the same effect that Manchester United is having right now with Admiral. He came in halfway through the season and it's not working out for him, right? He might be sacked before even the season ends at Manchester. And I don't want a new manager to come in, and if it doesn't work out, if we keep losing games, then the fans will have already this like bad perspective on the manager. I would like a manager to have the full summer to implement his system, get the players he wants, to understand the squad. Not right now when we have an injury crisis. Right now, sacking Ange Postecoglou right now, I don't think it will be the right move, and I think we might make a victim out of the next manager trying to fix this mess up.
With what you're saying there, I think you make some serious points there, yeah, and I can understand it. This is why I wouldn't say I'm cutting it on the fence with it. I'm definitely more Ange out through and through. But I get the points on what you're saying. I mean, when you actually look at it right now, if we was to sack him today and bring in another manager tomorrow, he's sort of like fucked if he doesn't, screwed if he doesn't, sort of thing, because that team, it's got its injuries, isn't it? So I do get where you're coming from there. But if we had another manager, I believe a manager, yeah, he gets 18 months to a year to get his shit together. But the fact that we have seen no progress whatsoever with this manager, apart from the first 10 games, and we have only seen regression in nearly every single player, I feel that if we did get a manager in now, it would give the team a little boost. Yes, it's going to be hard, like the man, like what's his name, coming in Man United was who I wanted at Spurs. But I don't think so much would be expected of him, because he has literally just jumped in to a team that is broken in its own way, and I'd say broken in more of a mentality way, because this team of players, this first 11, like my mate Mike said at the start, is not as bad as it looks. It should be different. So I can agree with you in the aspect of, do we want to drop another manager right into the middle of it? That's basically what you're saying. That's how I took it in, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's like basically throwing him into the sharks, pretty much. And I just don't think it's healthy for the new manager coming in as well. I don't know. Also, the boost isn't guaranteed, right? Just because we get a new manager.
No, you're right. You're right. You are right there. Carry on. That's a fair point. That's a solid point.
Yeah. So we already seen, right? It could either go right, or it could go very wrong too. But I just want the next manager to have the best chance with this team, and I just think that the best chance for a new manager to come is with a clean slate in the summer. But also, I just, with the amount of injuries, you could also make the argument: yes, I agree, this team should be playing much better, but since we have so many injuries, would that new coach coming in now, would he be able to fix a bleeding squad pretty much? I just don't think so. Also, the people who are Ange out, I think this would help the argument even more in terms of even though you you have the stats, the statistics of how bad he is, but I think it would also help the argument, people who are Ange out, even more if he fails trying to deliver the cups, because what the fans are hoping is that he wins cups, but that's not really reasonable. If Ange Postecoglou fails, he gets destroyed in the cups, we're out of the cups, and we finish like mid-table pretty much. I think that argument gets strengthened even more the longer he stays here, because
then it's basically done and dusted, isn't it?
Exactly. So if you were to sack him now, I think the people who are Ange out, I think that the argument would just be sliced off, because then the fans would be like, oh, you didn't give him enough time, right? But if you keep him, I think people who are Ange out would be more hearing towards the points of why they're Ange out. They'll be like, oh, we got knocked out of the cups and we finished mid-table. He wasn't able to do anything for the rest of the season. So I think it's helpful if we just keep him. If he fails, he fails. That's on him. But if we keep him to the end of the season, I think the argument becomes stronger for him being out. He's out, and then just get the new manager in, pretty much.
You know what? You've made some fair points there. You've made some fair points, and they are legit. To me, I mean, some people make points, and you just think, where you're getting at. You've actually made some points here, and you've actually backed your points up, which I find quite a few people don't. It's like, well, why do we keep Ange? Well, because I think we should. That's not good enough for me. I need reasons. I think you've just given some solid reasons. They're fair. I can't agree with all of them, but I do agree with some of them. And I'm just like, sometimes you just got to cut your losses. And simple as that. And also, the way it works with Levy, and this is only of 24, well, we could say literally coming on 25 years of history now, Levy won't put up with that shit in the aspect of, I think everyone on the panel and everyone on the chat can answer this one in one word. What does Levy want?
Top four. And top four. Top four.
Money, purely money. And he don't give a flying monkeys about the cups. We do.
No.
But he don't. And I mean, what'd you get? Like a couple of $100,000. I mean, I wouldn't say no to $100,000 in my back pocket, but it's tuppence money to Tottenham. That's like money they can flick on the side.
For the Carabao Cup, Dan, I think you get about $500,000. And for the FA Cup, it's $2 million. We make more than that at a home game.
Exactly. This is what I'm getting at. Yeah, he wants that Champions League money.
Yeah, of course he does.
The minute I think Europe is out the window, like the Europa, then Ange is definitely done and dusted. I mean, some people are saying it's only fair that we keep him for the cups and well, sorry, I don't give a shit about fair. It's a dog-eat-dog world in football. And in that aspect, with that, I mean, I'll come to you next, Mark Taylor. Since I've got 2 marks on it. Culture, I think you've made some fair points there, and I suppose you can go that way. It's not the way I would personally go, but I do definitely see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think it's
so.
I was just gonna say that I think it's healthy to have like these kinds of conversations because sometimes we're so one-sided from either side that sometimes I just feel like people would just want to like just shout at each other, and I'm like, no, that's not how you want to handle a proper conversation. Whatever the manager is good enough, and whatever he should say or not. Also, I think that in the stadium, I think Levy's surprised that no one's saying Levy out from losing so many games. I think
they got that silly song now about Kulusevski.
Yeah,
that's not really a Levy out song.
Don't even go there.
No, it's pathetic.
I think Levy's probably shocked that they're not turning against him. So he's like, I feel no pressure at the moment. So why would I sack him? If I sack him now, and then getting the manager, we don't even know if it's reasonable to get the manager now. He's just going to turn us down, yes or no. We don't even know. The fans are just going to direct their hate on Levy if Ange Postecoglou is sacked immediately. So since there's no pressure on him, I don't think he's going to go anywhere.
That's another thing that Levy can't stand, is it? If the fans start really giving out some shit, then Levy goes. I mean, 2 points I want to make here quickly on the side, and then Mark, I'll come to you. And Culture, I think you've given us solid opinions there. I mean, a couple of them I agree with, a few of them I don't. But at the end of the day, opinions are opinions, and we all are entitled to it. And I agree with part of what you said. I mean, with Rob Michael here, Ange has defenders out. Poor man is forced to play his academy. Sorry, mate, I'm going to have to say BS to that one for the fact of he is the reason these defenders are out. This idiotic thing that he done of playing 2 semi-fit centre-backs, his best 2 centre-backs at that, against Chelsea at the same time, was just crazy. Why the hell? If he'd have brought on one and then have brought on the other 45 minutes later, okay, I can go with that to a bit, yeah? But why? I mean, Udoji's been on the downer for a long time, as far as I'm concerned, and his hamstring's gone again. Ben Davies, his hamstring's pulled. When has Ben Davies ever had a hamstring issue? He has not. I think a lot of this reason our defence is fucked, to put it quite bluntly.
Right, and the thing is, Dan, as well.
One other thing, I just want to bring up someone else here. And Miss Bunny, we are semi-finals. Is that not progress? Fair point. I agree. But in every player, bar maybe Kulu, and that's only because you're putting him in the right position, I just think we have regressed in every which manner. But that is a fair point you're making. We have made semi-finals. I get where you're coming from. But for me, where I'm seeing regression in, if we was to go to stats, you are right, we have made the semi-final. But then if you want to make every other bad point about him, the list is up there. But it's a fair point you're making. So Mark, I'll come to you, with what I asked.
Can I just say about the defenders before Mark comes in?
Go on then.
Some of the games we've lost this season, Van der Ven and Romero have been there.
Well, it's 50-50 basically, isn't it? We've lost just as many with and without.
It's not just the fact that we've got injuries that's due to him, mind. Let's get that in there straight away. All the injuries are on him. Playing this stupid system that I've been moaning about. Right, and he's always on about entertainment. Are you entertained by this? No, it's not. No, it's not entertaining whatsoever. So anyway, I'll shut up now and let the other Mark have a go.
So Mark, with what I asked Culture, if you was to change your formation, what would you change it to and why?
I would play a 3, a 4, a 1, and a 2. Because Son can't play wing anymore. Johnson really isn't a winger. Maddison would have a free role, but just behind the strikers. You've got, at least 3 good wing backs in Spence, Udogie, and Porro. And we should have, you've got a left-sided centre-back in VDV, Romero and Dragusin. That would be for me, and you could swap Kulu and Maddison out, which Kulu's better position is as a free roaming centre attacking midfielder behind the front 2. That's how I would play it.
I can totally get it. So who would you play where?
I'd play, as I said, I'd play Solanke and Son, swapping out sometimes Son with Brendan Johnson.
Yeah.
I'd play Maddison or Kulu, so you'd swap them over depending how tired they are, right, or who was playing better. Porro would be wing back on the right, Udogie on the left. Your 3 centre backs would be Van der Ven, Romero, Dragusin, and the 2 midfields. You can either have Basuma Sarr or Bentancur, or actually you'd probably give Gray a go because he's got cover with the 3 centre backs. You'd probably have him a go.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's pretty much where I would go. Because the other problem is, with this inverted wing-back crap, it totally blocks off Maddison as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And your playmaker, he needs to have vision of where he can pass it. He don't need a man 6 foot next to him there, and there. He needs space to make something, and he needs to place, doesn't he?
Yeah, Dan, did you watch? You watched Udogie in Italy and Porro in Portugal. Yeah, sorry. You watched Udogie in Italy.
Porro for one game, but I watched Udogie in Italy and followed him a lot. Total different player.
And what would you like? Bombing down crossing the ball in, scoring goals, all action. Yeah, all action. We've killed him. We've killed him. Him and Porro absolutely killed him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I totally agree. So come on then, Mark. Where would you go? Formation? Who would you have there?
It must be in the name, Mark, because I'm doing exactly the same as you. Right? Yeah. You got to remember, Porro and Udogie was brought in under the stewardship of Conte, who played a back 3. Porro and Udogie are both wing backs. They are not full backs. Right? Well, if you're a wing back, yes, you are charged with some sort of defending, but your main job is to get forward and cross the ball, which is what they're good at. Right now, to be honest, Ange's system is killing all our players. How many? Totally. How many other seasons have you witnessed that we've got this many injuries? Like the whole back line is basically cropped. You know, like everyone's just breaking down. You cannot run and close down for 100+ minutes in a Premiership game. You can't do it. No. Right, and so I'd have the 3 centre backs.
I'll come to it in a sec.
Right, the 3 centre backs. Like the 3 centre backs. Like Draghi, Romero, Van der Ven, Udogie and Porro, like the wing backs, what they were brought in to do in the first place. It's like what I say on our channel all the time, like square pegs in round holes.
Yeah.
And then you have Kulu. He's always said my favourite position is the number 10. So you can swap him out with Maddison. Depends who's on form. Depends who needs a rest.
It's when we played it in Juventus after the first.
Yeah, exactly.
When they got Chiesa on the right hand side, they pushed him into the middle behind Ronaldo, and Ronaldo said it was one of the best shadows he's played with.
Brennan Johnson, when he was at Forest, played in the 2 up front. He was like that inside forward. You know, he was
That's
not
what my
a
mate
winger.
Michael said earlier, and it actually makes a bit of sense. I mean,
He
I
was
think
not
he's
a
a
winger
wrong
at
player
Forest.
anyway.
He was not a winger at Forest, right? And right now I am on Tottenham on tour. I am the chairman of the Johnson Defence League, right? But he's being played at a position. This is all Ange does, is he just sort of shoehorns players in to try and play his system. What the hell Ange Ball is, I have no idea, right? It's a myth, whatever that is. Ange Ball is just, it's almost like playground football. You know, where you all used to go chasing the ball.
Basically, in some ways, he puts them in the right position for me, yeah, but he plays them out of sync. And what I mean by that is he gives them the wrong job. Now, what I would go for personally is, it depends how you want to call it. Some would call it a 3-4-2 or whatever, but I call it a 5-3-2 is what I would go for. I'll give a little bit more example in that, because I would go for Dragusin in the middle, Romero on the right, and Van der Ven on the left, because they can both push out to the side and cover that if needs be. And you've also got Dragusin, who I think you will see so much more of him as just an out-and-out, old-school John Terry centre-back.
How good did he look for Romania?
Yeah, until he had to run up the pitch and then got totally cooked when it come past him, because he can't do what Van der Ven does, and that's literally spin round like that and run. He needs his semicircle to run. And then as wing-backs, or even push them forward as wingers and make it a 3-5-2, whatever way you want to say it, yeah, it goes without saying. The Doji and Porro go there. Now, the bit I feel goes a bit complicated with us is, who do you have centre mid? Because centre mid, we've got options, but they've all been pretty shit. There is no consistency there whatsoever, if I'm going to be honest. The reason I call it a 5-3-2 is because I would have it starting with my three midfielders in the middle. As the game goes on, obviously I have Maddison in the middle to push forward to the number 10 role, but to always come back if needs be, sort of thing. And then you can always have the two up front. You can have one of them drop into a 10 position and put one in front of them if Maddison's had to come back a little bit, whatever way you wish to do it. I think Kulu would personally do that job better. But, so I would put Maddison in the middle, or the three in the middle, and then either side of them gets a bit funny for me. Where do you go? I'm going to do a dangerous one here, and on the right-hand side, to drift out when need be and come forward when need be, I'm going to put Kulusevski there. Why? Because he's about the only player we've got, unless someone who can name someone else, who's actually got some build on him. Now, a lot of people have slated him over the years, and I was up for selling him because we just ain't playing him in the right position. But now we do a lot. Did I think of him as an actual centre mid? No, I didn't. But when we've played him there, he's done bloody good. And one thing he can do is hold that ball. He can hold two people off him at the same time when he's on it. He can really do that. So I would sort of have him as my free-role midfielder sort of thing to go forward with, cover the right a little bit. But the reason I would have him there is mainly because of the muscle he has got. He can hold it there, while Maddison would go forward as such and then get the ball to Maddison. And then on the left-hand side, I don't know, you've got the option of Basuma, you've got the option of Saad, you've got the option of Bentancur. I suppose you could stick any three of them there. I'd probably go for Bentancur because he's the only actual DM we've got. Not probably the DM we need, but he's more the sort of DM box-to-box man we could use as a deep-line playmaker. Or if I just need someone to come back and cover it in the middle, I'm not so bothered because I've got three centre-backs who wouldn't be sitting on the fucking halfway line. And then up front, Solanke goes without saying. He'd be my target man. Get that ball to him. He can hold the ball. And then, yeah, I agree. That's where we got the option of Son sitting now. And I agree with what Mike said earlier and what you just said and what you just said, Mark. We got the option of Johnson being there, and we might actually see a better player out of him because he might be playing in his position, and just use him as the little poacher, basically, and use Solanke as the man to hold the ball, basically, target man sort of thing, hold that ball up, do an old school Heskey, while the other one does an old school Owie. Now, to you three, does that make sense? Or would you have a different way on that?
Me personally, it makes perfect sense. But we've seen before, though, he's had opportunities to go this way in pre-season friendlies. He never did it. He never tried it once, though, Dan. It doesn't. Those are the sort of games you think to yourself, try it for a half. Let's see how we get on. It just doesn't change anything.
As I said when I first come on here, right, it doesn't matter whether we're playing Southampton, who were bottom, or Liverpool. It's the same way. It's the same way every game. Now even the best teams change up when they're playing a similarly good team to them. You know what I mean? When we played Liverpool, right, Liverpool didn't even have to get out of second gear to beat us. If they wanted to score 10 that game, they would have done.
Yeah.
Easily.
No, I totally agree with that. I mean, cold shot, with the description I just give, players I just give, the only one I'll change is the one on the left of midfield. You can put anybody there. And we don't need a bloody DM as much because we will have 3 at the back. That is why I like that formation personally. Personally, I love Italian football, and that's a prime formation used in Italy. With everything I said there, with the players I'd put there, whatever the formation I give, you said you would play a different formation. So who would you have in the formation you give, and why? What would you want them to do?
Yeah, I think 3 at the back systems are always work, regardless if you're an attacking team, counter-attacking team. I think it never goes out of style. But for me, I just think the new era of how managers are looking at formations, they like to play with a 4 at the back, and then when we attack, they tuck like one goes and then a left back or right back tucks in, no matter, and then it becomes a 3. So like you wouldn't be as prone to be getting counter attack. So I think that's like how the new managers.
What was that you just said? If you played one inverted, the other one to come back and cover 3 at the back.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
In the attacking
that
phase.
makes more bloody sense.
Yeah,
than just have 2 of them doing it. Sorry to interrupt you. Go on, mate.
No, you're right, and you could see that perfect example. I think Maresca does this extremely well. He doesn't play with a 3 at the back. His system is always a 4-2-3-1 or 4-3-3. But what he does is pretty much he goes into the attacking phase. He goes to a 3-2-5, and so he has cover when attacking. And I just think it makes the most sense. But for me, 4-2-3-1, I think it's the most basic, and I think the one that works well. I think you just put Vicario, Van de Ven, Romero, center backs. And
I mean, no goes without saying, that's the easiest one to pick, really, in that aspect.
Yeah, and I like the formation because it gives you so much to work with. I think the 4-2-3-1 has so many nitpicks on what you could do. You could change the formation at will. I think Porro and Udogie are being used horrible. I hate that I don't mind the inverted fullbacks, but if we don't have inverted fullbacks and we bought these players at wingbacks, this is crazy, man. We're not using them to their full potential, right? These guys should be guarding the wings and then crossing the ball in, but I think we're just misusing them. And then the midfield, for me, I believe you need a 6 in all of football. No matter what year you're going to, a number 6 was always part of a winning team, right? You can think of Barcelona, Madrid, Man City now with Raji. I like a number 6. We don't have that.
I do a lot of the time as well. I do. It's just with the formation I give, you don't need one so much. But with what you're saying, I think you definitely need. So basically, sorry to interrupt you, but just so I can read this properly, you're basically saying a 4 at the back with a DM.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, so it's just I think Bentancur is probably the closest person to playing that 6. We don't have.
He's done it at Juventus, but he played more of a deep line playmaker as well. He's not out and out what we need. We need more of an anchor man there, but it makes sense what you're saying.
And I feel so bad for Bissouma. Regardless of what you think about him, I think something that I think we can all agree is that we never played Bissouma in his correct position as long as he's been here, and that's such a shame. Even under Graham Potter in Brighton, he was playing within a 3, but he was that number 8, right? He was that
box
engine.
To box.
Yeah, exactly, box to box. And with all these managers, I just think they're misusing him. Regardless if we don't have somebody to fill in that 6th spot, so we're using him. I feel so bad for him, but also like the things that he has been doing, he hasn't been it's really hard defending him with the things that he's been doing. He's not matured enough, I feel like, but I just think we haven't been using him. I would put him as that number 8. I think he would do very well. In the number 10 spot, it's Madison, and then on the wings, the wingers. It's crazy because we don't have like touchline wingers. Most of our wingers are inside forwards. That's the problem. The only person who I really like, and I think Ange Postecoglou, or whoever made the decision to get him, is Odobert. I think he's a touchline winger. It's sad that he got injured, but I think he's the winger that his system, in Ange Postecoglou's system, wants, because he could take on his man. He has pace. He's the winger that Ange really likes, pretty much. And he's injured right now, but I would put Odobert on the left side, and then on the right side. What was that?
You think he's ready for the Premiership? You think he's ready to start for Spurs?
Yeah, I think he's ready. I mean, he's been playing under Burnley, so he has some experience in the Premiership, and his stats before we got him has been really good as a winger. So I think how Ange wants to play with the wingers, I think he's perfect as a touchline winger on the left side, and I think on the right side, man, it's really hard. I think you put Johnson there, but it's just because he's fast, right? He has pace, but I don't know. I just don't. I don't think we're playing Johnson in the correct position either. But he's like, Johnson is probably the only one that could play there. And I think for the forward position is be Solanke. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
You see, with that, what I would like to do with that is, if you did go with that, yeah, I would play it as more one inverted, like whatever side it is, left or right is irrelevant. I would play it as one as an out-and-out winger, because we don't play with wingers. We play with inside forwards, or if people want to call them inverted wingers or whatever. But we play with 2 people on the side who come into the middle to almost make it 3 at the front. And what I would want, if I was to do your formation, is an inside forward to come in, to cut in. And I would want that out-and-out winger down the left or down the right, I couldn't care less, who can cross that ball in, who can do direct balls. So you see with what you're saying there, yeah?
Inside forward is Brennan Johnson, Dan.
Yeah, but we do it on the left-hand side as well with Son or Werner.
Yeah.
We don't have people who cross that bloody ball in. I know this may sound like a bit of a strange one to people, yeah? But with the formation you're saying, Culture, yeah? If we go and stick Kulusevski as the number 10, why don't we use Maddison to an extent as our left winger? And what I mean by left winger is not an out-and-out winger, but almost play him as a free role there. Yeah. Like Liverpool do with Salah, basically. If you want to cut in. If you want to do this, do it. Just go there and do your shit. And sort of almost play him as a playmaker out wide, like he did with Leicester a few times, like he does basically when he plays for England. He usually comes on that side. Leave him free up there as such, because if anyone, we've only got 2 who can really cross or do a good pass of the ball, and that on a regular basis. Porro is very, very good at crossing that ball. I wouldn't even mind having him on the right, and you stay on the right as my winger. Have Spence come back as the right back to come forward with it as well, because I think he can. I don't think he's a good defender. I haven't seen nothing of him, but I don't think you're really going to get worse in the defence than you get Porro, because I do think he is a shit defender, and the Doji ain't no better. So using Porro as my out winger to keep the ball coming in, you can use Maddison as just your free roll there to pass the ball in and also invert for a good direct ball or even have a shot. I mean, I know that might sound a bit crazy to some people, but what do you think of that?
I've thought that for a long time, that now Son's basically gone. Why not try it? Why not try it? See, I always thought with Ange's system, or so I've been led to believe, that he wanted his wingers to score a lot of goals.
Mm-hmm.
Odegaard doesn't score, isn't prolific. Johnson, you probably say yes. So why not give Maddison a goal there in a sort of free roll? You've got nothing to lose, Dan. Absolutely nothing to lose at the moment.
No.
I mean, Culture, what do you think of that, what I just said?
No, I think it's valid. I think if you want to have a guy who's free on the right side, I think that Maddison would do the job. I just think that it sounds good on picture, but I just think that these new managers how the Ange Postecoglou system is worked is the reason why it gets compared a lot to Man City is because what he did at Celtic was he pretty much the wingers were touchline because he wanted to spread that pitch as much as possible, so the midfielders could just run into that space, regardless if the opponent was playing a 4 at the back or a 5 at the back. What I'm seeing is I don't know if he's tweaked this. I don't know if the wingers are doing this on their own. If I see these wingers, I see like either Son, Werner, or Johnson cutting in. I don't know if that's an instruction Ange Postecoglou is giving, or they're doing that on their own, because I have never seen, like, if you look at how Ange Postecoglou plays at Celtic, his wingers would never do that. His wingers would just stay on the touchline, waiting for that ball to come in to take on their man and just whip the ball on the floor to the forward. But I don't know. But what you said, Dan, with having Maddison on the right side and just tell him to do whatever he wants, that's a valid statement.
I think
it's sort of like what they do with Salah, isn't it? Basically, the way Liverpool do Salah now, they don't necessarily, they leave him there as a free roll basically and let everyone else do the hard work.
I think our forwards cutting in though, that's just what they are. Like Brennan Johnson, like I said, was an inside forward, and Sonny was really a sort of inside forward from the other side, wasn't he? To be honest, because he was sort of up there with Kane when they were at
He has
their
never
best.
played as a winger for us the way I see it. He's never played as a winger.
No.
Because Son can't cross the ball, not on a regular basis. I don't think his passing is above average. I think his passing is pretty poor. The main thing Son's always had is the pace, and he is a world-class finisher. But that's why I've never called Son a world-class player. Because on the other things he needs, on where he plays, he hasn't got it.
That's why I'm surprised Son has been stuffed out on the left, because he's the best finisher at the club by a long, long way.
Also, when Son first started playing for Spurs, he played on the right. He played on the right.
First few games, I think he did. Yeah, first few games, I think he did. And then got diverted over to the left to use, so he could use him on his best foot, which was his right foot. Is his right foot, but he's very good on his left foot as well.
Yeah. But
still, how we doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. Hello to Cold Shot, Mark, Sheriff. Happy New Year to all you guys, everyone in the chat.
Big up, Stel.
Big up, Stel.
Big up, guys. Big up. Yeah, what you talking about? Heung-Min Son?
Your mic's a bit echo.
I'll sort it out. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Much better. We're basically just talking in general of what formation because I've just had enough of ranting about Ange all the time, but it's still going to come into it basically, because when you've played the game, whatever, you look at the game, then you look at the manager and whatever else.
Yeah.
And I think everyone's got their all ideas on how we'll play it. And I think Culture has come up with a good one on basically almost sticking to the system we've got, but obviously play it as a total different way. And you would have won the first one that said 2 up the front, otherwise it ain't going to work with Son. I questioned that. Dietrich's questioned it. A few of the others questioned it. I make you right now because it ain't working on the left. So what formation would you use? Which players would you use? And what would you tell them to do on that pitch? Basically, the whole system.
That's a lot, yeah. Well, look, first of all, it's 2025, and I've decided now I'm 100% Ange in. I am behind Ange. Let it rot. Let it get relegated. Let the whole thing come crashing down. Whatever it takes for the fans to realise Levy, Enoch, Lange, the whole thing stinks. And if Ange can help us get that one step closer to the people waking up, then I'm all for it. Ange in. Let's crash this ship. That's right.
You're copying. So Dietrich's did make sense to you what he said the other night then?
Dietrich's was absolutely bang on the money. Dietrich's, I apologise to you for saying you shouldn't say that. I'm on board. I've seen the light. Only a full-blown train crash can save this club now. So,
not far off relegation, isn't it?
Let the whole thing crash. Let's see how deep the patience really is at this club. But ideally, we'd play a 3-5-2, but with the injuries, I don't think we can. We just can't. We haven't got the players.
Forget the injuries and everything. Just forget it. We've got a full squad there. Everyone's cushy. Everyone's sweet and that. What would be your idea? Who would you have there and what would you tell them to do?
Well, the three at the back I'd play as a triangle. So you'd have one deep, two in front, or two in front, one pushing forward like a defensive mid. Maybe Romero is the DM, and then the two centre backs either side but behind. Because then one through ball can't penetrate a triangle. Because when you're like that shape, one through ball can't penetrate through all of them. We used to call it one in, one out when we were coaching. So I'd go with the back three, but in a triangle shape. And then the fullbacks would be overlapping fullbacks, not inverting. And then Maddison in the 10 or Kulu, maybe play with 2 10s. Why not? We're an attacking team. But you need one holding player in the 8 role. Sorry, in the 7. So Bentancur is probably the best player we've got for that. Bentancur is probably the best. I would go 3 centre backs in a triangle. I'd have Bentancur as the holding, and I'd play with 2 attacking mids. I'd overload it because that's probably the best thing we are good at, which is attacking. I'd play Kulu and Maddison in the 10. I have Porro and Udogie as the overlapping fullbacks. And then I'd play 2 up top. Son, I would have slightly ahead, and for Solanke to hold up the play Son in, because we know Son 1-on-1 normally is really good. And that's how I would play it.
A bit like what Son and Kane used to do, where Son used to run through and Harry used to. Yeah, that's when Son was at his best.
Yeah, when them two were together and Kane dropped deeper and used to put, because Kane for me was probably one of the top 3 passers in the Premiership as far as I was concerned. And I don't think he got credit for that. I thought he was an excellent passer of the ball, short and long. No, not on quite the level of, what's his name? Got his fucking name out. Man City, KDB. Not quite the same man as him, but Kane used to be able to plant a ball. And it used to go onto Son's feet, basically, what he used to run onto. So basically, you use Son as the poacher sort of thing.
Can you remember the game against Southampton where Son scored 4 and Harry had 4 assists? Fantastic.
Yeah, that was away, wasn't it? Southampton.
Yeah, it was. It was at St Mary's, whatever that ground's called these days. I was going to say the Tell. That shows how old I am.
That was during COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Kane had 4 assists and Sonny scored 4.
That's right. I mean, like the fellow like Philly 2199 has just said, basically like Inter Milan to an extent. Yeah, the times they play with 5 at the back, sometimes they play 4 at the back and everything. But the thing we all know at the end of the day is nothing's going to change.
No. I said it as soon as I come on, Dan. It doesn't matter whether we're playing Southampton or Liverpool. It's the same. It's the same. All the top teams adjust every game. You know, they everyone does it. I mean, we've like we've been talking about like 4 at the back, 5 at the back. Why can't it be fluid? You know what I mean? That's what top managers do. That's what top managers do.
Yeah.
I mean, in games, it's like I've said, you have to adapt at certain points. If you know their left winger is the most deadly one on the pitch, then it's quite simple. Double up. But we don't do that.
Right.
To me,
the issue is
quite simple.
Go on, then, sorry.
It's what I'm just saying. To me, it's quite simple. Go on.
Yeah, like for me, I don't think he should change his strategy. Possession-based football. Keep the ball, look to break between the lines, keep it moving. I'm all for that. I think it's the right way to do it. It's the tactic that's wrong. It's how you play possession-based football. You know, why do the fullbacks need to invert? Why must we always be in this high line? Why must we always play it out from the back? Why can't we send a long ball a long pass over the halfway line to the wide areas or to the striker who's dropped deep to receive? Why must we always play with 3 across the top? Why can't we go 2? And
when it worked with City, didn't it? When we put it over, when Jagoson put it over the top. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Keep going. It worked with City.
It's spot on. And we weren't playing it out from the back every 2 minutes against City. For me, your strategy's fine. It's your tactic. When people say adapt, that doesn't mean you go to a pragmatic game of football. No one's saying that. Like, I think what the Ange in-lot are doing is that they think when fans who are fed up of Ange say he doesn't change it, they think, oh, he should play like Conte or Mourinho. No. What fans are saying is, can we have some balance? Can we have a bit of common sense to the situation we're in and to how the games are being played? We don't need
flexibility, a bit of fluid.
Just you don't have to be gung ho all the time. Like, you know, I heard people saying, you see, Ange changed it against Wolves. We sat back and look what happened. No, he didn't change it. We were still in a 4-3-3. If he went into a 4-5-1 and told Solanke to stay up high for an outlet ball in case we win the play and put them under pressure and pull 2 of their centre-backs away from the play, then Wolves can't play it on the halfway line because now Solanke split them. He's pulled them back. By having 3 in the middle, not 3 across, you're congesting the midfield. Where's Wolves going to go? So we didn't change. You know, we went pragmatic. We stayed in a 4-3-3. So I think we're confusing strategy and tactics. I don't want the strategy to change. I want us to play possession-based football. I want us to keep the ball. I don't mind playing out from the back. But tactically, sometimes you just got to change the way you play out from the back. Maybe a long pass. Maybe it doesn't have to be left, right. What about forward, back, send it? I don't want the fullbacks to always invert. It's things like that. It's tweaks to the tactics. That's where I think, and I could be wrong, that's where I think a lot of fans get pissed off. I think that's where a lot of fans think, do you know what, mate? But we can see it. You know, you look at the last. Go back to the Wolves game, guys. The last chance of the game.
Guys, I'm off.
All right, then, Mark. Just coming on, mate. Appreciate it.
See you later, Mark. Big up. I think if you go back to the game against Wolves, towards the end of the game, there was this big chance where I don't know who crossed it. It was a brilliant cross, and Pape Sarr headed the ball wide. He missed the goal basically. Why is Pape Sarr in the striker role? Why isn't Solanke there? Why isn't the tactic Solanke? You stay up top. You stay there. Don't drop deep. Because I think if that ball comes in and Solanke's on the header, maybe we win the game. Maybe we test the goalie. But you've got the defensive mid making a header. So it's things like that where I think fans think, you know what, this is just bollocks.
Yeah. But I've said it a few times. I think Ange's system is different, but it's not too dissimilar to how we played under Poch. But Poch had some sort of decency to worry about the defence as well. You know, when Danny Rose and Kyle Walker used to bomb forward, we had Wanyama and Dembele to slot in there to keep us solid at the back. Now, basically, there's the 2 centre-halves, whoever they are, just sitting there on the halfway line. Well, Dan, you got that picture of 3 of the Liverpool goals. It's absolute nonsense.
Well, the way we got caught out in it, but it's game and game again.
Yeah, it is.
Every time.
It is. Well, the Wolves manager, whatever his name was, the one that got sacked, he was on Sky Sports after the game when they beat us at their place 2-1, and he told the world, this is how to play against Tottenham. Balls down the sides, over the top. He just said it on Sky, national telly, in his interview.
Go on, Culture.
A point I want to that Sal was making for that Wolves goal for why is Pape Sarr in the striker role. I think something with Ange Postecoglou, and I get a little confused when people always try to compare Ange Postecoglou to Pep Guardiola. I think there's more differences. I think the closest
Totally.
similarity is probably Klopp with the amount of pressing you had to do in games. One of the biggest problems I think Ange Postecoglou that he doesn't teach the players is positional play. This is something that Man City do, and they do it really well. So pretty much it's like squares in the pitch, and like they can't like leave a certain area pretty much when they're attacking and defending. So I just think Ange Postecoglou just tells them just keep switching positions, and whoever's there is going to either take the shot or score the header with the goal, regardless if it's a midfielder or center back in that attacking phase. But like if this was Pep Guardiola doing this, like this is why I like managers who does like positional plays, because this would never be happening. If a manager saw like a midfielder at a center forward role, he would like lose his mind. Like this is like one of my criticisms with like the system that Ange likes to do, because it's pretty much like chickens running around, don't know where to like position themselves. So
headless chickens, I think is the better phrase to use, mate.
Yeah, I think that's just like a major flaw in like the way he views football. I think people like Pep that tell specifically like you will never see like Kevin De Bruyne like coming back to the defense, picking up the ball, then running all the way towards the attacking third. That will never happen under Pep. Kevin has like this certain area of square that he cannot be leaving his space when the ball's either when they're defending or attacking. So I just think that's a major flaw in Ange's system.
It definitely is, and like it's like what Rob Frank says here. Who the heck is comparing Ange to Pep, mate? That so many people do it. So many people do it. Like, well, they say, well, Pep does it, so why can't our manager does it? And anyone who's watched a bit of football, well, no. Pep did not do it like that. He inverted one and left it free at the back. I mean, all these problems. I mean, it's all good us sitting here saying how simple it is to sort it out, but honestly, to me, a lot of it is that bloody simple, and it just is frustrating when it is actually that simple. Even if you want to stay as you do, fine, stay as you do, but do not invert both at the same time. It is pretty much that simple to me.
Can I say, if we bring in a manager right now, I think for 2 months, whoever it is going to struggle, because Ange has decimated this squad. The injuries we've got, a lot of it is on him. Bringing back Romero and Van de Ven, I'll never forget it. The day he brought them back to Chelsea, before the game, I said, this is a massive risk. He's taken a big punt.
We both did.
Are they ready?
Yep.
Right, we both did. Now they're out, which means not only have we lost those two, but now the players that come in, we can't rotate. So they're going to get knackered at the most busiest part of the season. Of course, Ben Davies got injured. Of course, Udogi's injured. This was going to happen because you risked them to. And it has a chain reaction on the team. So clearly, whoever comes in is up against it. You know, I think he makes us more stable, makes us a little bit more rigid. But ultimately, I still think we're going to struggle. Whoever comes in doesn't mean I want Ange to stay. Although I know I've said I'm Ange in because I want him to just crash the whole thing now. But I think the damage done to this squad, there's no saying once the injuries come back, they're not going to get injured again, or a new set of injuries are going to happen. There's no saying, right, once Van de Ven, Romero, Richarlison, and Odebert, once they're back, we're going to be good to the end of May. I don't think that. I don't think we're going to stay injury-free to the end of May. I think we're going to get more injuries, maybe to the existing players who are injured again, or new players will get injured, like Pape Sarr and Kulu get injured now. So I think whoever comes in has got their work cut out regardless.
He looks half knackered as well. Kulu, he looks shot. He looks knackered.
Dan, we look fucked, man. We look proper fucked.
It's like just come out of a piss up, isn't it? It is that bad. It looks like we just come back from New Year's Eve.
The two guys I took to Spurs against Wolves, right? They flew in from abroad. We're sitting there and they said to me, mate, you lot look tired. I'm like, yeah, I know. And this is what they said. If it's still 1-1 with 20 minutes to go, you lot are going to shit the bed. And that's exactly what we did. Right? They saw it. We can see it. The team is shot to pieces, and he has to take some responsibility on that.
I totally agree with it.
I think there's things
Go
you
on,
can
Les.
do now. Even in the situation we're in, I'm not going to go over again what you guys said about changing formations and have a full side because we have to kind of deal with the situation we're in right now. So I think there's
but before you go into
Yeah.
that quickly, since everyone else has answered it, what would you do? What would be your formation? It's just I want to hear other people's opinions.
Yeah, okay.
What would be your formation, and who would you tell what to do?
So, like with Stealth 3-5-2, something like that. I'd have Dragusin as the deeper centre half personally because I think he's the one with the least pace. So I'd have him deeper, and then those two playing kind of like how Jan used to play in the 3.
And he's better in the air, isn't he? He's probably our best player in the air.
Yeah. So I'd have him in the middle personally, and then obviously Porro and Udogie as wing backs. I'd have Bissouma and Sarr because that's what we currently have as the double pivot. And Bentancur or Maddison or Kulusevski as a 10. And then just depending on the opponent, because in some games, like against Newcastle, for example, I'd want us to play Bentancur, Bissouma and Sarr personally. That's just my opinion. And then I'd have the front two of Solanke with Son or Johnson with Richarlison or Solanke with Richarlison. Like just take your pick out of those 4. Yeah, that's what I would do personally with what we got.
Okay, go on, and then go with what you were going to say, mate.
Yeah. So like for the situation we're in, like there's a few tweaks you can do to kind of like try and lessen the workload of the players at least a bit, right? So number one, as you guys have said, don't invert them. Don't invert the fullbacks. I'd actually tell them to just stick back. Like honestly, just play a flat 4. Just play a flat 4. And what I'll do, I'll tell the 2 wingers or whatever he wants to call them to invert. And then I'd just play 2 like Bissouma and Sarr or wherever it is. Bentancur, Bissouma, pick your 2 of the 3, just to sit. And then let Kulusevski or Maddison play further up. So you're playing 4 higher up and then 6 further back. That's what I would do in this situation. Don't invert either of them. Just leave it like that. And then at least you can lessen some of the workload on the players. And at least then you'd have 6 protecting the goal or whatever, 6, 7. And then you have the other 4 just to go.
No, I get.
Yeah.
Again, it makes sense. It makes more sense than.
Yeah.
Again, we're all basically saying the similar thing. I think the main person that's give a very different opinion, but a very strong one, is Coldshot. Right. Other point I want to go to. I'll go with you, Coldshot, first. I mean, what's your name actually? Instead of just calling you Coldshot all the time.
Oh, my name is Joe Moore.
Joe. Yeah, that'd just be easier than calling you culture all the time. Rumor has it, and it's a pretty strong rumor, I think, that Real Madrid are going for Van der Ven, and they actually want him yesterday, sort of thing. I called this one a while back that if we don't watch it, Real Madrid will come in for him because he's got Real Madrid written all over him. I did also say Munich could come for Udogie and go for it because he's their type of player. But Udogie, he just over the past season, where he's just looked fucked, to put it quite bluntly. What do you think the chances are of them getting Van der Ven? And if they do, what do we do? Or do you even think he'd want to go? Which I think is a stupid question, but still.
I think any player that, gets offered for Barcelona or Madrid would always probably go, no matter the club. But
baked potato, innit? See you later.
Yeah. I think it's weird because Romero is also linked to Madrid. Now we have Van linked to Madrid, I guess. So it depends, I think, what Madrid think who's gonna get the most value out of both center backs. I could see why they're going for Van der Ven because he's younger and he has time to improve over time, but he's also injury prone. But that could also be due to the tactics that we're playing now. But if he were to leave, I know we're not gonna spend the money back, but I guess you just put Dragusin. If Van der Ven were to leave, you just make him play an extra center back. But that's just it's a hard conversation because we're always going to be small compared to Madrid. That's always going to take our players. So we just got to be prepared for that. And I would just put Dragusin and then get another young center back to build up if Van der Ven were to leave us.
I mean, the problem is with that one is Dragusin, that's just a no-go. He's already proved that we play that high line, you need a Van der Ven there, and that's all there is to it as far as I'm concerned. That's not even questionable. I mean, again, opinions, each their own, but I just think that one's not even questionable. When you're pushing that high, you need a Van der Ven there. But if he keeps going like this, he's going to have his career wrecked. I mean, what do you three think of that, whoever? Real Madrid going for Van der Ven and chances of it happening, because they seem very, very interested.
They didn't watch the derby this year and last year, as far as I know. So they are really interested in Van der Ven and Romero. Whichever one they're going to go for, I don't know. I think they're more like to get Van der Ven, go for Van der Ven, because I think they'll view him as a better defender. But
I don't think he's injury prone either. I just think it's the way Ange is playing him is making him injury prone.
But yeah, I think Romero's gone anyway. I just don't know where he's going to go.
To be honest, any of the centre backs at our club, if I was one of them, and Ange was ruining my career by constantly getting me injured, I'd have my bags packed and a flight booked to Madrid immediately.
Well, it is Madrid anyway.
I mean,
go no matter what.
Because even if we stop this high line nonsense, right, it cannot be fun playing as a centre back. Because if you're a defender, what I know about football, there's very little. If you're a defender, you pride yourself on clean sheets. You know, it's the same as a goalkeeper.
Who would want to defend in this crazy shit anyway, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
basically.
yeah. I mean, you can't tell me that any of the defence really enjoy playing this stupidness that we constantly do. It can't be fun. It can't be. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, it's crazy. If I was either one of them, I'd have my flight booked to Madrid.
I mean, in that aspect, who wouldn't? But if they go and get him, which they're quite capable of doing, I don't think it'd be in January they got him, but I think it'd be the end of the season. Right, someone else wants to jump on and say hello to everyone. Venus, going to bring you on now. Are you with us? Because you're on mute, and that's not off of me. Hello? Okay, no noise there. Message me when you're back with it. I mean, question has come up here on the side, and this is one people have argued a lot, yeah? Bit of drifting off Spurs, but not quite. I mean, I'm just trying to find who put it. He was saying he thinks, like with Romero, the rumour is that Real Madrid want him. Who do you think would actually suit it better here? Philly 2199 said it. In my opinion, Real Madrid would rather go for Saliba than Romero. Because they could go for who we want. We know that.
I don't think Saliba leaves Arsenal, Dan. I don't think Saliba leaves Arsenal.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
you don't
reckon... I don't think he's going to leave.
What? Even if Real Madrid come in for him?
Yeah. Not now. Romero will go. He's Latino. They speak Spanish. It's more aligned to his culture. He'll know that if he goes there, he's going to win trophies. It's the next step for Romero. I think Saliba's got some unfinished business at Arsenal for a couple of seasons. So I think I can see why Romero would go. Van der Ven, I totally see why Van der Ven would go there. Although I'm not sure Van der Ven would go because he's got a long contract with Spurs. That'll be an expensive purchase for Real Madrid. Daniel Levy will fight as well to keep him. He could make it very
right.
But
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, if Van der Ven did go, that kid that's coming from Croatia, Vuskovic, he'll be hailed as the amazing generational replacement, 1 in a million superstar. That'll be the response. And
I mean, what is he, 17?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's say we get 100 million for Van der Ven. 50 million will go on the hotel. We've got to complete the penthouse suites and the helicopter pad on the roof. So that the 50 million will go there. And the other 50 million will go on probably 2 players. And Same as the Harry Kane money. We completely pissed out the wall.
Yeah,
We're
and Gareth Bale.
Brennan
and
John.
Bale. Yeah,
Brennan John. I went to Brennan John.
Yeah.
It'll be the same shit. It'll be the same.
Yeah.
crap.
Well, as far as I know, in the summer, Romero has only got 2 years left.
No, I think he's got 6 months left now.
No.
Well,
Is
Romero's
it this
got more than
summer he's
6
got?
months. That's Son. That's Son who's got
Was
6
it Son
months.
and Davies who got 6 months?
No. Well, yeah.
Yes.
But Romero in the summer is down to his last 2 years, right? Now, if you're a club, you offer him a new deal. If he won't sign it, sell him. Sell him. You know, because that's when you're going to get the maximum money for him. We don't want it like with some of our players. We've dwindled their contracts down. In the end, they leave for peanuts.
I don't think we would miss him as much as people think, because I think he's a brilliant defender. But when your head ain't with the club and what you're doing, and your heart ain't with, I say heart with it. I think 90% of players, 80% of players, they're fucking mercenaries anyway now. But if your head ain't with it, I just don't think he's here. He's already looking elsewhere. Anyway, Venus, hello. You are on. You've got your mic sorted now.
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys? Big up, everyone.
Same Spurs, different day for me. So
for me, yeah.
You got a couple of points to make?
Yeah, okay. That for Romero, I don't think, personally, Romero got some connection with Messi and Argentina. So Real Madrid is a no for me. I don't think he can go to Real Madrid. No chance.
No? Why not?
No. Because like Real Madrid, like, you remember the Messi v Ronaldo, the El Clasico back in the days? Like Romero plays for Argentina and is a big Messi fan. So like I don't think he'll be welcomed at Real Madrid at this point in time.
Di Maria plays for Argentina, played with Romero. He went to Real Madrid.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there, but I don't think that's got jack shit to do with it on that one.
Yeah, no doubt.
And do you guys think he can even start? Will he even start at
Real
Real Madrid?
Real Madrid have got a big problem with defence at the moment, and they've been looking for a new centre back for a little while now. And Romero is probably the closest one you could put to Ramos, like style of play. I'm not saying he's as good. I thought Ramos was absolutely excellent player, but I think they're two very similar sort of players. You know, the mentality of them both get stuck into a game basically. But I don't think anything to do with Messi being at Barcelona is going to change Romero's mind in any sort of means or manner. I don't think that one stands personally. I mean, would you not go to the biggest or second biggest, whatever one you want to put them as, club in the world just because your best friend played at Barcelona? I mean, how would you look on it?
Okay, personally, I will go. I'll take it because that's the best team in the world. 15 Champions League. No team has ever achieved such a thing.
Best team.
Yeah. So, but I think there are better options for Real Madrid than Romero. There are very many better defenders than him.
So you don't rate Romero that highly then?
Yeah, no, I don't. You can see when he can't keep his head down, like rush challenges, like making mistake after mistake. Personally, this season, we've all seen him. He has cost us a lot of games, and I don't think Real Madrid can just buy him like that.
I think there's, what is it? I think it's 2 or 3. I think it's 2 games you can put on Romero's head, if I remember right. It's 2 or 3 down to silly mistakes he made in that aspect. But he's another one who, personally, I think he's gone. I think he's already gone at the end of the season. And we're going to have to do a complete rebuild at the back, basically. And we all know how they usually go. But Romero, I think he's done and dusted. Van der Ven, I think we can hang on to him a lot longer because the contract he's got, which I think was a 6-year contract or a 5-year contract, we can obviously go for the amount of money that is. We can put the money down on that one, and they might not pay up for us for that amount. I mean, Coach Joe, what do you think about Romero as a whole?
I actually like Romero. I think he's a good center back when you play him. Yeah, I seen him when he played for Argentina. I think all around he's a very good center back. I don't like criticizing our center backs as much because of the system. I would like but also Romero was the one that was getting mad at Conte for playing a 3 at the back. So I don't know. I think probably another manager would probably do better. Maybe toe down the high line a bit and make them. I think they're defenders, so they want to obviously defend. And I just think Romero is just probably just frustrated with the situation. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like playing a high line. He's not the fastest player, but he has the qualities of a defender. But we're not using it to his full his full ability. So I just feel really bad for him. But I don't know, if he were to leave, it would make me sad. But that's just the way how it goes. But yeah,
it's another player that we're not playing him in sync. Basically, we're not using him to what he is best at, are we?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And you can say that about 8 or 9 other players on the pitch, sort of thing. And when it comes down to it, until we get a new manager, because Ange ain't going to change in that aspect, it is just going to be the same thing over and over again. Players getting played out of sync. I mean, the other thing I'm starting to think when I look at that, I'm honestly starting to think that if he hasn't lost it totally, that dressing room is on the way out. I mean, Venus, what do you think on that? I personally think that if he hasn't already lost the dressing room, he's about an inch close to it. He's probably only got a couple of players on his side now.
Okay, personally, I think Ange is not a coach; he's a PE teacher, so he can't keep a dressing room. My opinion, seriously, it's true, guys.
I agree.
Look at his press conferences and all the shit he says, bro. Like, are you not entertained, bro? Seriously, we are 6-3 at home, man. Are you not entertained? No, I'm not entertained. That's a PE teacher mentality. Seriously, you can't keep the dressing room with that such kind of thing, man. And I'm very sure, like, there's some players pressing on the boards saying that this guy is not working out. Like, let's say, remember the Pochettino situation, guys, when Poch was on his way out. Some players basically backdoored him, and I think that is happening with Ange right now, especially Madison. Do you guys think Madison is on board with this shit?
No, them two have got a personal opinion. I don't know if Madison has slept with his wife or something, or they got pictures or whatever. But them two do not. Them two do not get on with each other, and you can see it. And I think his Ange's got the more with Madison or saying he must have caught pictures on the camera or whatever. I don't know, but there's an issue there. No two ways about it. I mean, what do you sort of say? I mean, Culture, I'll come to you as soon as you guessed on here. Joe, sorry, just keep reading your name out. Dressing room. Has he lost it, or has he lost part of it? Has he lost a lot of it? What's your opinion on it? Why?
Has he lost the dressing room? See, I don't think he has lost the dressing room because of the amount of freedom he gives these players, right? So it's kind of like they're children and there's no adult in the room. What I think is happening is that since he delegates his coaching to his to his staff, and he only views them from a distance or in the office when they do the training, also that he's not in the changing rooms, he's nowhere near, he likes to keep a distance with the players and all that. I think the players like that aspect of there's nobody covering over them pretty much, compared to other coaches who are always with the players. So I think the players really like that aspect of Ange, that he's not he's not always near them. They could do whatever they want. So that I don't think he has fully lost the dressing room from that aspect.
Like go and do drugs in a car and get caught from it and play the next game sort of thing.
Exactly. There's no accountability from Ange with the players pretty much. So
sorry, you missed the game. My bad.
The players get to do whatever they want, and they're probably having a good time, without the match. They probably talk terrible about him, but he doesn't know about it because he's not with them.
I mean, I don't think there's enough players in that team as such that would actually give him stick for how he plays anyway. I mean, what do you three think on that, with the dressing room situation? Because on the pitch, to me, it is looking like they either don't know what they're doing or they just don't care at times, because they just either way. Go on.
I was carrying what Joe said. I want to say culture again, because he did an analogy about children in a playground with no teacher or whatever. I think you've got a very good point, because I think half the squad like him because he's laissez-faire, they can do what they want. Like Kulusevski made that comment about we win at life and all that. I don't remember that comment was after Chelsea or something or whatever. So clearly some people in the squad like him because they just get away with kind of just strolling around, not doing much in the sense of like, you know, if they do something wrong, and even though a lot of his fans might say he does this, he doesn't strike me as the kind of person who pulls them in and has a go at them like Ferguson used to do, like with players and other managers like that. I don't think he's like that at all. I don't get the impression. But I think the other half of the squad, like I think it's kind of like a civil war. The other half of the squad, like Maddison, maybe even Son now, they're starting to like build like a, I don't know, Star Wars reference, like a rebel alliance, I guess, against him. Like the half the squad hate him, half the squad like him. That's the impression I get. I think some of them hate him, some because he just doesn't. They don't like his tactics. They don't like the way they've been put. Like Son now probably is kicking off because he's realised he can't do what he can do before. So, and that's why I think some of the squad like him, and I think some squad hate him. So it's kind of a bit of both.
Yeah. I think like especially. I mean, Charlotte. Well, Romero's not been good all season. And so I think, you know what I mean? He's been sort of average, to be honest, from what he can be. And so I think he's extremely fed up with these tactics. Because as I said earlier, as a defender, you want to keep clean sheets. When you just ripped apart and it's so easy to score against, that can't be enjoyable as a defender. So personally, I think at the start of the season, the squad was fully on board with him. But I think as it's descending now into sort of madness and we're dropping in the table, I think the players have sort of think, well, he's not all that, you know. You know, this system is like rubbish, you know, and I think they're sort of losing it, you know.
As a defender, how can you like this system?
Well, we're not going to, are you? Because as a goalkeeper and a defender, you pride yourself on clean sheets. You know, I mean, how many times do you see other teams when the goalie makes a great save or the centre-back puts in a great block, they're all going around high-fiving each other? You know, all right, Vicario's done it a couple of times. You know, but, like, the defenders can't like this. Like, 6 at home to Liverpool. You know, in the other games where we, you know, 2-0 up at Brighton and the stupid system let us down. And we conceded 3 in the second half. I mean, it can't be. I mean, the defenders certainly can't like it. Whether the attackers do, who knows? Who knows? Because we don't score that many goals either. Well, certainly not lately.
I mean, still, what do you think on that? Do you reckon he's actually lost the dressing room or do you reckon he's close to it? Because I don't personally think there's enough players in there with a pair of bollocks that would actually stand up and say, like, Ange, for fuck's sake, get your act together, personally. Like what has happened at AC Milan before when it weren't quite working. I think Angelotti was the manager at the time. I'm trying to remember when Maldini and that actually went and had a chat with him like, look, I ain't digging this. I'm better at this. Maybe we should change it. I don't think there's enough players there that would actually have the balls to say anything. And would Son say anything? Would he help? I don't think so, personally. I mean, what do you think on the dressing room thing? Because surely that can't be nice in there.
Well, I agree with Haas. I think some players have joined the dark side. Others are part of the Jedi Alliance. I don't think they're all on board with it. I don't believe that. I think they're all still trying, though. I don't think they're not trying. When on the pitch, I think they are trying to do their best. But if your heart's not in it, it's hard to do your best, right? If you don't believe in what you're doing, it's hard to do your best. So,
yeah, I agree.
I think some players are probably disillusioned. I think other players just think it's a tough time because of injuries. So I don't think it's a united front, though. I don't think you look at them players and you think, yeah, they're all bang on it and they all believe. At the end of the day, they're professionals. They've got to go and do a job no matter what people think. So I don't think there's a mass revolt, though. I don't think there's a big revolt. I don't think the players have turned against him because if they did, they'd go to the chairman. The chairman would sack the manager.
One quick question.
Go on, mate.
Still, do you think Son is finished?
At Spurs, yes.
Is it me? Is it the manager or is it him? You know, that's a question we should ask ourselves.
Both. I said at the start of the season, you can't play Son on the left, Solanke up front. It's not going to work. You got to play as a 2.
I did tell everyone that. Yep.
So that's one thing. But also, I think Son is not the player he used to be. He's not. It happens. I think he's at a point now where he needs to go to the MLS or go to Saudi Arabia or UAE. If there's a Premiership club that wants him and they think they can get another year out of him, then he should do it. I think at this level where we want to be, I don't think he's that player anymore, unfortunately.
I'm not being funny. I've said it plenty of times. In my opinion, he's still here because there's a shirt sales in the shop.
PR purely.
I think they're going to make him a club ambassador. Personally, I don't think they're going to let him go. Yeah. They're going to keep him here to these like 100.
I think he's still here because they haven't bought a replacement.
Well, Hugh.
And that wasn't bought for a certain reason either, was it?
Well, we all know the reason. Because
I know exactly what they're going to do. I know exactly what they're going to do with that Heung-Min, Hook and Son. They're going to do like an interview with both of them, and Son's be like, the kid's going to be like, yes, Son's my idol, blah blah, and he's going to be like, oh,
yeah,
you know, they're going to do some like, you know, little thing. So trying to keep the Korean fans on side, isn't it? So
yeah, he's going to tell us he's going to make us proud. He's going to make us proud. All that bullshit.
Mm.
I think
the next thing, no, there'll be Hyuk shirts next to Sonny's in the thing, and everyone will be flocking to them.
On the tourist sections.
The thing is, we lost Harry Kane's goals, and we've replaced that by signing Richarlison, Solanke, and Johnson. Right? We've signed 3 players to replace one man's goals, and it's not working. So you've lost Kane, best striker this club's seen in decades and decades and decades.
Ever.
Well, so some of the older folks say Jimmy Greaves and others, but okay, let's go there. I don't mind. And then the second best striker or goal scorer we've had at this club for the last 10 years, Son, he's now declining and we haven't replaced him. If we think Werner and Odebert and Yang are going to be the replacement for prime Son, the delusion is on a different level at this club. That's why we've got to keep Ange and just crash this ship, slam it into a brick wall and send the whole thing crashing down so people wake up as to what's going on. Because this current Ange in, Ange out, leave in, leave, it's absolute bollocks. We should all just get behind Ange and let him relegate us. Get this club into the Championship and see if the fans wake up then.
I mean, Joe, what do you think on that attitude of Stelter? I mean, he totally said no when Dietrich's brought it up and everything. And I think a couple of us have actually thought about it and just said, you know what?
Mate, I flip-flopped, Dan.
Let it rock.
I have flip-flopped, and I say it proudly. I'm a proud flip-flop on this subject.
And the thing is, I can actually, I don't just get it. I actually understand it. Do I want it to happen? I'd put me on the fence for this one. I'm on the fence with this one. I can definitely understand both sides here. I mean, go on, Joe. Whatever you were gonna say, mate.
Yeah, no, I think still has a valid point with being Ange, just for us to get more injuries, not score enough goals, just for everything to just fall apart. And I think it's a good point that, you know, he makes that maybe people are just blindsided that, you know, this manager is good enough at this level. So they got to see like the reality when things are going from bad to worse. You know, I think I'm Ange out, but I'm Ange out, wait for the season to end, then he could leave and then you bring somebody else. But I just don't but I don't know, it's a sadistic type of way of thinking. If like you want to be Ange just for it all to crumble, you know, I can't argue with that. I think it's
pretty much what you said earlier, isn't it? Just let it fall to shit basically, and then just you got every reason to get rid of him basically.
Jim, cold shot. I need to ask you something. You know, you say, see, this is interesting. I hear this a lot now. I'm Ange in. Sorry, you're Ange out, but wait to the end of the season. Wouldn't you rather change a manager and try and save this season?
No, because I made the point earlier that if you bring another manager in and you sack Ange, there's no guarantee that there's a bounce with the squad, especially with the amount of injuries. And if I could go by what I look at Manchester United and look what's going on with Amarin, people are throwing him under the bus. The pressure is building up on him because he keeps losing games, even though it should have been a manager bounce. And I feel so bad for him because he's basically a victim so early on. He wasn't given a clean slate. He wanted to come
Some Man U, sorry to interrupt you, but some Man U fans have actually already said, get him out.
Exactly my point. So here's the issue. I feel so bad for him. He's basically a victim because he wanted to join in the summer, but they said, no, you have to join right now. And the issue now is that if you bring in Areola, if you bring him now, I don't want him to be a victim pre-president of the thoughts of our fans when things are not going well. If Areola comes, loses the next 5, 6, 7 games, the fan base are just gonna turn off and
yeah. Can I counter this? Right, you've gone from you've used Amarin as the example. I'll give you 2 other examples. Wolves relegation battling in the bottom 3 all season, changed the manager. They've won 2 and drawn 1. He's turned it around in 3 games. Mikel Arteta went to Arsenal. They were bottom half of the league, sinking ship, same as Spurs now. He went in there, won them the FA Cup with a group of players he never wanted. He had no new signings, and the only player he kept from that squad was Saka. There's 2 examples of changing the manager mid-season can save the season. So why do we as fans focus on the one example that says, but look what happens if you change a manager? Because there's also examples to say, if you change a manager mid-season, you can save the season. I'll put that back to you.
Yeah.
Fair point as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. For the Wolves example, I think that the thing with Spurs is the Spurs way. And I think that attacking football is probably wants to be a constant with this club. So the next manager has to play attacking football. In Wolves' defense, the dude is playing counter-attacking 3-4-3 football, right? And he's getting results from it. The Spurs fans do not want to see, the majority of Spurs fans in that stadium do not want to see counter-attacking football.
Good shot. Yeah. Both of Wolves' goals did not come from counter-attacks. It came from pinning us back.
I agree, but our fans are like, here's the thing. If the manager who comes cannot play, how would I say this? I just feel like this Spurs DNA is so ingrained in the fans that they imagine that if Ange Postecoglou was to get sacked, the next manager has to play attacking football with this squad immediately. Do you think Areola would sit back, go behind his principles, and just hit people on the counterattacks until the end of the season?
No, but Areola doesn't play with inverted fullbacks. He plays with a 6 as well.
Yeah, but we don't. So we don't have a 6, right?
No, but he plays with one. Is the point? He actually plays with a 6.
Oh, yeah. Okay, but do you think Areola, him coming now, could steer the boat, and the fans won't turn on him if we keep losing games? If nothing changes?
Well, it can't get any worse.
100%. If Areola comes, and for the next 7 games he loses all 7, the fans will turn. But my point is, we've seen at Wolves and Arsenal where a manager came in and they've turned it around. Amarin hasn't turned it around. That's the example that backs your argument. What I'm saying is, we don't know what the next manager will do with these players and whether he can turn it quickly or it'll take longer. Personally, I think for the next 2 months, whatever manager comes in, he's in trouble, regardless. So I kind of agree with you, but that doesn't mean he can't turn the season around. Because I listen, this is what I think, Culture. I think, forget the league. For me, the league is an absolute fantasy now. We ain't getting top 4. We're not getting top 5. Champions League is gone. The best we're going to get is top 6 this year. There's at least 7, 8 teams better than us, even when we've got our full strength squad. There's 6 teams for me better than us already. So I think forget the league. Who cares? The Carabao Cup, Ange, no Ange, Liverpool are knocking us out. That second leg at Anfield is the killer for me. That's the one thing I didn't want, to play Liverpool and the second leg at Anfield. For me, it's over. Call me negative. I don't mind. We're going to get knocked out.
No, to me, that's just realistic.
right? So really, you've got the FA Cup and Europa. I think as soon as you play a Chelsea, an Arsenal, a Liverpool, even a Nottingham Forest in the FA Cup, I think they're going to knock us out. So I don't think we'll win the FA Cup. I look at the Europa. There's no Premier League teams in that except for Man United. And they're actually worse than us. Man United are fucking worse than us. We've beaten them twice in one season already. And we deserve to beat them twice. And we'll beat them again. They're worse. So for me, the only competition in that tournament is probably Lazio,
Bilbao.
Could be awkward.
Of course they will.
Galatasaray again.
Yeah, I was about to say that one.
But my thinking is this.
And don't count Roma off. If they get their act together, they got the players to do something.
Well, here's my thinking. With the players we've got, a manager that's savvy, a manager that can tactically play chess in a live game of football, I think we've got a cracking chance at the Europa because no Champions League teams drop in. I think we can do it, but not with Ange. So my thinking is Areola comes in, we're fucked for 2 months, but if we just focus on the Europa with a decent manager, I think we can win it. That gives us a trophy and it gets us back in the Champions League. That's my thinking. Now, are we going to do that? Of course we're not. Absolutely not going to do that. But what do you think of that? Do you think that's a viable reason, or do you think, still, man, come on, like, you know?
No, I think it's a valid statement. But what I would argue for that would be, what would Levy think, right? Because I think for me, it's strange that Levy hasn't sacked this manager yet, because Levy wants that top 4 spot or a minimum top 5 spot. And if the league is already done, then what I'm thinking, if I'm Levy, I'm like, okay, he still has a chance in the Europa Cup to qualify to the Champions League. That's my thinking. I think that's why he hasn't pulled the trigger yet. So yes, you are arguing if Areola comes and then he takes that Europa Cup seriously. I just think that Levy's like, why would I sack the manager? Cost me millions. Bring in somebody else. Areola cost me millions with his backroom staff. And then for him just to do the same thing, I want Ange Postecoglou to do, which is focus on the Europa Cup. I just think it's. I would just say, financially, he is safer betting his chips on Ange Postecoglou winning that Europa rather than sagging him, wasting the money, than getting another manager in.
But I think that's a fair point. I disagree. I'll tell you why. This is the. How long have you supported the club for, Cold Shot? Just out of curiosity.
I supported the last season of Pochettino.
All right, so 5-6 years. Okay, right. I've been doing this now for
same as Mike.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
All right, so you both have big regrets in life. I get it, right? You both regret it. Yeah.
Divorce.
This is my third ownership. I was here for Scholar, I was here for Sugar, and now I'm here for Levy and Enoch. Okay.
Likewise.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Right. We're becoming veterans of the game now.
Yeah.
I am telling you, this is the calculation that Levy and the board are doing. What's the cost of keeping Ange and hoping he wins the Europa Cup, spending 20-30 million in the January window to bring in some players, and the chances of him getting us into the Champions League, or at least into the top 6 so we're back in the Europa? What's the calculation there versus the cost of sacking him, the cost of bringing in a new manager, and that manager winning the Europa Cup and getting top 6? That's the calculation they're running. And right now, it's on a tightrope. If we lose the next 3 games, Newcastle, Liverpool first leg of the Carabao Cup, and Arsenal, I'm telling you they're going to sack him, because the calculation will swing that way. There'll be 2 weeks left of the window to bring in a manager and maybe buy 1 or 2 players for him. I will be stunned if Ange loses the next 3 games and he keeps his job, because this will be a financial decision. What's got the best chance of getting us back into Europe so we can cash flow the rewards of that? And as it stands now, it's on a tightrope. But if he loses another 3, the spreadsheet, because these are spreadsheet people, They go by the maths and the finance. They've been like that for 25 years and they'll always be like that. They'll be saying, right, sack Ange 10 million, bring in Areola 10 million, spend maybe 20 million on signings. That 40 million pounds, if we pay that out and Areola gets us Champions League through the Europa or gets us back into Europe, we've kind of weighed it off. Whereas if we keep Ange and we win nothing and we finish mid-table, what's the cost of that? And that's what they're going to do now, Cold Shot. That's exactly what this ownership and board are doing. What those spreadsheets look like, what the numbers look like, and what the calculation looks like, I can't tell you. But that's what they're going to be doing. And mark my words, within the next 2-3 weeks, you'll know what the answer is to that calculation. That's how they operate. Yeah. That's how they've always operated. And this is why I said last year, 100% Harry Kane is going, 100% he's leaving. Don't listen to people saying he loves the club, he wants to stay. Don't listen to people saying leave, you won't let him go. They're not going to let £100 million walk out the front door for free. The calculation's been done. Kane is gone. And even with a week before the window started, everyone was coming for me saying, you see, you're in the mud, you're in the mud. No, I'm not. Then the Bayern Munich rumours started and they sold him. It's all about the financial numbers. That's what they're doing right now. They're looking at the cost reward of keeping him and sacking him now and what they think that will look like in 6 months' time.
Before you came on, Stow, I said if we win the Carabao Cup, you get about 500,000 for winning that, and 2 mil for the FA Cup. Right? That's nothing.
But Sheriff,
you're not interested in that.
No, but wait, it's more than that. Because if you win the FA Cup, you also get the financial guarantee of being in the Europa Cup next year.
Of course.
Look, with what you two are saying, hang on a sec, Mark. I want to bring Venus.
I don't know what the financial reward is, by the way. I don't know what the numbers are. I'm not
with what Joe and Stel have just said, Venus, with everything with it, I know it was a lot to take in. What do you think on it?
Okay, for me, I think we should sack Ange because I don't see anything that he can do this season because we are mid-table. Who knows? Even we can get relegated if we continue to manage this club. Because I'm not sure I'm not sure he can win the championship. Seriously, he can't win the championship. That's how low I rate him.
Do you know what, Venus? Sorry to interrupt, mate. I am 1,000,000% on your side here. He is Scottish Premier League at the best, and for me, the Scottish Premier League doesn't even touch the Championship, bar Celtic. So I am 1,010% with you there. So carry on. Sorry to interrupt you, mate.
So for me, I should just sack this guy, get him out of the club, bring in Edin Terzic because we have seen what he can do at Dortmund. He almost got them to win a title in the last season the season before, where Bayern Munich just scraped with 1 point, and last season it took them to a Champions League final. That's the manager, and he'll be free. He won't cost anything. He got the experience, Champions League experience. He adapts. He has a style of play. He doesn't play with 2 at the back. He's not a PE teacher. He's a good man manager, bruv.
He has only had 1 good season, though. He has only got 1 real season experience and had 1 good season.
At the top level. That's the difference. And has had multiple seasons with those shitty leagues and all them things. But this guy is a real deal. At the top level, he's done the sad things, man. Reaching a Champions League final via PSG and all them, bruv, that's not easy. We can attest to that. Yeah. So I think for me, that's the guy. And will just get us will just get us relegated, and bruv, our fans are just deluded.
But do you know what? I'm with you. I don't think it is. I don't think relegation is an issue here. Yeah, but it's like I've said. I can honestly see us getting in a relegation battle. And for me, people seem to think, a lot of people anyway, seem to think that a relegation battle is when you're like 16th or 17th sort of thing. I think a relegation battle can start from about 14th, 15th place because the league is that tight these days. This is why I believe it is the best league in the world, because anybody can beat anybody on that day, and you're not absolutely gobsmacked with it. Whereas in Germany, if St. Paul, who most people don't even know who they probably are, go and beat Munich, you're like, oh my God, your jaw nearly falls off. Whereas over here, you hear Ipswich go and do Man City, you're like, wow. And it happens. And that is why I believe it is the best league in the world. And I do honestly see us getting into a relegation battle. I don't see relegation being an issue, but he can definitely drag us down that far, because we are falling down that ladder like we just broke our leg.
Don't you think it get pulled in?
Let Venus finish with what I said.
Sorry.
I'm totally agreeing with you. We are falling down that ladder like we've just broke our legs before we hit the floor.
Exactly, man. And we cannot continue on like this. I know Liv is just patiently waiting to pull the trigger. He can even be gone if we lose that bad to Newcastle. If we get battered like 6-5, he'll go. That's a guarantee, seriously. And up to now, I'm still having worries about the Tamworth game. I think we can get knocked out there. Seriously.
Is that even possible in that aspect?
No, we won't lose to Tamworth. I don't think we lose to Tamworth.
No, I think that one's a bit OTT, but do you know what? If it did happen, I don't think I'd be absolutely gobsmacked at the same time either on how shit we actually are at the moment.
It's all right, Dan. If we lose, we'll be told it's a project. It's okay. It's a project.
Oh, don't. So with Dan, sorry, Venus, you want to say something else?
It's so easy to play against us. So, like, maybe the Tamworth manager for the last 2 months has been taking notes and seeing how we play, and bruv, anyone can beat us. Even I can take a team and coach it, and I'll still beat Ange, seriously. With those tactics, bruv.
It's bad. But right, Dan, you've been sitting there patiently, mate. Good to see you. How you doing?
Happy New Year, everyone.
Same to you too, mate. And
Big up, Dan. Yes, Dan. Big up, Dan. Big up.
Same Spurs, different day.
But yeah, big up to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone's
with what they're talking about, basically, your side of it.
Oh man, I'm feeling fed up, man. Well fed up.
We've come back to Ange again. He's gone around the whole system, and we're back on Ange again.
I tell you what, guys, I've not felt like this for a long time. I have no hope with this manager. Absolutely no hope. I'm not looking forward to nothing. I mean, things were pretty bad when we had Stellini and Mason, but at least I knew at the end of the season we'd be getting a new manager. Now I don't know what's going on. Playing Newcastle Saturday, I mean, I can't see us getting anything out of that game. Forget about the FA Cup match. Then we got Arsenal. It's just not looking good, guys. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of X as well, with all that rubbish I'm reading every day. I'm not looking at it anymore. All the stories about the goalie today.
Dan, come off it. Best thing I did. Come off it.
I've got to come off it. It's just rubbish. And a lot of people are having shows about players we're linked with. It's a load of rubbish. It's nothing. There's nothing. None of it. None of it. No, how could you be talking about stuff? And it's just, there's no really legit links. I mean, the goalkeeper, I heard that's something going on with him, but how underwhelming is that? We need a left back. Where's the left back links? Guys, honestly, what are we going to do? Who's playing left back? Why aren't they getting someone in ASAP?
Regulon, I guess Regulon for now.
Yeah, but
he was rubbish against Wolves, by the way. He was rubbish.
It'll be interesting to hear what Ange says about this when his press conference is. When is it tomorrow? Is Regulon going to play? Because you don't talk much about him, does he?
He's probably going to play.
They fell out like earlier in his tenure, so.
Guys, regarding Ange, we just need to get rid of him ASAP. And if we lose the next 2 or 3, hopefully he'll be sacked, and then we can get maybe Areola in, Frank, or the Fulham manager. We've got to get him in ASAP because nothing's going on this season. We're going to get knocked out of everything. We're dropping down that league, and like just Dan said about the relegation, it's just you can't mess about with this. You know, you lose 2, 3 more Premier League games, you're right in the mix. Not saying we're going to get relegated, but it is absolutely shocking that not enough fans are not asking him to be sacked. And they put it all on Levy, and I just don't know how fans are just staying behind this still. I'm just in total dismay about it all, guys. Honestly,
it's definitely a mad one. Right, I've done this show a bit back to front on how I intended to, but not enough people on the chat wanted to come on, so I've let everybody on, and the two that are on here at the moment seem to be having fun with everyone else. I'm going to bring on another one here, who we speak to on the side, who could make this a bit... There we go. Eugene, how we doing, mate?
Good. Finally, I get to get on your show. Big up, Mark, as always.
Yeah.
Right,
Eugene. Big up, Eugene.
Hey, you're right.
Eugene.
I'm good.
Eugene, are you Eugene S in the chat?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep. I'm the
I know
one
who
who
you are.
usually gets into it with some people, but
How you doing, man? You all right?
all good. All
Right,
good.
so go on. You've come on. Give your point. We're listening.
No, my point is, like, all the Ange in, Ange out debates, some debates that we've had with Conte and Jose. I don't think it matters. That's why I'm more down right now than before. I don't think, like, you can bring in any manager. Our ceiling is 4th or 5th. From my personal perspective is, I don't care about any single season. This season, next season, I want the club to consistently compete with the big boys for big trophies over the extended period of time, right? So, and the issue is, Ange has his flaws. I want to see the club aim high and fail, then aim low and succeed. Meaning, I want us, the club knew when they hired Ange what his tactics were, what he stood for. I would rather see the club, say, you know what, we're going to give you whatever you need over 2-3 years. If you fail, you fail, and we move. Just like Man U is doing with Ten Hag, I'm sure with Amorim, you can see he's failing with the players. I'm sure over the next year or two, Amorim is going to clean house and get his players in. So for me right now, I think the discussion about tactics and high line, all that stuff, on the micro level, is fair. I don't believe that Ange is good enough to be our manager long term and bring us any success. However, I want to see the club change where if they make a decision, stick with it, fully back whoever you hire, and live with the consequences versus covering your ass every 18 months by hiring a new victim. Like, I'm tired of the talk about that the manager is supposed to adjust and adapt to players that he has. From my perspective, every club that I've seen succeed, whether it's City, Liverpool, Arsenal, whatever, manager brings in players that fit his system. He does not adjust to existing players that might not be good enough. So whether we succeed or fail, I want to see a plan for the next 5 years. I want to know that this club is willing to take a risk and fully back whoever they decide to bring in, and the rest is on them. But right now, like we've seen with Jose, Nuno, Conte, Poch, Ange, it's a revolving door where they don't fully back anybody. And right now, personally, I have no idea what the plan is. Is this the youth movement? Well, maybe, but not really. Is it something else? Are we competing? No, not really. I'm just tired of being in this no man's land where our ceiling is 4th, and that's it. And we fluctuate between 8th and 4th. And if we're 9th or 10th, all the fans start complaining that it's not good enough. For me, 4th is not good enough. I don't care if we're 6th or 4th or 8th or 4th. If we get if we get a cup, great. But for me, I just want to see the club change as a whole. And I'm done right now because if it's like Ange, we'll bring in a mid-table manager. Silva, Frank, it doesn't matter. We might win a couple more games short term, but over the next few years, we're not going to be challenging for the league, for Champions League. So for me, it's pointless.
Eugene, would you sack Ange now?
One thing, sorry, Dan. One thing quick. Another fail upload and that. If you want to jump on, mate, link is there. I'll make space for you. It's not a problem. The link's on there. If you want to come on, mate.
Dan, Arteta went to Arsenal. He adapted to the players he got and he won them the FA Cup. I'd bite my hand off for that. I'd bite my hand off.
He built the team over, 4 years?
No, Eugene, in his first season, he played
he did it in 6 months.
Yeah, that's fine. But Look,
but you don't want that.
No. I'm okay with a trophy.
You said, hold on. You just said that the manager shouldn't adapt to the players. Arteta adapted to the shit show he inherited and won an FA Cup. I want to see that. I don't mind that.
No, short term, great. But look, if you pick, for me, if you give me a choice, be like Man United, win FA Cup and League Cup, or be like Arsenal, not win the Cups, but challenge for the Prem and Champions League. I would pick Arsenal.
And win nothing.
No, but I want to challenge because a cup for me.
So you would rather
not
challenge and fail.
No.
1 minute. I just want to clarify so I understand.
Yeah.
You'd rather challenge at the top and fail than be lower down and win trophies.
Yeah, I want to be with the big boy. No, look,
that's the problem with the club. That's the problem with the club right there, Eugene. Right there is the problem with this club.
I don't know about problem. It is purely opinionated, that one.
That's a problem. It's a problem. You'd rather challenge and fail than be lower down the table and win trophies. That is the problem with the club.
So would you rather be a mid-table club or would you rather be a cup side who only competes for cups?
Spurs have always been a cup side until Levy took over. Then we lost that
We've done that for the last 70 years.
Hey, maybe that's an American mentality. For me,
no, it's a new fan mentality. It's a new fan mentality because we were the kings of the cup. We had the record for the most FA Cup wins. We've always had more European trophies than Arsenal. We always had more European trophies than Arsenal. Now we've surrendered all of that because we want to challenge for top four and entertain fans. We were a club that was about winning trophies, and we surrendered that for what you said. That is the problem. In my view, that's the problem at Spurs.
But what's the ambition? Again, my league
to win trophies. To win trophies, man.
But a League Cup is not in my mind. It's not a big trophy.
But the FA Cup is
English. So
the FA Cup is 10 Hag won the FA Cup. 10 Hag won the FA Cup.
And Man U fans wanted them out.
Eugene, hang on a second, mate.
That's their problem. We're not Man United, bro.
Phil, hang on, both of you. Hang on a second.
We're miles off
solid
them.
points off the pair of you. Hang on a second. That's fair points off the pair of you, yeah? Because it is opinionated on what you want. Joe, on what these two are debating right now, where do you come from on this? Because I think they both have solid points. At the end of the day, it's purely opinion and purely what you want. Some like blonde, some like black. You know, if you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Other people do. I don't know. Some people like ginger. Whatever turns you on at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think both make great points.
What do you go for?
For me, trophies are trophies, right? At the end of the day, here in America, we only compete for one trophy, whatever that's the NFL or the NBA. There's only one, but in football, there's multiple things that you could win, and that's what you're measured. That's what you're based off from, right? So I think I would rather be a mid-table team, but play for the cups and win cups, than try to once in a while try to challenge for the Premier League title or the Champions League title. I think we can't be dismissing. We cannot be dismissing trophies, no matter what the value of the cups are. Trophies are trophies; they'll be counted regardless. And I just think we could start off from a base of winning the cups, and then we could probably build off winning the cups to sometimes challenging for something greater, like a Europa or Champions League or the League. But we have to start from the bottom, then work our way up to the top. We can't just expect us. We can't be expecting us at this moment to be challenging for the Premier League or the Champions League because we're not even near that. So I think we have to start small. If the fans, like Celio said, if Tottenham were based off the cups, then we have to work our way to the cups first. So then we could work higher, whatever we want to do. But I'm sorry, I'll take cups any time of the day, rather than just challenging up on the for the league or stuff.
No, solid, fair points.
I mean, I
get that. It's different opinion.
Right now, given where we are as a club, I would kill for a trophy. As I said before the season, I would take 10th and a trophy. But my aspiration, the reason why I watch sports, right? I follow my teams. I want them to consistently over 5-10 year period fight for big honors. And again, I admit I'm American, so I don't have history or ties to FA Cup. I know it's a big trophy, League Cup, whatever, which is great. Again, I would be super happy if we win League Cup or FA Cup right now. But I want to see the club, the whole point of moving into a new stadium and having all this, non-football related projects is to bring money into the club so we can sign elite players so that we can compete with the big boys. And I want to see that happen. I don't want us to be in 10 years just a top 5 club competing for cups. I want us to be there with the big boys. That's me personally. And that's what I want to see.
Eugene, let me tell you something.
Fair enough. Hang on a sec still. Let Mark say his bit because he's coming off because I've got another to bring on as well. And I'm making this more of a space for guests and you've been on here
Dan, if you need me to go to make room, I'm happy to move on, man. Honestly.
It's fine. No. At the moment. He's been on here longest, so I'm just doing it.
Right. As Stel said correctly, right, we always have been a cup team. In the history of this great club, we have won the league twice. Right? We have always won cups. We were the first and only non-league team to win the FA Cup. We were the first British side to win a European trophy in 1963. Right. In 1963 with the Fairs Cup.
That's right.
Later became the Cup Winners' Cup. In 1991, the last time we won the FA Cup, we held the record of 8 times. 8 times, right? We have won the league twice in our history.
First team to do the double as well.
First team to do the double. First team to do the double. We have always been a cup side. When I was growing up, right, I was born 1970. Right, I've seen us win 3 FA Cups. And that was in the first 20, 21 years that I was alive. So for Eugene to say, I want us to be, yes, we were doing that with Poch. Yes, we were competing for the league. Who let him down? The ownership, as they always will do. Yep. As they always will do, right? This club now has become an entertainment business, right? With the prime concern being money. Money, 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 money. That's all it's about now. We built this £1 billion stadium we were sold a lie. Get that in there, right? With the building of it to compete with the likes of Man City and Chelsea and all the rest of the top spenders and top earners. When is this coming in? The only thing we've done since this stadium was built is lower the wage bill by God knows what, like we did last summer, and that is to devalue the club or make the club so whoever invests money into it, like Amanda Staveley wanted to chuck 500 million in whatever they were going to do, is so they only get, instead of 15%, they might get 12. Levy is in it for the money. He always will be. He told us that as soon as he turned up. He said, I'm here to make money. That was his first interview. He said, I am here as an investment to make money. That is all they are interested in, right? And so, put it this way, if we do win a cup, it will be in spite of Levy, not because of him. Not because of him. Poch got us ever so close. And if Poch had been backed properly, certainly with the money that Ange has got, we'd have won 2 leagues. We'd have won the league the year Leicester won it and the year after when Chelsea won it. Without a shadow of a doubt, I've always said that. But it was the man at the top. Instead of getting in players that would have improved us, we got in G's and whoever else he brought in, And the only time they really decided to back him is when they bought Ndombele, but Poch was sacked not long after that anyway. So it's all this stuff about competing in the top is utter nonsense. All Levy's interested in is getting top 4 for the Champions League money. Because instead of paying £30 to go to a Europa Cup game, suddenly he can charge the fans 70, 80, 90 to go and watch a Champions League game. That's all he's interested in is money. money, 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 which is why we will never win anything whilst he is here. Whilst Linek are with the club, we will never win anything. And I've said that for years.
Agreed.
You're totally right on what you're saying. I just want to say, Nugget, thanks a lot. Nugget, different name, I'll give you that one, mate. Yeah, thanks for coming a member, mate. Much appreciated. Right, another.
Right, do you want me to jump off?
Yeah, because I need to bring someone. I need to bring someone else on, mate.
No worries, mate.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, that's fine, mate. Yeah. Cheers, bud. Cheers. Right, if I'm just, we're on tomorrow night, 8:00.
Cool. Make sure you go watch it, people.
I'll put my link in the chat. I'll leave.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Cheers.
All right, mate. Take care.
Evening, gentlemen.
Right.
Happy New Year. It's not the
Evening.
happiest being a Tottenham supporter, is it, really, in the last year, to be honest
No.
with you?
We've been talking about a lot, so go for it. Give your
been
opinion
listening
about
quite a lot.
everything. You got plenty of time, mate. Go for it.
Well, the thing is, I was never an Ange in when we decided to go and get him. The guy is, in my honest opinion, a fraudster of a manager. He's gone from tin pot leagues, winning tin pot trophies. That tin pot league in Scotland, where the only team that has the money can go out and afford to buy the players to play the system in a crap league. It's all talk from Ange. It's absolute hypocrisy when we signed him. The board, I've been against the board since the day they sacked Martin Jol. That is going on 13, 14 years now since Jol was sacked at Newcastle, if I remember correctly. And it's just become a shit show of a poison chalice of a club of what we used to be, backed by owners. From when Mark said it, the guy was just here to make money from the start. He was never really here to invest in the playing squad. He was here to knock down our old lady of a stadium that I felt gave us an identity at White Hart Lane, the original home of Tottenham. My granddad's and my uncle's season ticket, as soon as that new stadium was born, they cancelled it. For years as a kid, going to White Hart Lane from Brighton was such an eventful day for me and my cousin to go up with my granddad and my uncle. You know, we were going to every home match. We were going to most of the away matches down along the South Coast when we had them. And it was good times when we had the old stadium. Now I look at our Levy Land money-making machine, the promise of, what was it? The stadium was going to be a game-changing revolution for Tottenham. We're going to be able to compete with the big boys. As everything's been said, you guys have already repeated. I'm just repeating. We have so far.
Say it as you see it.
So far with this stadium, we've had not a home that is not our home. It just feels empty, soulless. The fans that are coming in, I'm going to call them tourist fans for the 30,000 now that we've gained from where we were at White Hart Lane. And it just feels empty. I mean, I've been to one home match since Ange taken over, and the atmosphere just didn't feel like the same. Me and my granddad left with about 20 minutes left in the game. I'm not going to say the game they went to because it was absolutely an abuse on the eye. The way we were playing, it's absolutely shambolic. You can play like that in a tin pot league if you've got the money, where the 11 other teams are complete shit in Scotland. Sorry. Celtic wouldn't even touch the Championship if they were to ever come down south. They'd struggle to get out of the Championship. Brian, my boy.
Big up, everyone. Big
But
up.
this is just a joke of a club now, and even Conte, before going out, parted salvo shots straight across the bow, my friends. He was like, "This is the way the club is. It's never going to change. These people will never change. A leopard can't change its spots." All the time, this ownership's in charge. One of the three original horsemen of our lovely ownership, you know, got done for whatever he did, diddling money and telling people to invest, and you know, so he had to sell his shares, and it's just a joke of a club now. I mean, I have struggled to watch Tottenham play this season. All the time Ange has opened his gob, I'm just like, shut the fuck up, man. Mind my language, but I can't stand him. Oh, sorry, mate. That's the way fucking football is. No, mate, get your tactics fucking sorted out. This is the Premier League. This isn't Scotland. This isn't Japan. This isn't fucking Australia, my friend. You can't bounce around from league to league thinking you're the fucking coming messiah to win trophies in your second season, as you put it. We're not going to beat Liverpool. And we're going to play the kids against Tamworth and fucking lose. I can just see it now. We're going to finish 9th. And unless this manager is sacked, and I mean sacked now, so the new manager can come in and really try and change things this month with a transfer. Just forget about the transfer market this month. Players that we want are going to be too expensive to get. And the players that we want are going to look at us and go, there's better options for me, bruv. Not going to come in. And it's just a knock-on effect every season we do this. All the time we bring in managers like this, it's just going to hurt the reputation of the club even more. And it's just a joke.
What else can we say to that, basically? Very, very true. Mate, well said. I can't
I'm from Brighton, my
argue
friend.
with
I
none
would
of that.
rather pay £20 for a cheap ticket to go to the Amex to watch Brighton.
I thought you were about to say Birmingham then. I was like, wow, that's a different
The way,
accent
I would
for
go and watch
Birmingham.
Birmingham the way they play now, but it's the fact of the way we were playing under Conte, Jose. It might be pragmatic. It might have been fucking hell boring, sleepy football. But at least we were grinding out results and getting results where we should be. Jose sacked a week before a cup competition, a final. He had a certain manager's number that season in his pocket twice already before the final. And it's like, why are you sacking the manager that could potentially win you something? We didn't back managers that could have won something, especially along the terms of Poch. For a season, we didn't get no investment for players because of the new stadium. Or should I say the soul killer, because there is no soul at that friggin' stadium. It's there to
I'll agree with
generate
that,
money.
mate. So interrupt you, set. I went to the game against Fulham and it was dead as doornails. I might have well have been in a fucking cemetery.
Yeah, there is no soul. There isn't really any of the songs.
Well,
that we
there's
used
more
to sing at
souls
the
in a
lane,
cemetery, should I say? I said
There's,
that the
well,
wrong
there
way.
is
There's
more
more
souls in
soul
a
in a
cemetery, my
cemetery.
friend.
Because no one believes in the ownership. No one believes in the manager. No one believes in the recruitment that's coming up this window or in the summer. No one believes in the players. No one believes in the tactics. There's no belief at the club. And if you do go on a 2, 3, 4 game winning streak, you know it's going to collapse at some point, and then we'll be back to here. And this is the cycle. This is 3 decades of Levy and Enoch. No manager's getting backed. No manager's going to be given the players he wants. No recruitment officer, director of football is going to be able to come in and do the job with both arms free. One will be tied behind the back. And the board of directors, Donna Cullen, Capelhorn, Enoch, Joe Lewis, Daniel Levy, this is what they wanted. Reshape the club, entertainment business, wipe out the old fans, bring in this new type of fans. Everyone's waved the white flag. The club is now Levy's. We are royally fucked. And people that dare disagree or argue with it, 3 decades of evidence, and this season now, what more do you want to see? Like, we're going nowhere, man. We're going nowhere.
Right. One point I want to bring in, Craig. Hang on a second. I want to bring in a point here, yeah? And then I'm going to go through the guests first. Right. Nap, I think he's made a point here. I can't say I agree with it, but it's one I think we can definitely discuss. Blaming the club for wanting to make money, whilst at the same time wanting to buy expensive players. Genius. Now I know my answer to this one, and I think I can vouch for that with others. But hang on, Joe, on what was just said there, how do you take that? What's your opinion on that?
Let's see. Wait, hold on. Let me just read this.
Dan, nobody cares if the club makes money. We've got nothing against that.
I think it should go.
I'm just asking their opinions.
I think it should go hand in hand, right? If the club is gonna make so much money, the least it could do is buy expensive players, right? 60, 70, 80 million on top quality players. That's why people are paying high ticket prices. You would assume if you're paying the highest ticket prices, you would be getting the best quality on the pitch. It should go hand in hand. I don't understand if the club wants to make so much money, that's fine, but this is a football club at the end of the day. It's not just an entertainment center. So I could see why people would be angry for not getting their investment from the tickets on the pitch, like with the very expensive players and the wages and all that.
No, I can totally see where you're coming from, Venus, and what got said there. What is your opinion? Blaming the club for wanting to make money whilst at the same time wanting the club to buy expensive players.
Okay, we're already making money, right? So look at our wage bill. Our wage budget is like one of the. It's not even in the top 5, and we already make
Seventh,
money.
I think
So
it is 6th or 7th, one or the other.
But
And I
the
think
reason
we've
why
got
our wage
3 or
bill
4
slowed down.
players. I think we got 3 or 4 players that are above 100,000. So go on, carry on with what you're saying, mate.
So like this, we know we already know we are making money, but where is that money going? Because in the transfer window we're just buying mediocre players on small wages. Our top earner is like 190 son, right?
We're trying to do the Bale again. We're trying to find the diamond in the rough, and it's just not happened since Bale, has it really? Kane came along, and we knew what we were getting with Kane from the youth team. And
no, you know what? Before you finish that, let me
brother.
interrupt you a second. Let me interrupt you a second there. We didn't know what we was getting from the youth team with Kane. We was willing to get rid of Kane if it wouldn't have been for Tim Sherwood, because when he was out on the transfers and that, he looked pretty bang average, to say the very least. It was only when we had to bring him on and he started playing in the European games, the Euros, the Europa, sorry. A couple of people noticed him, and then we didn't play him for a league game or two, and then people were saying we can't score goals, let Kane start, and we did, and he went from there. So on that aspect, with the youth project, we didn't know what we were getting with Kane.
Dan, can I see that comment? Whoever that guy was, it makes my blood boil that they just fraudulently speak like that, because that's not what Levy out and Enoch out ever talks about, right? If you listen to people like myself and Brian can speak for himself when he gets a chance to talk tonight, right? I want an ownership that properly invests in the first team, meaning you don't have to go and buy Declan Rice 100 million, Kevin De Bruyne 120 million, this player 80 million. I don't care how much the players cost. I couldn't give a shit whether it's 10 million, 100 million. It don't bother me. What I care about is when we spend money, buy quality, not quantity. Don't re-sign Werner. Don't give me Veliz. Don't give me Solomon. Don't give me freaking a bunch of kids with no experience signings. That's what we're talking about, because we know that's going to fail. And when we said it in June, we've been proven bang on the money that the squad hasn't been sorted out. How are we going to cope in 3 competitions when we barely coped in 1 last year with that shit transfer window? And you got rid of Skip and Højbjerg. My God, it's like, I just want to see a club that says, we're going to build a good first team. So like Poch, there's a really good starting 11. That's a cracking starting 11. What we're now going to do is do the same for the bench. So if Kane gets injured, there's actually another striker at the club. If Toby Alderweireld gets injured, it's not fucking Eric Dyer that comes on. If Victor Wanyama gets injured, don't worry. You're not going to get fucking Musa Sissoko coming on. That's what we've been saying. That's what we thought the stadium would change. And that's what we thought these season ticket prices that we're getting ripped off on would deliver. Instead, we got Yang, Gray, Bergvall. Let's hope they become superstars. Solanke, bang average striker. We signed Timo fucking Werner twice. He's crap, right? This is where we get angry, because I don't mind if we don't sign a superstar, because our scouts found a Mickey van der Ven for 35 million. Go and get me 4 Mickey van der Vens. One that plays in the 6, one that plays left wing, one that plays right back. Go and get me them, and I'm all right. But we don't even do that. The scouting is shit. The recruitment is shit. The ambition of building a first team and a good bench is shit. That's why we get angry as Levy Enoch out, because we can't honestly say, looking at Spurs, you've really given it the best you can to make that football team special. We don't expect Aguero. We don't expect freaking Vincent Kompany's and all these elite players of the Premier League to come to Spurs. We expect good quality signings of Mickey van der Ven level to be at this club, and we can say that's a bloody good signing. Freaking hell, that's a good bit of business. But we don't do that. We don't do. We buy one good signing, then 3 bullshit signings. One good signing, 3 bullshit signings, and then we wonder why we've just cleared out the deadwood. Why is there still deadwood at the club? Because you just signed more deadwood. That's where Levy out and Enoch out are fed up.
It's very true. Right, and another finish off what you're saying. Just a point I want to add still there. I think he's 100% right in the fact of it's basically like going out and you've got 10 grand in your pocket to get a pair of jeans. You should be in House of Fraser getting your Armani jeans, not in fucking, I don't know, like Sainsbury's.
We're at TK Maxx looking at the jeans that have got a rip on it, that have got the whoopsie sticker reduced to £1.
Exactly. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with TK Maxx or Sainsbury's.
We're not even looking at that. We're looking under the bin at the dust.
Yeah. If you've got 10 grand in your pocket, you do not go out and hang on a sec, mate. If you've got 10 grand in your pocket, you do not go out and buy your fucking jeans in Sainsbury's or Primark. Not that there's a problem with that. But if you got 10 grand, you go get yourself your nice pair of Armanis. You go get your Hugo Boss jeans. You go if you're into Versace, which I can't say I am. They're very not me. But you go and get them ones, yeah. You go and get yourself a quality pair of jeans, not a fucking pair of jeans that are going to fall apart in the wash
even
and
a
won't
nice
fit you up.
pair from Marks and Spencer's, bro, or a nice pair from Zara, right?
Yeah.
We don't have to
No,
go
I
on
agree.
Marks and Spencer's isn't bad, you know, but we go to Pound Shop.
I know.
Anyway, I can't.
Hey, don't knock down, man. I used to work there, lad.
Or you can even go with Ryland. Let him go on, Brian, and then I'll let another finish, and Eugene, I'll come to you.
Go back to that comment with the obviously about wanting quality players. I have been one of the people that said I hope that stadium is used every single day of the year apart from match day and day before match day. Couldn't care. Make more money. Make as much money as that stadium is meant to generate for it to go on the first team. We were told that's what was going to happen. But since we've moved in there, obviously everything for the fan has gone up, but the quality of player and wages have gone down. Now, what I will say this, it comes to planning and opportunities. Spurs work on a 2 transfer window cycle, January and the summer. Every single window, we've planned all season for what we need, what the manager wants, to be told if the opportunity comes around. If the opportunity arises, Tottenham Hotspur will move. Do you reckon when it comes to having these events like 50 Cent, they waited for the opportunity? They go, do you know what? Let's wait till the summer and let's see if fucking Wigfield or Jedward are doing a tour. And then what we'll do is we'll strike with that opportunity. No. 50 Cent might be coming to England. Oh, my God, he's coming in July. We've got to be all over that. Planned, done, 50 Cent coming. Brilliant. Money for the first team or money for the club. All these events that go on. When boxing is announced, we're sniffing around those promotions. We are sniffing around them like anything to attract the big names to come and perform in the entertainment complex. In the entertainment complex, where when you see the boxing, all the fucking rigmarole of all the flames and all the brilliant effects that this guy can do, the light shows that come on in the ground, everything, not a penny spared. When the NFL come, the whole high road is absolutely transformed to what it would look like, as Eugene would know, in America for tailgating, all the parties, all the fast food vendors, the entertainment, everything. But once again, Tottenham Hotspur look for the opportunities on the pitch. Who goes into a window and says, and you know what, the January one, let's use that. Oh, it's a hard time to get them out. Well, what
we
are
don't
you
even
planning
go
for?
into the window.
Well,
we don't even
what
open
do you-
the window.
You make your moves in January. Like you go from the summer window to January, go, right, what do we need? What do we think we can do? What can we get? And then when it opens, it's like, well, fuck that. That might be too much hard work and money. We'll go for the opportunities. So then you've done all your work ready for January. It doesn't get done, but don't worry. We'll deal with this come the summer where we've got a longer time. It's easy to get deals done because obviously you've got the time and players. And then we're told we're the only club where we wait for the other team to find a replacement before we can't get that player because that team needs to look for a replacement. We needed a replacement for Christian Eriksen, but Daniel Levy wouldn't sign one till he knew Eriksen had gone. So you make yourself weaker, then you let every other team know they desperately need that position. Why is it with every single club, when they need a look at the big teams, when they need a midfielder and there's a midfielder going out, they'll go get the midfielder in first. They know that money's coming in. They know they'll sell them, but they will strengthen first, then get rid. We have to sell them to then get the player in. And like I said, here we go. It's an opportunity for Spurs to strike when it comes to buying players. But when the big boxing events come out or the big music concerts or anything like that, Spurs are on it like that. They are on it like that. That's not an opportunity. That's a plan.
Ryan, you are right, and no one can
Like a tramp on chip.
Right, another. I'm going to come to you quickly just after I've read this out, and then obviously Eugene will come to you. Where it's a bigger panel, it takes a bit longer. Lappers 82. Anyone wear Levi jeans? I guarantee you are a father or a fucking granddad, mate. That was bad, but quality. Another. Go on.
I couldn't afford fucking Levi jeans. Jesus, I'm a single parent struggling. But yeah, it's like you just got to look at the shit show for 30 years and some of the fans that have come in. And I mean, I know there's newer fans here on the panel that have supported the club 6-7 years. I was put a Tottenham shirt before I could even walk from my family. So that is what my Tottenham heritage is.
That's what your curse was.
My curse, yeah. I mean, I will not put that upon my son, even though I've brought him a Tottenham shirt before in the past with Theo number 4 on the back and everything.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
I'm moving away to sticking him in a Brighton shirt because not only are the Brighton kits the cheapest in the league, some of the kits that Brighton release are actually nicer than some of the kits out there. I know it's just boring blue and white stripes, so every year they seem to change it around.
Mate, plus this year it's that bloody painful. I mean, you go and give your young boy a bloody Tottenham shirt, and that next thing you know, you'll have social services knocking at your door because it's such a head fuck. But carry on with what you're saying, mate.
It's you can't differentiate between real fan, fake fan. We're all fans of the club. We've all got our opinion, but this at the moment has me so depressed and down watching Tottenham. I just can't bring myself to watch them. I would rather go and watch a few YouTube videos on the broadening my knowledge, learning new things, and rather watch Tottenham and lose brain cells over tactically inept manager that can't make right substitutes at right time, playing players in a position that they're not fucking used to. Mind my language, I'm a former security guard, so everything ends in fuck shit and bollocks. We've got a tactically inept manager. Yeah, we've got a tactically inept manager that can't make the right choices at the right time. We're playing players that can't play in the positions. We send players that we brought in, like Phillips, who is a defender, out on loan, which I still sit here and scratch my head because Phillips is a quality player. Serge Reguilon has been done dirty the last 4 or 5 seasons. You don't go from being one of the world's youngest, hottest players. Everybody wants a shit show of a player that can't play properly.
That was the first time he played for us in 2 years.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I still believe there's a player there in Reggie, but there has to be a manager there to believe in him. You don't pay 30 million out for a kid and not see any kind of investment or return from him if you're not going to believe in him. I mean, we have brought in some shit show players. We brought in players on the back of a fucking YouTube video and end on burgers, as I always called him. The guy's all right in the Tin Pot League, like in France, but you can't put a player like that in the Premier League because he's just shit. We have signed so much crap in the past 30 years. I sit here and scratch my head. Sometimes I wonder. And until something changes drastically at the board, nothing will change. We'll continue down this rabbit hole of manager, recycle, replace, repeat. Same shit, same players, same fucking backing from the board, which is a lack of. As long as their pockets and their investment, yeah, it's just going to be the same. It's literally just going to be rinse, recycle, repeat with this fucking ownership. It's literally going to be how far are you willing to put up with this and stomach this as fans? I mean, I was out like Brian was back when Yol was sacked. That was the first manager that made me believe that Tottenham could do something in this modern era of football. I mean, I think we're only 15 years into the Premier League when Yol come in and start changing us around. Then after Yol, we had preferably probably another one of the best managers we had. And you're sitting there, you're thinking, all right, someone's going to do something here. I was at the cup game when Woodgate put that goal past Chelsea in the Carabao Cup final, or the insert sponsorship name here, trophy, as every year it seems to change its name. That was the last time Tottenham have won something. And as a fan, I am fed up with the same recycled, regurgitated words of opportunity this, opportunity that. If you're going to be in it, you're going to be in it to go and sign players. I mean, we've been linked with this young guy, Dorku, at Lecce, quality, good young player, but Germany transfer market are players like that willing to move to a team that's struggling. We haven't got cover in the right positions. We need another goalkeeper to cover for Vicario. Forster's only kept around to meet the quota for the Europa Cup. We've got a young Irish goalkeeper, which is actually pretty solid in goal, yet not getting the opportunity to play over Forster. And again, like I said, we signed players like Phillips, who is a quality young player, and spank him out on loan 2 seasons in a row.
That's not a bad thing. Sorry to interrupt you there. That's not a bad thing. That's how it should be done, in my opinion. Same as Archie Gray, to me, should be out on loan to go and get game time. But at the moment, thank God we've kept him. But I see where you're coming across with everything you've said, mate. It's solid points. Can't argue for it. But still got to get everyone else to have it. Eugene, you've been waiting patiently. Go for gold, mate.
No, I mean, first of all, I'm just tired of saying Reguilon. He's 27. Is there a player there? Just get him out. At 27, get him out.
I agree.
Sessegnon, is there a player in Sessegnon? I don't care. Get him out. Richarlison, get him out.
Sessegnon's gone, mate. Thank God.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying like Skip. Is there a player there? I don't care. Get him out. I just want to touch on what Stel said before, and I agree and disagree. I agree that the recruitment and scouting has been shocking. We spend money on wrong players. However, we cannot compete with Chelsea or City financially. Okay, that's fine. But we can compete with Arsenal or Liverpool. Liverpool spent 70 million on Nunes, 70 million on Szoboszlai. They sold Coutinho. They brought on Alisson, Van Dijk, elite players at that time for a lot of money. There's nothing that's stopping us as a club to spend as much as Arsenal or Liverpool. So I do expect elite players, at least one elite player per year to come in, right? There's no reason why we couldn't sign Eze. The money is there. So I agree with you, Stel, where our scouting should be better. We should be finding some gems like Van der Ven, but our expectation should be, you know what? We should be able to sign elite players and pay them high wages like Liverpool or Arsenal, who don't have a lot of money.
You say that, but we're sticking within the wage bracket that Levy has laid down on us.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying there's no excuse.
We're never going to spend the players on that money.
And that's an issue.
We're going to stick one below. I mean, we've got players
we should
now
bring in Eze's, Netos. We should be able to bring in those players because Arsenal does and Liverpool does. And we have as much money, if not more, than those two teams. Chelsea is a different animal. City is a different animal. I'm talking about those two specifically.
Sure.
So, that's
so
my.
What do you disagree with what I've said then?
No, because you mentioned our scouting isn't doing a good job. We spend money, but we should scout and bring in more Van der Vens, which I agree with. But I'm saying we should also be able to go a step up and actually bring in not only diamonds in the rough, but actually elite players.
But we're not going to do that, Eugene. My point is we're not going to do that.
But he's right what he's saying.
Exactly. That's
he's right what he's saying.
We should be able to, though. If Arsenal does and Liverpool does, we should be able to, given our financial situation. That's my point. So we should do both. We should build.
No, I'm 100% with you. You're 100% right what you're saying. Sorry to interrupt you, but you're 100% right on what you're saying. The fact that we're not going to do it, we all know that bullshit. But what you are saying, I'm 1,000,000% with you.
I know of a player out there of Barcelona when they signed him, Dani Olmo, for a fact that in his contract, if he didn't get registered by January because of their registration window over there, he could walk from the club. Dani Olmo has now pretty much left Barcelona. He's a free agent. How much his wages would be? But go out and get Dani Olmo. If we could entice Dani Olmo to come to Tottenham after being at Barcelona, I would be happy with that. I don't see it happening. But it's not. I know it's not going to happen. But that is like.
Hang on a second, Brian. Let him finish. Let him finish, Brian. And then
I know it's not going to happen, Brian. But it's like devil's advocate. You got a player like Dani Olmo who has been failed by Barcelona by not being able to register. He put in his contract alone, if I'm not registered by the next transfer window, I'm allowed to leave on a free. So they're going to miss out on 50, 60 million. And if that happens, they have to pay the previous club 50 million because of the way they had treated Dani Olmo. So if we could get a player like that, I would be happy. But I know Levy isn't going to spend money or wages like that on a player of that ilk or that caliber, because we will never get a player of Dani Olmo's level.
It's not even that. Dani Olmo won't even want to come to Tottenham Hotspur.
Why? Because he's been at Barcelona.
No. Why? Right. If you're a player right now,
you're 11th in the league, guys.
Yeah, but we got Emerson Royale. What are you talking about?
Dan, we wanted Dani Olmo a couple of times when he's made moves, and he wouldn't come when we were flying. He wouldn't come when we were flying. So he's come now and go, right, injury prone, midfielders hardly are playing and they don't get rotated correctly. They're struggling in the Premier League. They're probably going for their 8th manager in 5 years, very, very soon, which will actually be the 9th manager in 5 years, because I only count Mason once when I say 7 in 5 years. If people wouldn't come to Tottenham Hotspur when we just moved into that new stadium, Dani Olmo is a Champions League player. If we don't win the Europa League, which we won't, we're not even going to be in Europe next season. You think Dani Olmo, what will happen though is we'll be fed Dani Olmo, and then it'll be you know what? At least we tried.
I was just using Dani Olmo as
we had a Grealish talk as well.
Aren't coming. They're not coming.
Grealish talk as well.
We can't even pay his wages.
I know we can using Dani Olmo as.
All right, hang on a second, because we got a big panel here. Yeah, let Venus say his bit, and then Brian carry on.
Okay, we can't attract big players anymore right now, because look, we are mid-table team. We can't qualify for Europe at the moment, and look at our wage structure. That player
is the
big
problem.
Money.
The wage structure.
Yeah,
go on, carry on.
It is. So there's no way you can bring a player like, let's say, Dani Olmo, and okay, automatically be one of our top earners. And how will that look to the other players? Let's say like the Son, the Kulusevskis, the Romero, like they are our star players. And let's see if you just see another player, just a new signing just comes in, and all of a sudden is a top earner. Like, what message will that be sending to the other players? So this is the problem with the board. We should first fix our wage structure, and then bring on the big players right now, because there's no way we can win anything with Levy. That's what I think.
Venus, this is crazy, right? We had Pochettino, who somehow challenged for a title and somehow got to a Champions League final. That was the time to go and spend on quality players, because we were actually hot property. Europe was talking about us, the English league. Yeah, strike when the iron's hot. We didn't do it. Right. Then we went for a shit show for 3-4 years. Then we got Conte, who got us from 12th to 4th. He got Harry Kane, who had down tools, back into wanting to be at the club, got us into the Champions League. We were hot property again. That was the time to back Conte with top quality players, because we now have the manager and we've got an opportunity to do something. We didn't do it again. So what did the club do? They decided, do you know what? We'll bring in Postecoglou. He'll come in, and we're going to go down a data-driven model. So the players we're signing, a lot of it is data-driven. It's not about class, quality, top players. We've brought in this manager to play this type of football. and to use a data-driven model. So this conversation of Dani Olmo and top quality players, this conversation is fantasy talk. The club
I was just using Dani Olmo as a, here.
Yeah, but Soulboy, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying to you is, I want top quality players. I've been saying for years and years and years, I want quality over quality. My God, I want quality, not quantity. If we've got 200 million, go and buy 4 top players, not 10 players, random scattergun approach. But the club have told us they're not doing that. That's why Ange is here, because Ange's history is not buying top quality players that we know their names of. The data-driven model isn't about buying the players who we know. It's about finding Van de Vens. That's what we're doing now. So what we want and what the club is doing is in 2 different worlds. We're never going to get what we want. The chance was under Poch and under Conte, but we as fans didn't back those managers. When Poch got sacked, our fan base didn't demand that Levy gets sacked. They said, oh, fuck it, we got Mourinho. When Conte was here and Conte told the fans this club is an absolute joke from top to bottom and this is why, we didn't back Conte. We said, fuck off. Well, this is what you get. If we're not going to back Poch as a fan base and we're not going to back Conte as a fan base, this is what you get, mediocrity. And now we've got mediocrity. It's a civil war in the fan base. This is what Levy does. He's not going to change. There's only one solution, guys, and we're not going to get it. And this is the sad thing. It's Levy out. That is the only solution. It's Levy out. But we can't get more than 300 people to a protest. We lose games and we're singing Ange Postecoglou songs. We can't even boycott games. We are a joke because the fans, like I said earlier on, they've accepted it, man. They don't understand that Levy has to go for things to change.
You've got to look at
they think this can
them down
work.
the road, haven't you?
They think this can work. They believe this can work.
Well, Stelios, you got to look at them down the road. The Red Boys that moved over the river. At least when they get a protest going to really protest, the Arsenal fans can actually fucking get it done. Whereas us, I really want to come to a protest, but 1, single parent, 2, I have to be back by at least midday, 1 o'clock to go and get little man from school.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. There'd only be 200 people there, mate. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. But it's like we go on about we need a protest, we need to do this, but we can't even fucking get the numbers. It's like if Arsenal fans can do it,
Corey,
other fans can do it, why can't we? Because the real fans aren't there. The real fans aren't there.
The part is, it doesn't matter if you plan to come down from where you are, or if Danilist, or if Venus, or Culture, or whoever decides to come down for it doesn't matter. There's 62,000 people that are going there, that are in that stadium. Forget people like Dan who will say social media is a powerful, and believe me, it is powerful. Believe me, it is a powerful device. It's a powerful platform to retweet, spread the word, get messages out there, do things just like this is, just like this show and all the shows that people go on. It's massive. But this isn't like an election in England where everyone in the country gets to vote and will vote or won't vote where they are. Doesn't matter where they are. What matters is on match day, as much as you can say, I can tell you now, if me and Scott M and Eugene could easily get to White Hart Lane every Saturday that we're playing at home or whatever day, and airfare was taken care of and we could get there to every protest, we'd be there at every single one of them. Not even if someone said to me, Brian, I'm going to pay for you to fly home every weekend, Spurs are at home, to protest, I'd do it if it was just myself. No problem, I'll be there. People can count on me and know that when I say I'll be there, I'll be there.
How much of that?
When it comes down to match day, it doesn't matter what you say on a platform. It doesn't matter what you say on camera. What does matter is 62,000 or 62,500 fans will be at that stadium. You minus the away fans, the corporate. Even if you take 10%, let's say it's 55,000. Even if you take 10% of them are on all YouTube channels, in chats or on social media, and say, yeah, I'm going to protest, yeah, I'm going to do this. That's 5,500 people. Like Stel just said, we're lucky if we get 300. It doesn't matter if you say you're going to get there. It doesn't matter if I say I'm going to get there. There's 62,000 fans there. A lot of them stating they want change. A lot of them at the game. A lot of them saying they're going to do things. And fair credit to the ones that do. Fair credit to the ones that do, that stand there where I have stood on many a time and have turned up because they've said it in a chat. But all that matters, me and Stel could do we're going to do a constant stream until we get 1,000 people. Stel and I would never be off air. We'd never sleep because no one does it. Everyone talks a good game. Everyone can say, I'm going to go there, I'm going to turn up, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Stel and I have tried everything. We've tried polls. We've tried going on all different channels and talking about it. We've used our social media platforms to promote it. We've attended them. I've gone on the news. I've gone on radio. Others have done the same thing, that are there week in, week out. But again, the 55,000 home fans that are there, and a lot saying they want change. No, right. When me and Stel were doing it, week in, week out, I got there. The kickoff was at 3:00. I was there from about 10:30 in the morning to set up about 20 banners, get everything sorted. And yeah, we did it for a long time. We said an hour till kickoff. So let's say the 3:00 kickoff. We're there for 4.5 hours. Was that too long? Probably, especially to get the numbers to say everyone turn up at a certain time. But then it's set up for this one that was recently done at Liverpool for 1 hour. Turn up for 1 hour. Turn up for half an hour. Turn up for 1 hour. 1 hour. No, I'd rather be in the pub.
When FSG increased the ticket prices, Liverpool fans walked out of the stadium, I believe.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So this is something that our fans are never going to do.
Right. Joe, I'll come to you on this, yeah? And then I'm going to go to Dan and Haz as they get pretty quiet. Do you think the fans are a problem here? If you do, why?
Our fans are a problem. I think
you can say no. It's your opinion at the end of the day. Nothing more, nothing less. You're allowed your own opinion, mate. So no one's going to hang you for it. Trust me.
I would say, yeah. I think if the majority of the fans are making the argument that we should be competing with the top 4 teams of England and should be always in the Champions League, always in the Europa, but don't do anything about it, I think they are a problem. I think there's a lot of portion of the fans who just don't do their research or just don't know what the root cause issues is. Some people think it's the manager, some people think it's the ownership, some people are just naive, right? So like I don't think we could group the whole entire fan base in one. I think just some people just don't know, some people, other people do know. So I think Levy's the problem, but if the majority of the fans just want to see attacking football, then that's what they're getting, right? Even though if we're constantly losing, constantly mid-table team, they should not be complaining about wanting to win in cups or anything really, if that's what they just want, attacking football.
Fair enough, fair points. I think solid fair points. Dan?
Yeah, guys, everybody's made some great points, fantastic points. Very depressing, but it is what it is, and everyone has to speak their mind. The whole thing is a mess. So for me, let me go back to that question, which was a little while ago. For me, that summer transfer window, ins and outs, was a money-saving exercise. Really, it was. Even signing Ange was a money-saving exercise. It was just a complete punt. Yeah, he's not getting a lot of salary. Such a poor decision. That Lange as well, this Lange guy, doesn't give me any confidence. The signings that we've made in the summer, they've shown no ambition. And that interview Lange gave in that summer confused me. And that was a massive red flag, that short interview there. We never paid wages for top players, yeah? We always lose out. What I thought the stadium, like Mark said, was a game changer. You know, we have been all sold a lie. As I said, we never buy top players. When do we ever go out and sign 2-3 top players in a transfer window to improve the first team? We just never do. And we're never really going to truly compete until this board is gone. All we can hope for is that we sign a manager who can get the best out of the set of players that we have. We Spurs right now need a tactician, a clever manager who can get the best out of those players he has. And also, that manager is going to need a hell of a lot of luck. So that's kind of my little spiel on it, my little rant or whatever. Everybody's had their go tonight.
No, fair enough. Has?
Yeah, well, first of all, just go back to something Eugene said earlier, and then I'll quickly go on to the fans. About Ange.
Yeah,
There's no point in giving Ange any more money because he's not going to succeed at Spurs with these tactics. So we might as well get a new manager now. If we carry on with Ange, I think we'll be heading into relegation battle, and I don't trust him to have the bottle or the players we have to have the bottle to survive with it, to be honest. I mean, we probably won't get relegated, but I just don't see it be comfortable. And I think the season for me is already a write-off. As for the fans, unfortunately, you can't control like a million people, right? Like, I've been to protests. I've even been some with Brian as well. But like, there's only a few hundred.
You were my chauffeur for one of them.
yeah, I was actually. Yeah, but like for me, it's like when you're in the stadium, they're saying Ange's name with 5-1 down, and then you see the votes with like on Twitter where our fans would rather lose 6-3 with Ange than win 1-0 with Conte. That kind of sums everything up. Because the fans clearly care more about entertainment in the sense of like they want to see good football. I only use that in quotation marks rather than actually winning. So for them, this is like tolerable, I guess if that's the right word to say it. And I just think a lot of our fans just don't care enough as well. So they won't be like on either side really. They will just say, oh, they go to the football every Saturday or Sunday, whatever. They watch their team and they go home. That's about it for them. It's not like us who we sit here for hours and hours talking about situations at Spurs every week, 2-3 times a week. And there's probably other people in the chats as well. I could count for that as well, but we're probably in the minority of people that do that. So
for them, it's just a day out, isn't it?
Yeah. And obviously the tourist fans, I hate to use that word, but we've got a lot of them.
It is what it is.
Yeah, we've got a lot of them now. A lot more. The old White Hart Lane. I'm like people in the comments. I miss the old White Hart Lane personally because it felt like you were actually at a stadium.
Yeah,
This new one.
there was a home, wasn't it? It felt like home. Now we've got an extra 30, 40,000 people turning up to home matches, and most of them, I feel, aren't really true supporters. I hate saying that. Aren't really there. They're there for a day out.
No, I mean the people that come and just take loads of pictures and stuff like that. Like,
I do have to say, I think I personally am getting very frustrated with the term tourist fan. I really am, because there's people like myself who's now an international fan. There's people like Eugene. There's people that watch this from all over the world that go. And they go to support this football club as well. Just because they're from XYZ country does not mean they're not. Like I just said, you give me Scott, Eugene, and other international fans in this chat the opportunity to go there. I won't step foot in the Levy Bowl, the entertainment complex, but I have my reasons. Others will, because they are an international fan and they want to see their beloved Tottenham Hotspur. They are just as likely to be prepared to script. Like I know for a fact of Scott, well, we know what Scott M would do. I know how Eugene feels, so I speak to Eugene regularly. When it comes to this issue, we've got to be very careful when we use that line, because there are people from all around the world that feel exactly the way I do, that will go in there and does what I would do. But they're going there, mate. If we all lived abroad and had the opportunity, or if you're a huge NFL fan and you've got a chance to go to an NFL game, you're going.
Yeah.
You're not labelled a tourist fan, whatever. You just got to be very, very careful how you say that, because there are a lot of people. But like I said, if I could get, trust me, if I could speak or charter a flight, the international fans I know, I would have more protesting with me outside that club shop than we do with 62,500 people in there. I know for a fact, just in North America, with what I know and who I know and the people and the way they feel, and I can add South America, Brazil, I can see Mexico, all these, Argentina, but there are fans from all around the world. If I could charter a flight from South America, North America, that would go to a game, or not even go to a game, stand with me and protest and go to a pub, I know for a fact.
I can't. It's
I don't
derogatory how I sound it. I mean, I don't mean tourist fan. I mean, isn't a fan
know
for a
what
day?
what
You
words
get
to
your
use.
ticket, you come in,
Yeah,
you
it's
have
got
your
to be.
experience.
It annoys me. It's starting to annoy me. It's starting to annoy me.
I don't know what word to use because there's so many people who just go there just for a day out, and a lot of them are from
The experience fans. That's the word.
I don't know
Experience
what
fans.
word to use. Like, yeah.
It's true. I mean, Venus, I'll come to you, mate. What do you think on that? What do you think on this fan base? Is this fan base a problem? Are they their own problem? Are they not a problem? Is it just a lot of us just chat a lot of bullshit? What is it? Come on, what is your opinion on everything? Say as you wish.
Okay, for me, the fan base is divided. That's what is making us weak. We are divided. We have like half of the fan base saying Ange in, half of the fan base saying Ange out, half of the fan base saying Levy in, the other half Levy out. That's the problem with us. We are so much divided, and we need to get this fan base together for us to move forward as a club. Because there's no such a way like we can move on. Like we don't have the unity. Let's say we say go to a protest, only 150 people will show up. Like we don't have that unity. We need to unite this fan base first for us to move forward as a club.
How do
That's
we
what I
unite?
think.
How?
First is by getting Levy out. That's for me. That's the only thing that
We can't unite on that.
That's the issue with us. Like we are so much divided that we can't move forward as a club. That's what I think.
It'd only happen if we get relegated.
It's like what I say, isn't it? It's like the way I've just.
Oh, if we get relegated, we'll have the nicest looking stadium in the Championship. I'll put it that way.
No, do you know what? I
How does
actually
the fan base
personally
unite?
believe us getting relegated, I think for what
do it.
we want personally would be the best thing that can happen to this club. And I know that's a dangerous thing to say. Eugene, us getting relegated, would it do us a favour as a whole to get that prick out the club? Or do you feel totally different? Again, it's just totally opinion.
You know what? I think the TV revenue, the TV money that's coming in is so big that nothing else matters. Whether we're relegated, the match going fans don't mean as much as before. It's only for PR. But it's impossible to make an owner sell the club if that owner doesn't want to. Just look at Mike Ashley. I mean, how many years did he own Newcastle and all the issues? I believe they were relegated twice, right? So if we get relegated, I don't want to see that. But who knows?
Eugene, if we get relegated, we don't get that TV money anymore.
Yeah, but all that concerts, everything else, NFL is still going to be generating money.
Would they want to come to a Championship stadium? Does it make a difference?
For concerts and for
money,
F1. And
yeah, but money-wise, we would take a serious hit. And the thing I keep saying is, if you want to hurt a businessman, and that is what we are, and you want to kick them in the bollocks, good and proper, you hurt that pocket.
But the business is not football. That's the issue. Our business is not football. Our business is
but the revenue
other than football.
The revenue off the TV though is a hell of a lot of money. And they would lose a lot of money through that.
It's the number one income stream for the club. It's the number one.
There you
income.
go.
Yeah.
We'll get a parachute payment. We'll get a massive parachute payment, but then that doesn't cover our wage bill. So we'll have to sell our top players. Our top players
And still, our top players are going to go before the end of this transfer, or at least at the end of next season. We'll start.
If you get relegated, your TV income drops. You can say that's compensated by parachute payments. Your best players will want out. And on top of that, you won't be able to charge £80, £60 to go and watch Spurs now. So the gate receipts go down. You can't justify it. You won't pack out 62,000 seats, Spurs versus Derby County or Spurs versus, I don't know, Darlington. It's not going to happen. So for me, you won't be in Europe. So there's another 50 odd million gone. If you go down without debts as well, and the covenants we've got in place on the financing, if we go down, this ownership will have to restructure. And the fans won't like that restructure because it will impact us. What we see on the pitch, what we get as a product, as a service. I personally feel if we get relegated, it might just be the point where fans say, do you know what? Fuck this. Boycott. Now
that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying, basically. You want to hurt these pricks, you could do them. you've got to hurt their pocket. It is the only way you hurt a business. It's like what's going on in the world. I don't want to take it off football and that, but Disney for me is the prime example. People have had enough of their woke crap and everything and refuse to watch it anymore. Next thing you know, they've lost 159 billion in a fucking year, and they are smaller now. Disney is now a smaller club, smaller than McDonald's, for God's sake. They are smaller than McDonald's.
Disney have shot themselves in the foot themselves. That's their own doing by bringing in this, agenda.
Don't even go there. Just stay that out of it. Mate, just leave that out of it. The point I'm making is you want to hurt someone, you business-wise, you do them in their pocket. With them, they just didn't go and watch the films.
Let me ask you
this. With us, if we get relegated and people don't go to the games and whatever because of that, Levy is going to feel that in a big time. And would that be the thing that actually makes him sell up and fuck off?
Let me ask you this question. If we get relegated, all these people that argue for Levy, what a good chairman he is, you don't appreciate what he's done, look at the stadium, all these fans that defend him, if this club gets relegated, where do they stand? Where's their defence of him now? There is no defence for any chairman of any big club that gets relegated. If this happened to Arsenal, Chelsea, any big club, that board would be under immense fire from any fan base. Freaking hell. We've seen, look at the Everton fans last season when they were on the brink of relegation. They were tearing the streets of Merseyside apart, right? So if we were in that situation, I actually do think that's the point where fans say, you know what, we can't back this chairman anymore. He's sending us down. I do believe that will happen. If I'm wrong, then I give up. I mean, I've given up already, if I'm honest with you. But I think
it'd be fun if both
guys,
us
I've got to jump.
and
I've got to
Man
jump,
U are
guys.
relegated.
Sorry, Dan.
So, don't take care of yourself.
I just want to say one more thing before I go. I think that's the only thing that's going to wake these fans up. And I'd love to see Levy's face if we got relegated. It's got to that point now where something massive has to happen for this something to change. But that's it, guys. I'm off. Thanks, everyone. Nice to meet some of you I haven't met before.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
Enjoy the rest of the show. Take care, everyone.
Take care of yourself, Dan.
See you later.
I mean, Joe, what do you think on the us getting relegated thing? Do you think that would be the thing that kicks Levy and just he thinks, I can't be bothered with this and sells up? Because that would obviously bring the value of the club down as well. I know there's plenty of revenue on the other side, but it's going to bust the pockets no matter what. I mean, what do you think on that? Do you think us getting relegated would get what a lot of people want, and that is Levy out?
Yeah, I think if we definitely get relegated, then I think the majority of the fans would then will get really mad and just start berating the chairman, asking him to leave. So I don't think no fan could imagine us getting relegated, but if it's a possibility, then I think
no team is too big for relegation, my friend, even as Tottenham.
Yeah,
I agree.
So many times.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Even Man United fans are joking around with getting relegated, but it could always happen. So I think getting relegated could. I think the majority of the fans then could take over can point the finger at the chairman. But I do I do want to go back to what type of coach we should get after Ange Postecoglou. And I think if the majority of the fans want attacking football and somebody who micromanages these games through the 90 minutes, I think you get Terzic. Because if we get Areola, I don't know if people have done their research on Areola. He's gonna have his system. He's gonna try to implement it. He doesn't really micromanage the whole 90 minutes of his system. He wants players to play for the system, not for him to adjust the players for their strengths. I think Terzic does more of a he's crazy. He would probably take people off in the 20th minute if he sees that something is not going right in the system that he wants to play. And I think if fans also, I think Areola, since he's in a contract, I think it will be so Levy to just get the guy who's on free. It would be Terzic. But yeah, that's what my thoughts were going to. But yeah, I think if we get relegated, I think the fans would point the finger at Levy.
There would be carnage on the streets of North London if Tottenham got relegated.
No, there wouldn't.
There would be bedlam.
Yeah, they would.
I don't think it'd be that bad,
Brian.
Oh, Corey, that would be fucking. Mate, we lose 6-3 to Liverpool and people are doing oops upside your head in the fucking concourse. They're doing can. There'll probably be a fucking ring of roses around the stadium. Hailing, what a wonderful! This will be the best championship stadium. Don't be twisted. Mate, these fans will do nothing. They will be fed some PR bullshit. Believe it. Nothing. I'll give you a problem. Still mentioned about boycotting. I don't know if people have seen. There are thousands, and I do mean thousands, of seats up on the exchange right now for Newcastle. Thousands of them. Now, if they don't sell, I guarantee you all the people that put them on the exchange will go, do you know what? Yeah, I might as well fucking go. I can't sell my ticket. If you're prepared to put it on the exchange and you can't get a ticket sold, first week after Christmas, when obviously January is always the lull financially for everyone for obvious reasons, don't go. Say, do you know what? I couldn't sell my ticket. I can't be asked to get to Tottenham on 12:30 on a Saturday when this is going on. This is the perfect time for me to show that I'm not happy. I couldn't sell my ticket and I'm not prepared to go. But it's 100 notes for a ticket for Newcastle. This is how much this guy is a bastard. Since when has Newcastle been a Category A game? Since when has Newcastle been at the likes of Arsenal and Chelsea and West Ham for the big games and Liverpool?
It's the name Newcastle, isn't it?
All of a sudden now Newcastle is a Category A. But this is what happens with this fan base. Listen, the talk of relegation is stupid because it ain't going to happen. It's just
no, of course it isn't. But it's just the idea of what would damage them.
Even if it was a remote possibility, there are 3 shitter teams than us. It won't happen. So that concept. But when it comes down to what would this fan base do, absolutely nothing. Like Stell just alluded to. If what we're going through right now happened to an Arsenal, a Liverpool, a Chelsea, Man U have been doing this constantly with the Glazers. This wouldn't be allowed. This wouldn't be tolerated. It certainly wouldn't be accepted. And there would be a hell of a commotion made about it from the fan base. Whether any action was taken on it, neither here nor there. But they simply wouldn't accept being in the bottom half of the table for the first time since 2008. Going into 2009, have we been like this? And we were there because of One Day Ramos. And then Harry Redknapp started doing it. No other top team. And remember, we're part of the Big Six. It's the Big Five plus one. We're the plus one at a wedding. We're not as big as we think we are. Historically, yes.
Yeah, about being the bridesmaid or the
Prestige,
bride.
yes. Tradition, yes. Footballing wise, we're not fucking close to the top 5. We're nowhere near.
it.
We're nowhere near.
What Leah's just said here would just be the most comical thing. I know this is all ifs, buts, and maybes, and it ain't going to happen yet. But the reason I bring it into it is because that the only way you're going to hurt them. I mean, what Lee says here is brilliant. We would get relegated and win the Europa League and be the. Do you know what? That would be one of the most Spursy things I've ever seen in my life. Sorry, Brian, go on with what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying, listen, it's when people honestly think every time. And listen, I've got receipts, and I'm just waiting for when Ange goes and the next manager comes in. I have still got receipts from when Pochettino got sacked. The next manager, this is the last chance saloon. Well, it's been the last chance saloon for 6 managers. Oh, this one is the last. This fan base can't even commit to what they say about last chance saloon with managers. This fan base cannot stick to a damn word it says. People like myself, people like Stell, people that will say what they mean and mean what they say, will stick to it by hook or by crook. By hook or by crook, I've got the battle scars, as does Stell. You want to talk about where have you been? What have you done? Have you been there? Yes, yes, and yes. Because what I say is what I do when it comes to this. But we have fans around the world, and most importantly, the ones that go to the games that say that this is the last chance, things have got to change, this is my breaking point, this is my breaking point. Then they get to their breaking point, and all of a sudden there's a new breaking point.
Yeah,
It's
all
like,
of a sudden you've been prepared.
Just stop saying it. Just don't say anything because you just change every single time. I've been here for 17 years, and I will stay here for as long as it takes.
As we laugh, most of our fans can't even hack it to sing opera.
Mate, like I said, like Stel folk messaged me laughing. I weren't joking when I said I've grated cheese and made more noise than the South Stand. We should nickname the South Stand the Charlie Chaplin Stand. Because that's what it is.
I agree.
It's a wall of silence.
When I went there, Brian, with my wife, like I say, I've been to places like Signal Indiana Park, for fuck's sake, and I've never... That is out of all the stadiums I've been to, the greatest of the great. Fine, it's not in the best condition, but the atmosphere there is second to none. When I had to talk to my cousin who lives over there, I had to literally scream at him for him to hear me. When me and my wife were sitting there, I could whisper to her, and you could hear me clearly. That's not right, especially being on the South Stand. That's not how it's meant to be. Not
That's why the South Stand. The idea of the South Stand was taken from the.
There's more atmosphere on the night bus back from Leicester Square to Cockfosters on a Saturday night than there is in that goddamn stadium.
There's more noise when I'm
sleeping. The Soldier Dream. We're going to be this stand is going to be raucous and it's going to be intimidating. What we do to it, this is how bad it's gone. That stand is going to intimidate people. So we've now gone from a stand that's meant to intimidate people to an intimidating light show that the players are in the fucking changing room and not seeing. That's how bad we become. We have an intimidating and a spectacular light show to make it a fortress. The players don't see it. The fans don't care. And then we get told, don't get toxic in the stadium. Don't turn on the ownership. Don't turn, because we need to support the lads. Support the team. All these people that say it don't fucking support the team. There's no sound in that stadium. Don't turn it.
Brian, I've never seen something like a football match so dead in my life. It's like I've been to Barcelona as well and everything, and other places, Munich, and mate, it was, yeah, it was dead. Even when we scored a goal, all right, you heard a bit of a and then literally everyone was just sitting there like that.
Dan, I've gone through this twice with other teams. It's not just Spurs. My other teams here in the States, they were average, old stadiums, amazing atmosphere. They became good, built a new stadium. They priced out all the old fans, and now the atmosphere has gone to shit. So it's business. Unfortunately, it's everywhere.
Well, the atmosphere was good when Conte was here and we beat Arsenal 3-0 in the first North London derby at the new stadium. It was one of the best atmospheres I've been to in 30 years. It was electric. When there's something to fight for, the atmosphere is fantastic in the new stadium. When we played Man City in the Champions League, we beat them 1-0. That atmosphere was electric. When we have got something to play for, the atmosphere is brilliant. We don't have anything to play for anymore because the people have given up. Half the fans don't believe in Ange. Sections of the fans don't believe in the board. Half the fans don't even believe in being a fan anymore. Then you've got the players. We don't even believe in half the players. There's nothing to believe in. This is the problem. You go there and you know at the back of your head, I don't know what kind of Tottenham we get. I'm not going to predict the score because we can win 4-0 or lose 2-1. There's no fucking point in having a prediction. Yeah. And you go there and the whole game is chaos. It's absolutely uncontrolled chaos. And we either batter teams in the chaos or we get done over in the chaos. You don't go there thinking, I know what I'm going to get today. You go there in complete disbewilderment. That's why the South Stand's quiet, because they don't know what they're going to get. Plus, we're not allowed certain flags and banners, and they've put restrictions on them. The club have put restrictions on what fans can do in that stand in terms of atmosphere. And they think by having that guy at the beginning of the game, what? You think I've got my top back? It is pumping that tune. Bollocks to it. Listen.
Yeah, but like Stel, like you guys go to games, so you know better. For me, watching on TV, there are a lot of games where we're down 2-1 or it's a close game, and that's when the fans should be loud, encourage the team. But it's silence. Everybody's anxious. Everybody's nervous. It's like, what's going on?
When Poch was there, it wasn't like that. When Poch was there, we were rocking. That stadium was bouncing. When Redknapp was there, it was rocking because we knew we were in the game, because we knew Kane was up front, Son was up front, Luka Modric was on the pitch, Moussa Dembele was on the pitch. We had Jermaine Defoe. Now, I've got Solanke playing holding mid. I've got Tap-in Johnson, that's all he offers. I've got the worst left winger in the history of football, Werner. I look at the midfield, Pape Sarr, one good game, one bad game. I've got Bissouma, goes missing most games. And then you look at the defence, you're like, whatever, man. You look at the team and you think, 2-1, we're fucked. It's over. We're done. We're fucked. But if you
we
go
was
2-2
loud at Wembley. We was even double loud. When I went there a couple of times, I went to see us play Liverpool at Wembley and other games. You could hear Tottenham in Wembley.
Name the players on the pitch, Dan. Name the players on that pitch.
Oh, I know that's when we had Dele Alli and all that.
Dembele, Wanyama, Eriksen. Now,
I'm just going to call you up for one thing. Just one thing. When you're saying when they're saying to 5-4, I'll give you an example where it didn't. Remember when Conte, when we played AC Milan in the Champions League, was like, we need the 12th man behind us. We need it. We need you. The Spurs fans sang their heart out for 20 minutes and then saw the shit that was being played and don't bother. They just goodbye. And then we go 1-0 down. Then he brings on Emerson on when we need to get a goal, and he goes defensive. This fan base deliver it, but then as soon as the football goes bad, when we should be getting behind them, when the fans need to do their thing and say, right, let's give them something to let's make this and be that 12th man. Like I said, the time I walked out White Hart Lane and refused to go back in that Levy Bowl was when I saw people in front of me playing Candy Crush and people behind me fucking speaking about whether they should go to Brazil or Portugal on their holidays when we were 2-1 down to Manchester United. This is what this fan base does.
That I was at that AC Milan game, and what happened was the atmosphere was very good. The football wasn't good. We didn't play well, and Conte made bad subs, but we still backed them. Where the atmosphere died was when Romero got a red card, and we knew the game was over. Like, you knew it was done. We weren't going to come back from it. And I think that's what killed it. But look, I do hear your point. I don't think we get behind them every time, but most of the time when there's something on the line, whether it's top 4 or to get through to the next round of the cup, or whether it's a Champions League qualification, the atmosphere has been good. The issue is, under Ange, there's been fuck all to play for. We blew top 4 last year. We went out of both cups in the first round. The season was over. This year, I think the atmosphere in the Carabao Cup games have been quite good because we've been doing well. In Europe, it's been because it's the qualifying stage. It's the boring part. In the league, it's been shit. But that's because I think fans have realised now the league's done. All this bullshit, I like to challenge for the league in the second season. Not this year, mate. I don't think so.
I mean, Ange can say that all he wants, but when you've got teams like City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea, United outspending any other team, including us, on quality players, not your fucking fill-in spots, it's just a joke how we run. It is. It really is. And then you got to look at our medical team. Our injury bench and our injury room always seems to be full year in, year out. And I put that down partly on this medical team. This medical team couldn't keep anyone fit. So I've got no hope in them. Our recruitment team, shit. The way we're run, shit. Some of the players that we have, total shit. Especially Timo Werner. I thought Eric Dyer was stealing and living as a football player. Well, fuck me. Jesus Christ. Was I wrong about Dyer in that sense when you got Timo Werner?
Well, that ain't going to... Timo Werner, I mean, that's worse than the end of the night at a pub, and I ain't even going to go into that. When you go home and you fall asleep on the bed when you're meant to perform. That's just like one of them ones, basically, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, Scott, go for it, mate. You've always got a lot to say. Say it.
Today, I don't know if I do. I'm much like Brian. I've been like Brian before. I'm so feel like I'm done with this club. That we're saying the same things over and over again, and people kind of sometimes complain about it, but it's because nothing changes. But what I'll say about that, when Brian's saying the fans in the stadium aren't booing or they aren't making themselves heard, it's because as much as we say Levy doesn't understand football, our fans don't understand football. We have the dumbest fans that I have ever seen. They don't understand football. If you're seeing your team getting beat at home 5-1 to Liverpool, how can you not see that's the time when you make noise? That's the time you let them know you are not happy with what you're seeing. But no, instead they make noise because they have some misguided idea that the football we're playing under Conte isn't exciting enough. So that's the time where we better boo because we want to be
because the Wi-Fi is messing up.
Is that me? Did you say my
We're
Wi-Fi?
even beaten by,
Go on, Scott. Let's Scott finish. Just come on, let Scott finish. Sorry to interrupt you, mate. Go on, keep going.
Oh, I didn't know. Is that my Wi-Fi's cutting out? Is that what you said?
No, the stadium.
Yeah, it was just a comment I made. Like they'll make more noise if
Anyway,
the Wi-Fi basically.
Just again, it shows our fans that they just do not care at all about football. They do what Levy wants them to do, and they care about all the other things. And as long as their beers are filling up fast from the bottom, and they get to chat with their buddy about whether it's Costa Rica or Portugal or sorry if I got that one wrong.
Brazil or Portugal, Scott. Get it right, mate. Get it right.
Well, I can't. I don't get to make those. I'm deciding whether I'm going. I don't get to leave Canada, so I'm deciding whether I'm going an hour away to the farm or not. That's about it. All I get. But yeah, I don't. It just kind of. It's like we know about our fans, right? It's why things don't change. It's why we come out here. It's why we talk about the same things because our club doesn't change. We're not interested in changing. As fans, we're not interested in changing what's wrong with the club, and at the top of the pile, we're not interested in changing what's wrong. So
It does seem that way. I mean, Venus, do you think that our fan base is just that lame that even at the stadium they just literally don't care about the football anymore, and it's just a day out?
No, the fans do care, but the issue is just us as fans being divided. Us being divided has brought a lot of issues. Even the atmosphere nowadays is not even rocking like it used to be, because the fans are no longer together. They don't have the same opinion, and the only thing that can
Go on, mate. Finish.
The only thing that can unite us right now, I think, is a trophy. If someone just wins a trophy, then all of a sudden you see the fan base come together. We start to.
One trophy doesn't fix 30 years of mismanagement from the board, man.
No, Corey,
in a team that hasn't won anything since 2008, a trophy can change everything. Seriously, we're starving for success. We are, because our fans.
Go on, keep going.
Like these fans, it's come to a point that they don't even understand what success means. You are 6-3. You've been beaten 6-3 at home by Liverpool, and you're just singing a manager's name. Is that normal? Seriously, some of the fans do not understand what it means by success. And I want to know from everyone in the stream, like, what's the definition of success?
Continuous success, winning year in, year out, not one cup in every 13 years. That's not success.
No,
Sorry, one trophy is not going to lift.
One cup would fix a lot. And the point I want to make with this, just quickly with Venus, is even if the fan base is so divided, which it blatantly is, I mean, I won't go into it, but sort of like Saxon Viking sort of shit divided, yeah. But aren't they all there to watch Spurs win, no matter what we agree on, or no matter what we disagree on, or no matter whether we want Levy in, Levy out, Ange in, Ange out, Timo Werner, please break a big toe and don't play football again for us. Well, I ain't going to say break his leg because that's harsh, but his big toe would ruin his game for a while. And aren't they all there to watch Spurs win? So what's the divided got to do with it? Aren't they all there for the same reason?
You're spot on. Listen, one trophy certainly makes a big difference. Doesn't make a massive, but we win a trophy, every single Spurs fan, no matter where you stand on manager, owner, whatever, that goes Spurs end a 16-year drought. It's an embarrassing drought. It's a totally embarrassing and unacceptable drought. We win a trophy, it kills a lot. That monkey's off the back. Does that mean the demand for better goes? Does that mean the demand from people like myself who want the ownership out goes, oh, we've won a trophy? No. But I, as a Spurs fan, want to see us win a trophy. And if it has to start somewhere. It has to start somewhere. I'm not saying that if we go and win a cup this year and stays and then we go on a massive road of success and winning. But come on, if we're saying that one trophy doesn't ease a lot of the pressure off this fan base and the arguments and everything, to me, it certainly does. But when it comes, it doesn't change with this ownership, because once we've won one, like Jose Mourinho did with Chelsea when it was the Carabao Cup or whatever the fuck it was called back then, he used to say that's the first trophy that's available to win. You win that breeds a winning mentality. That shows the players you can do it, and it gives them the confidence. One trophy makes a big difference.
We haven't got any winners in the club. That's the problem.
Mate, Corey, that's not the issue, though. We all know. Like I said, this is why, again, like Scott said, it doesn't matter what you do, because we have a lot of people that go on the same shows, have a lot of people in the chat that go and watch the same channels, and it's just the same fucking thing regurgitated. Just a different day, different way, different performance to start talking about the same old things. We all know we haven't got winners. We all know this club won't buy leaders. We all know this owner is an absolute wanker who doesn't care about football. But we all know that one trophy is all that we want. One trophy. Give me if someone said you get the Carabao Cup right now, but you don't know where everything goes for the rest of the season, give me that Carabao Cup right now in the bank.
I'll snap it straight out your hands.
Let me have that, exactly, but let me have that day where we can say, you know what, we've won a trophy. That drought is over. Spurs last won a trophy. When? 2025. Give me that all day long. Does it change anything where I stand on this football club? Not at all. But one trophy makes a big difference. A big difference.
I totally agree with you on that one. But the point of it is, like what I was saying, I agree. A trophy, it doesn't necessarily change everything, but wow, we are drained, and that is an understatement. But why is a divided fan base, which we are, at a game where no matter what, we're all meant to want the same thing of winning? Why is it just so dead in the aspect of that? I mean, I get it. You don't know what's coming on the pitch. We ain't got great players and that. But then look, just wouldn't you thought they'd just get behind the players more and either cheer them? But if it's that crap, I get you boo them. But we don't even, there's just no life there. And we're all meant to be there for the same reason. I mean, it is literally dead.
I'm not sure everyone is there for the same reason, Dan. And I know people don't like saying it, but there's a lot of people who say that that they want to see Spurs win, but then do a lot of time explaining why we shouldn't expect Spurs to win, and do a lot of time defending decisions we make for Spurs not to win. Now, I don't think anybody's like, I want Spurs to lose, but I think there's plenty of people happy to go along supporting Spurs without us ever winning a trophy. And that's not something that concerns them or bothers them at all.
I think at the games is just the PTSD. When something goes wrong, just like the players on the pitch, the fans, their heads drop and they expect the worst. So instead of cheering the team on, and for the players on the pitch to actually, step up and, level up their game, everybody's expecting the worst result. And then the fans are quiet, the players on the pitch, they go through the motions. I think it's related. It's just the PTSD of following this club for a long time.
Basically, with that battered up, it only takes one backhand and we're on our ass, basically.
That's what it is. I think it's just a mentality.
Dan,
I can go with
that. Two years ago on Twitter, before it became X, I said, Daniel Levy has created this mess, but it's no longer him. The fans are the problem. Our fan base is the problem. I got absolutely pummeled from all corners for that. And that's when the whole toxic, poison, negative Arsenal fan, I got blamed for people's mental health. I got blamed for people shutting down their YouTube channels. I got blamed for all sorts. And then I got caught up in so many dramas and arguments off the back of that, of which I got myself into a mess as well. There's things I did that I regret, but a lot of it, the other side probably regret as well. and it became a shit show. Right. Fast forward to 2.5 years. I've had no drama for 6 months because I'm off Twitter, I'm off Facebook, I just do my YouTube stuff. And it's simple. If you don't know what I say on YouTube, don't follow, don't subscribe. But I've maintained, and I stick to what I said. The fans are the problem. And what I mean by that is this. If you're Ange in and you're fucked off he's not being backed, then why aren't you protesting? Why aren't you taking action? If you've got a YouTube channel or a podcast and you're now saying the problem is the ownership, they don't bring in the right quality of players, that's not what we were promised, that's not what we were told, then why aren't you taking action? So many YouTube channels, so many podcasters now are all calling out the board. No one gives a shit. No one gives a shit what people say. It's what you do. You're not judged by who you think you are by saying things. You're judged by the actions you take in life. That's what you'll be judged on. And I'm judging our fan base and saying, you don't care because it's all talk. And I don't want to hear excuses anymore. And, you know, you go in that stadium, there's some people that sit behind me, top guys, older than me, and I always chat to them. And they know where I stand with things, right? And they agree. They're like, well, nothing's really going to change, is it, with this ownership? But that's it for them. They won't protest. They won't boycott because they haven't got it in them to they're not that much submerged in Tottenham to want to do anything. There's a woman that sits 5 rows to the left of me. She's a really loud person, got plenty to say. And when I was chanting Levy out, she gave me a bollocking. And I shouted back. And then her husband got involved. This is last year, or the year before when Conte was here. Her husband got involved. And then it was gonna kick off here. I'm sitting there. Right? I'm sitting there against Wolves. And Wolves equalise. And she shouts out, "What are you going to do about this, Levy?" I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. You had the audacity to come for me, and your husband got involved, and now you're saying what I've been saying.
She's a hypocrite.
It
is just comical.
Listen,
but right,
people change their minds, right? People change their views. I'm cool with that. I don't expect an apology.
in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, listen, and I don't expect an apology, but this is the issue, and I've really begun to understand it now. The reason our fans are the problem, it's not because they don't take action. It's not because they don't protest. That's what I thought it was. The reason our fans are a problem is this. They're very easily pleased. Just the slightest bit of hope, and they change. I guarantee you.
Very accepting, aren't we? Very accepting.
Dan, if we beat Newcastle, then draw against Liverpool in the first leg to give us hope that just maybe at Anfield, just maybe. And if we get a draw at the Emirates, if we get a win and 2 draws, you won't be hearing Levy out, Enoch out. You'll be hearing Ange's turned the corner. Just get behind the team. And they'll swing this way. If he then loses the next 3 games after that, we've got to do something. Oh, this chairman's a problem. They swing left, right. Whereas what we need, and I don't want to come across as, listen to me, I know best. But Brian Daigle and myself, from day one, have always maintained Levy out. We've never swung. And until fans can just hold a position and go with it, listen, I don't like him. I couldn't give a shit about him. And quite frankly, in fact, I'll leave it there because I don't want to say something.
I will just let me finish.
Going to say sorry.
Okay,
sorry.
sure. Go.
I was about to say something I was going to regret.
Okay,
Sean Butler has never once budged from defending this ownership. He'll say that he's not Levy out. We all know he's protective of the ownership, just like Simon Jordan is on TalkSport. We know their position. You don't need too much common sense to see it. At least he sticks to what he really believes, right? The Levy out, we stick. And when you say you're Levy out, don't just say it because it sounds cool. Say it because you mean it, because you stick with it. There's a massive group of fans in the middle. They don't fucking know what they are because they're easily pleased. When we beat Man City 4-0, we went live on Tottenham away and I said, guys, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And again, I got pelters and whatnot. 2 months later, everyone's like, do you know what? Still did say it back then. I'm like, yeah, because I get what's going on. I see it because I've known what this ownership is like. I know the decisions they make, how it trickles down into the team and what will end up happening. Our fans are the biggest problem because they're so easily satisfied. Give them some crumbs. They think they've had a 3-course meal. This is, and I don't know how you change it, by the way. I don't. That woman that screamed, if we win the next 2 games, she ain't ever going to say leave you out again. Unless we go and lose the next 3, then she'll be leave you out again. But then she'll be Ange in if we win the next 3. And leave in, leave you out. Ange in, Ange out. You've got to hold
Shake it all about.
Shake it all about. Go to the disco, have a vodka. Right? You've got to have your... I get people can change their opinions. That's fine. If you've changed your mind because there's enough evidence or because you got it wrong, fine. But to keep swinging, you're all over the place. Like, you are the problem because you don't know what you want. Do you want entertainment? Do you want winning? Do you want sexy football or pragmatic? Do you want balanced? Do you want to be in a top 4 race or would you rather finish 10th and win an FA Cup? What do you want? And if you are Spurs fans, you'll get 20 different answers because we as a fan base don't know what we want. The only ones that know what they want, the only ones that know exactly what they want are the Levy out and the Levy in lot. And they are the minority. They're the minority.
There's no Levy in.
Sorry, Brian. I had to finish that off because there's a lot I wanted to...
yeah, that's all cool, mate. Right, last thing I go to then. Next game, Newcastle. I bet we're all looking forward to it, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll come to you first, Venus. We got Newcastle next. I am not looking forward to... I mean, I'm not looking forward to any game that I see Spurs play these days. So, but point is, we got Newcastle next. Our record with them of late is just not good. What do you think about this game? Where are we going to go? What are we going to do with defense? What is going to happen with this game?
Okay, first of all, do you guys see how Isak hangs around that offside line? Like, with our back two, bruv, that's going to be hectic. I can see another 6-1 incoming. Because, like, bruv, these tactics are too open. Like, we're going to get battered. It's up to Newcastle. If they want to go for the kill, they'll kill us. But if they waste their chances, it will be a 3-1 or 2-1, something like that. But if they have their shooting boots on, it's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be ugly.
It could get very messy, especially down the wings up there as well, with Gordon up there and who's the other fella?
Murphy's on form.
Well,
Isak.
Mate, Anthony Gordon is going to have an absolute field day. Forget what Isak's going to do. Honestly, Anthony Gordon is going to have the freedom of the Levy Bowl. I will say this because then I need to go. I just want to piggyback on what Stel was saying about chanting Levy out, blah, blah. When it comes to this fan base as well, you look at it, there are thousands, and I do mean thousands, probably tens of thousands, across all social media platforms saying they want the manager out. Whether you agree or not, that's not the debate here. Yeah, when they go into the Soulless Bowl, the entertainment complex, all these ones that run their mouth, again, like I say they do with Levy out, they run their mouth about Ange out. Do they sing it? Do they make their voices known? Of course they don't. Of course they don't, because they just won't do. They talk the talk. They won't walk the walk. Whether you're Ange in, Ange out, Ange stay, Ange, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter like me, because the manager's going to get script. No one makes a sound about that. But when it comes to Newcastle, just remember, people, the good old international fans, like myself, it's a 7:30 a.m. kickoff, which means I'm up at 5 a.m. to get to the Scotland Yard. People like Scott are up at 5 a.m. to watch this, and people like Eugene are up at 4:30 a.m. and will get up to watch this and sacrifice an early morning on a Saturday, getting up early to watch this shower of shit. But don't remember, we're not class good enough, or we don't know what we're talking about because we live here or there. This is what I get annoyed about the fans. They don't realise. People go, oh yeah, I hate getting up 12:30 kickoff on a Saturday. Oh, 12. My heart fucking bleeds for you. 12:30. Oh, diddums. Think about people that are staying up till stupid o'clock in the evening on the other side of the world, and people that are getting up damn early on a Saturday to watch it for the love of the football club. But we are going to get absolutely pummeled. We are going to get absolutely... Anthony Gordon is going to have a field day. That's the big. People talk about Isaac, who is absolutely incredible. Anthony Gordon still has shown videos or photos and stills where he's put big black circles around where our fullback should be, and they're not. Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon will be. I think Newcastle players are going there to go, right, here we go. They have won the last 4 games, haven't conceded a goal. Who we got next, lads? Oh, Tottenham. Do you remember when Alex Ferguson used to say it's only Tottenham? Anthony Gordon is going to have, it's going to be like a cheetah running down in the jungle trying to find prey. He's going to have so much space. We are going to get walloped. We are going to get, honestly, I don't even think we score a goal. I don't even think we are. Mate, I think I'm going 3-4-0 Newcastle. I'm more assured of that than there are noise in the stadium, fans getting behind the team. The only thing that is certain is that we lose on Saturday and more people will go and have their beers that float from the bottom and dance to a guitarist and get some noodles or something from the goal line bar and go, this is fun, this is great, I love it, I love it, this is that's what's going to happen Saturday. And I will leave it at that because I've already been half an hour more than I said to Alana. So I'm about to have a domestic, so I think it's best off camera. Everyone in the I've just seen Mr. Box Office, my brother. Love you, brother. Happy New Year. Everyone in the chat, Happy New Year. Everyone on the camera.
Sorry if I've upset you, Brian.
Happy New Year.
Enos, pleasure to meet you, buddy. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening. Try to enjoy your Friday. And do what I do. Just say your weekends are one day long and mine's on Sunday. Because Sunday will be a nice day. I'm not having... My weekends aren't ruined by Spurs anymore. There's Spurs Day, then Sunday, or Saturday, then Spurs Day. And as always, Levy out.
Take care, Brian. Right, so whoever wants to take it from there. Newcastle. What, when, how, if. Come on, Alex. You're the fresh one on. Go for it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tottenham actually win. I wouldn't be surprised if Tottenham win, to be honest with you. And just cue the videos when we win, because after the Southampton game, and I'll still say what I say, after that Southampton win and everyone was making videos, I thought that was just embarrassing because it just summed up how, when Southampton beat sat their manager where they were at. But, but for me, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we lose or get a draw. But I think Bentancur's in suspended for that game, isn't he, as well?
Yep.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we get another injury. I wouldn't be surprised either as well, because
no, I agree.
And I'll tell you now, Kulu, because he's gonna play, he must be past that red zone. He must be past that red zone so much right now. I've got to be honest, because the amount of games he's played, you know what I mean. But I do think Newcastle will be a big threat. I do agree about Gordon. He's playing really well, but that's because of Eddie Howe. I've got to say that. That's in great
good manager,
form.
I think.
Yeah, you're great coach. What I don't see with Ange. Sorry to the people that love Ange. But I'm sorry, but you know my thoughts on him. And yeah, I think if I could predict something, I think it'd probably be a draw because we do score goals. Even if I don't relate our attack, I think we score goals. So I think it'd be either a 1-1. I think at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if we lose or get a win. I don't know, but I'll just pick it out the hat. 1-1 for me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Go on, Eugene. What do you reckon on this one?
Fortunately, I can care less. The only thing that's going to happen, the bad thing for me is I'm going to once again have to explain to my son why we're so terrible and why I made him support this club. But so that's that happens on a weekly basis. But I just care about the cup games at this point. So, but I do think, as Box Office said, Newcastle, we can beat them on the road. In our place, we usually do okay, I think. They're not that great overall, so we might be able to nick a point or if we beat them 2-1, if they miss their chances, I'm not going to be surprised either way. I expect a loss, but if we beat them, it is what it is. Again, to me, I just care about the cup games at this point. So whatever happens, happens.
I'm going to say something really off the cuff here. I think we really screwed the pooch here when we decided to play Romero and Van de Ven against Chelsea, and then they've had their recurrence of injury. If you know two players are fucking injured, why are you bringing them back for a game like Chelsea just to not have them? I mean, I think Van de Ven's out till February. Romero, we don't know when he's coming back. If you're going to re-injure or re-aggravate these injuries for players that are supposed to play this system on the high line, then you're fucking yourself over for the rest of the season. Newcastle are going to turn up. They're going to slam us 3-4-0, and I can see one of our midfielders or one of our defenders getting sent off in this game. I can just see it. I really do not give a shit now about what Tottenham are doing, because all the time Ange is here, when he came in, I didn't rate him because he's done it in Tim Pot leagues. Give me a manager that can come in and do something. Not give me a manager and force feed us fucking hope year after year. I've got so sick and tired of watching Tottenham under Ange, Tottenham under this, Tottenham under that. We were just beaten by a manager we sacked after 3 months. Fucking Jesus. That is embarrassing. The embarrassment of being beaten by Nuno, who we were singing to get the fuck out of the team from fans back then. And now we can't even do the same to fucking do it for Ange. And then he'll probably get sacked, pick up a team in the Premier League, and then go and beat us.
You know what you just said about Van de Ven? I mean, from what I read, he's out until the end of the season.
Is he? I thought it was February.
Yeah. No.
Right.
What it is basically, for him to get fully fit, he's going to have to take significant time off at the end of the season. They reckon he is not going to be 100% fit for the rest of the season. He's going to get, say, 80
young lads. A detriment.
He's done, mate. Once your Hemi goes, I think.
He's ruined him.
And everything.
He's absolutely ruined him.
I mean, he was ruined already in Germany. He had a big injury in Germany. It just made it worse. But I think
he's come here with our medical staff, and it's
the one in Germany, Eugene. He didn't snap nothing. He had a tear. He had a tear in it, which is not good, but it's fixable, and you can carry your career on with that. You tear that thing, that's game over. You will never.
What's the guy? Dan, what's his name? The fullback for Chelsea. I'm blanking.
Cucurella.
No. Who's injured all the time? Reece James. Like he got hurt, and now he's just hurt all the time. I think
Owen is another prime example of it. It's your hamstring is just like your back. I speak from experience on the back. Yeah, once your back is fucked, it is fucked. Yeah, no ifs or buts.
I just think he's done.
I'll talk about your injuries, man, with the 80,
and then when it gets injured again, you'll only fix it 90% again. So you're 20, so you're to 80%. You do it again, you'll only fix it 90% then. So your back is now 70%. Your hamstring, you go and snap that. That's, to me, that's about 50% off straight away. You're fucked. You're never going to be the same player again if you completely.
It's like what happened with Michael Owen in his hamstring. You know,
Michael Owen, yeah, exactly.
Mate, he was never the same player.
Yeah, that's the one I usually go to with that, because he's a player that relied on pace a lot, and when he done his hamstring properly,
it's like with me at the Brighton youth team. You know, I had a promising career in front of me, and I blew my fucking ACL out. I was on crutches 17 months. Come back at the age of 18, just after my professional contract was running out, or my youth contract was running out, to be told I'd never play sport again because of my ACL. Injuries like that can be absolutely detrimental to someone's
development. A hamstring's a muscle. Okay, it's easily repaired. It just takes time. The trick with a hamstring is, once it's fully repaired, don't rush a player back like we did against Chelsea. That was asking for fucking trouble. What you do is let him play some friendly games behind closed doors, or just play some competitive training games. Work your way back in, and then come on and play, I don't know, 30 minutes of a Premier League game, then 45 minutes, then just play another 45 minutes, and then slowly see. You've got to build up to it. What we did is we said, right, first game back, Chelsea, a team challenging for the title, in you go. The way we manage our injuries are diabolical. It was suicide. A hamstring injury is just a muscle. the muscle repairs, especially at
Yeah,
young
but
age.
you probably snap that still. You're never going to fix it 100%.
Yeah, still, Hemi is a different thing. I know, like NFL receivers are the same. Once the Hemi goes,
it's a muscle. It's a muscle. You can recuperate. The thing is, listen, he's a young lad. He can recuperate no problem. Medical science is amazing nowadays. The issue we've got is part of your recuperation is how you're introduced back into your daily life. And as a professional football player, it's playing football, right? It's how you reintroduce yourself. We killed him. We fucking mullered the guy. Michael Owen, they did the same thing with him. Like Michael Owen, they should have reduced the amount of games he played that season he came back. But instead, right, striker, off you go again. It's a mismanagement of players, in my opinion. I get what you're saying. You might be 100%.
What just happened with him?
Who?
Saka.
He never gets a rest. Saka's never rested. Of course it's going to happen.
He's busted as well now, and they reckon he's out for the season.
It's the number of games too. There's so many games that they have to play now.
I still believe, like in Germany, there should be a winter break here in England. You know, they should get that period off. They're human; they deserve that break time. Fuck the money coming in. These guys need that rest.
They need a break.
Spain, international games too. There's so many now. It's crazy.
But need a break. But I'm sorry, I've been on a few streams, and when I hear the injury excuse, I get to a point where I'm sitting there saying, "We knew what was going to happen this season." I'm sorry. Like, you know, he's not helped himself. What he said at the beginning of the season, what the club said at the beginning of the season with the centre midfielders, saying that we were all right for centre midfielders because we're impressed with the generational talents. The defenders, we said, oh, we don't need any more defenders because we've got Phillips and Villits. We never played last season, by the way. Yeah, right. And Vukovic as well, who looks good. But again, when he comes to the Premier League, we'll see what he's all about then. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You're
so
putting hopes on
I'm sorry, this is all on the club. We let go of opportunities. We're going on about Gomez. Yeah, because my boy Esmatic, who does things for free on his channel, Spurs Kings TV, again, he'll get give you some money for putting his channel again for him. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's like, you know, like he gives me players for free. So what are the excuses for this Johan Lang, who's been bang average?
He's crap.
I'm sorry.
He's so shit.
I'm sorry. Now I'm embarrassing myself by saying I want Paratici back at my club again.
At least Paratici had a game plan.
The transfers.
No, Paratici actually had a game plan, Fox.
I don't think he was bad at all. And right, just want to say thanks to Nick out for the super chat. Much appreciated, mate. Wishing everyone here a happy and healthy new year. Here's a drink on me, Dan. He's a good. He's a
geezer. And geezer.
Can I just say, does a fiver even get you a pint?
Much appreciated, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, Alex, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I still thought we should have. I mean, I know he got the suspension and whatever for what he did in Italy, but he's definitely been the one who brings our better players in as such. Yes, there's been some screw ups with it as well, but I think he's definitely been one of our more solid ones. I mean, Scott, with Newcastle, before I'm done, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I think they're kind of the worst possible team we could play right now with Gordon and Jordan Murphy on the wings. They're going well. They're going to terrorize us up and down with all the space that they get there. Isak coming in the middle. We know how bad we are with our defenders and our midfielders tracking guys who are coming into the box late. Isak can do that perfectly. He'll open us up. And then with their midfield, if they have Guimaraes, Tonali, Joel Linton, like those guys are going to boss our weak midfielders around. It seems like, honestly, one of the worst teams. If you said, who could you play right now that you don't want to play? Newcastle might be the pick you don't want to play because of the way that their strengths are just everything that causes us trouble. So I don't have much hope for us. I guess they're missing their center backs and goal and keeper, which means you can't win a game from what I'm told if those guys are out. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But I think it's the worst kind of team for us to play right now. And they look like after their early on struggles, Howe's changed what he needed to change, and they're playing well now, right? I know it's impossible for a manager to do it, but somehow he managed to change things and get players and make changes to the side so that they could actually improve their style of play. But so I don't have any hope. I'd say 4-1, 5-1. Who knows what it could be?
We're not going to
could be really ugly.
Newcastle, Scott. We're not going to score past Newcastle. We're not.
Especially,
you know why I'm going to say that we will? Because we'll get one fluke goal that our fans will latch onto to show us why we have to keep Ange because of that one goal. That's why
it'll be tapping Merchant that scores it if we do. But
they'll kick it into their own net from halfway, and our fans will say how great it was that Ange created that goal. That's why I think that we'll score. It's because we need that one thing for our fans to latch onto to keep justifying.
Look, in the league, we only lost once, I think, by more than one goal, right? To Liverpool. So even though we're not going to win, it's not going to be a blowout because they're not great, especially on the road. We might lose 2-1 or 3-2, but it's not going to be 4-0. Nobody beats us.
Chelsea was a blowout, Eugene, and we got kind of that lucky Sun goal.
Right.
Like that one, sure. I know, yes, it's one goal, but I don't think that was really a one-goal game.
That's fair, but that's two. But overall, all our games are pretty close. So I think this one
controversial to say something on this one. Do you think it's about time we sold Sonny? I love the guy, but
yes,
do you really think he's the player?
We were saying it earlier. Yes, we've already been through this one. Yeah,
right.
it is sort of that way sort of thing, or he should only be played 20 minutes, or he should only be played up front as such, and he shouldn't be captain and that. We all spoke about that, and I agree with what everyone said. So still, Newcastle, what's happening? What's going to happen? What do you think? Who the hell are we going to use in defence? And with a Doji out as well now till February, March, whatever, where he's been running to the ground, even though he's been playing shit, but he's still been running to the ground. We're up shit street, mate, in a big, big way.
Yeah, this is what fans wanted. So enjoy your entertainment. This is what you have been waiting for. I think that we will lose. I don't think we'll get battered. Newcastle are bang on form. They're on a really good run. Newcastle, actually, the last 5 games on the road, they've won 3, drawn 1, lost 1, and they beat Forest away and Brighton away. So Newcastle on the road have found a bit of form. I don't think they come to White Hart Lane scared. I think they come to White Hart Lane smelling blood. Same as Wolves. Wolves came to Spurs and they smelt blood. We're vulnerable. Everyone knows it. So they will set up in a quite pragmatic way, but they will look for the transitions and they're going to pick us off because every team picks us off. I think Spurs will give it a go. I think we'll definitely score because Shah is suspended. I think their goalkeeper's out, so they're going to be vulnerable. So I definitely think we score. I just think Newcastle will score more than us. And also, they've got a lot of motivation because Chelsea have fucked up and they've opened the door for top 4. Newcastle can potentially get into the top 4 now because Chelsea have screwed up. And Chelsea have got a tough game. They're away to Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace recently, I think they drew against Brighton. No, they beat Brighton 3-1.
They beat Brighton. I was at that game.
They beat, which no one expected. And they got a draw 0-0 at Bournemouth, which is, we know it's a tough ground for anyone to go to. So Crystal Palace at home, Sellers Park, I think Palace might fancy themselves against Chelsea. So if you're Newcastle, your rivals for top 4 have got a tough game. You're in form. The team you're going to play against Spurs are out of form. I think if you're a betting man, you put 2-1 Newcastle, something like that. They'll beat us, only just. They'll be the better team and we will just come unstuck again. And I think that's what's going to happen on the day. They'll beat us by a goal. Worst case, 3-1. I don't think they're going to batter us. But I'm going to go 2-1 Newcastle. The best thing we will do is get a draw. The best thing Spurs will get is a draw out of this game. But my money's on a Newcastle win. And the fans will say it's all part of the process. It's just be patient. Just be patient.
Yeah. With this game, I must admit, it's like you can say it with any game, basically. There's not much faith there. But Newcastle, I am not looking forward to this one, especially with what they got on the wings. And that is up front.
Dan, sorry, just because you said what they've got in the wings. For me, it's the midfield. Joe Linton, Tonali, Guimaraes are going to chew us alive. We are going to lose that midfield. And that's where the game's going to be won. We can't compete there. They have got a better midfield than the donkeys that we're going to put on the pitch.
Then to counteract that,
no Bentancur as well. No Bentancur.
I feel like we should play a 3-4-3 here. Put Archie Gray out of the team. and just go with something different. We can't play this system.
Please don't talk about adapting. We don't do adapting on this.
No, no, we're not going to do that. But I mean, hey.
I just think in every which way. I agree with what you're saying. Like they're totally cookers in midfield. Get the balls wide or get the ball over the top. We don't get caught so much over the top, considering Van der Ven is missing now. I know it happens, but it's nothing like last season. But the thing that's still like last season is where we invert straight away down the wings, and they've got all the time and options in the world, to the point that we've got a centre back there and a centre back there, and they've got two people sitting in the bloody middle.
We're not allowed to bring Phillips back in off alone, are we? Due to the rules of the leagues, we can't just bring it back off loan and start playing him again with that whole two-team thing. Isn't it?
No, you can do. It depends what the contract is that you've done with the club. If you've done with the club the contract that you can take the player back at any time, you can do that. And he could also say have come back a month ago and we could have played him because he's under 21. He doesn't have to be registered either. Whereas if the contract that we gave them that they pay, say, for instance, 50% of his money, but we can't call him back, then we'd be screwed. But I don't know what's on that contract, basically. But that's the way the contract works as far as I know. It's got to be part of the contract that you can't bring that player back.
All right. I was thinking if we could cancel his contract, bring it back, and then we've actually got another defender in the doors. Well, that's the only other thing I can see.
Why hasn't it already happened?
True. But then Plymouth aren't exactly doing great, are they? So
exactly. Like I didn't know Dorrington was as injured as he was. Yeah, I think we are definitely in trouble. I mean, Archie Gray, I don't want to go too much onto him, but I can't fault him for what he's done in centre back. Yes, he's been destroyed right back and left back, but he's given everything he can as a centre back, and I think he's done a respectable job.
A young lad being told to play in a position he's not comfortable in. I've got respect for that. But
yeah.
Don't send your player out on loan that is actually meant to play in that position because of things like this that could happen.
It's in his contract that he wouldn't go on loan, that he'd get playing time with us. That's the reason why he signed for us instead of City.
Okay.
And with the other one as well, with the two-team rule, Mike, as far as I know, that's two teams in the same league. As far as I know. If the person's played in the Championship or abroad or whatever, it's irrelevant. But if they've played in the same league, as far as I know, which obviously he hasn't.
We're not going to bring him back because Ben Davies will be back in 2 weeks' time to save our season. So
great.
We're not going to bring Phillips back.
Well, he's actually been one of our stronger centre backs, for God's sake.
Yeah, can we have Eric Dyer back? Can we have Eric Dyer back? I'd rather take Eric Dyer back right now.
Right now, take Ben Davies over Romero. I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
No, not for me.
Not long term, obviously, but Romero has been Ben Davies on that left-hand side. He didn't do too badly.
I agree with you, actually, Eugene. Don't get used to it, though. Don't get used to it, though. I actually agree with you. Mate. You know what I mean?
I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah,
Go on,
I agree
Alex,
with you. Because no, I'm being honest with you. I've been saying the same thing as Eugene. You know what I mean? Like Davies has been our best defender by default. You know what I mean? You know, he has been our best defender.
Did you watch him against Galatasaray?
Shows you why.
Did you watch him against Galatasaray?
Yeah, I know, but in our best performances, he's been our best defender.
The Romero cost us 3-4 games.
Which games has he been good in?
Man City.
Okay, we always beat them, so yeah.
No, but we beat them 4-0. Defensively very good.
Yeah, they've won one game.
He played against Aston Villa.
No, he didn't.
We played against Man City, didn't he?
Yeah,
Man City in the Carabao Cup. So he has been better. He has been very good. Romero has.
What did he do was actually good. Like if you watch him, he was never asked to do anything. That's why he's okay.
No mistakes.
Listen, I don't rate I don't rate him. I think we should. I think we need to get players that can compete, right? But let's be honest here. He's been better than Romero this season.
I mean,
do you think Argentina, if they had the choice between Romero and Davies, they'd pick Davies?
No. The point is, right now he's not playing well above Romero.
No. I'm just saying, like in 4 or 5 games where Romero cost us.
I think Davies has been more solid when he comes on than bloody Romero.
Yeah,
I do agree with that. Not that I would pick Davis over Romero, but I'd say out of the defence, Davis has probably been our most solid.
The funny thing is, when we played Man City, we played a deeper line. Why can't we play a deeper line with Romero then, Judge? When we play Romero, it's high up. Let's play a high line with Ben Davies and see what happens.
I thought Ange changed his tactics for the game, but for that one, I think it was just we got forced into playing that way as such, and
which is fair enough.
Without that, this team
Romero
was better counter-attack. Go on, Eugene.
On Romero, the issue with him is not high line. One thing that the issue with him is it seems like he loses focus once a game and gives up free headers. Arsenal game, I think that a few other games. It's not that he doesn't have pace to play the high line. It's just
Ben Davies can't win headers. Ben Davies can't win headers.
With Davis, we play either safer. I don't recall Davis making mistakes that cost us goals or games. Maybe like one or two, but with Romero, just recall 4 games where his goals cost us those games. And I don't know why. He just seems to check out once in a while. I'm not sure why that is. If he's tired, if he loses focus. Obviously, he's a better player. It's not even close. Obviously, he can pass the ball. He's press resistant at times. But I feel like Ben Davies, he doesn't do anything spectacular, but he doesn't make as many mistakes as Romero.
Ben Davies has been at this club he's been at this club for 10 years.
I'll come to you next.
He's been at this club for 10 years and has been a major contribution to the downfall of this club.
Oh, I agree. Get rid of him.
One of the key components of failure and mediocrity. And
both things are true. I agree.
Over Romero.
No, I'm saying right now on form. Get rid of Davis, but just right now,
I don't think Davies has been anything great this season. I think everyone's just hyped him up because.
No, we're not hyping up though. I'm not hyping
we
up.
Are. We are. We're saying he's had good performances.
No. Let's not go over the top here. I'm not trying to hype him
You're
up.
the one that said he's had a good season.
Yeah, he has been good this season. He's been better than Romero this season.
Against Man City in a low block. Romero's good in a low block. What game?
That's on the manager. I'm sorry.
No. I'm asking you to tell me the game that Ben Davies has been brilliant in.
Man City. Yeah,
when we're in a low block. I want to see Romero in a low block.
But Romero's issue is not low block. Arsenal, Brighton.
No, but we're saying Ben Davies does well in a different system. I want to see Romero in that system before we judge.
But that's on the manager again. That's on the manager.
I'm not arguing who it's on, Alex. I just want to know when Ben Davies has been good. I think it's a myth.
He's never been good.
He's shit. He's fucking shit.
The issue with us.
He's been good.
The issue with us is that our expectation.
Sorry?
Can we ask Brighton for Lewis Dunk? I'll take Lewis Dunk right now.
Well, go on, Venus. Say what you got to say about it. Davis or Romero? Not that we got the choice, but you just put it like as if.
The issue with us is that we have our expectation for Ben Davies are that low that when he comes on and does something basic, we think it's good.
No. That's not.
Nobody's saying that Davis is good. We're just saying that
we're not saying that. Listen. I'm just looking at it from this season, right? He's been okay this season, but he's been better than he's been.
Which
game? I said Man City. I swear he played against
that was a
Aston
low
Villa.
block. What did he do? There was Romero in a
I swear he played against Aston Villa.
Which games?
West Ham.
I'm going to check it now, Alex. I'm going to check it now. Let's see.
Which games did he
Romero in a high line doesn't have the pace really to play the high line. Romero, he's more of a sit back, old school kind of defender. If you ask me, Romero, he wants to battle for the ball. He doesn't need running around after.
Right, Alex. The back line for Aston Villa was Porro, Udogie, Dragusin, and Romero.
Okay,
exactly.
But there was other games as well. I know he played with Dragusin before. No, there was other games as well that he played in.
Yeah,
listen, I'm not here to advocate.
Karabag, AZ Alkmaar.
There's a reason why we call him Ben Dave shit, for God's sake.
Yeah, he's been playing with 18-year-olds in those games. Like, again, we're not saying that he's good. We're just saying that I don't recall. I could be wrong, but I don't recall games where I'm like, oh, he cost us the goal. Romero can recall 4 of those games. Where
but that's because
he's one-on-one defending.
I want to know a game we won this year with Ben Davies at centre back, where you think, you know what, he done well. I just want to know one game, just so I can.
The way I analyze Ben Davies is not the good he does. Is if he doesn't mess up, if he doesn't do anything bad, that's good enough for me. I don't expect anything great from him. I just expect him not to make mistakes.
So Romero, who plays in the Villa game where we win 4-1.
Yeah, but Brighton game
where he didn't
an
make a
Arsenal
mistake.
game.
We ignore that, but we say, but
No,
Ben
no, I don't-
Davies hasn't.
No, I'm just saying for a Brighton game, he cost us. Arsenal game, he cost us, and there are two more games
Brighton
where
game, Udogie cost us as well. Van der Ven
Yeah, as
cost
well.
us.
But
Brennan
Romero's-
Johnson cost us. Werner cost us. A lot of players cost us in that game.
right, but his individual mistakes in those games.
But the whole
led
team
to both.
individually made mistakes. You're putting it all on Romero. I think that's a bit unfair.
Well,
Even
a
the
lot
Crystal
of
Palace game,
indiv-
Romero played a shit ball to Van der Ven. Van der Ven then fucked up his first touch and lost control of the ball twice. Then it comes into the box, and Udogie and Porro, they fuck up the defensive play, and it falls to their striker, and they score. There's 4 players there you could say all screwed up, but what we do as a fan base is Romero.
No, I mean
This is
I
what
loved
we do.
Romero before.
By the way,
until
I'm
this
not
year.
defending. I'm not defending Romero because I think this year he has been suspect. I actually agree, but I don't think Ben Davies has done anything to prove that he's been better than Romero.
To be fair, still, I'm being super harsh on Romero because I had super high hopes for him until this year.
That's
I
fair
thought
enough. All right, that's fair
he has
enough. That's fair
potential.
enough.
So compared
Okay.
to world-class elite player who's supposed to be assistant captain, who's supposed to lead our back line, which he doesn't, he hasn't reached my expectations. So maybe I'm being too harsh.
So this goes back to what
summary
Venus
of our
said.
club.
This goes back to what Venus said. Our expectations are so low. We're now
Yep.
looking at giving Ben Davies some praise.
Right, exactly. That's
I
what it
just
is.
think,
Fair enough. I can agree to
just
that.
think he's been good.
There's
I just
another
think he's been good
reason.
in the games. I think the Man City game. I think there's not that many.
So
There's
the
not
one,
that
the
many
one
games
game
he has
against Man
played
City
in
that we
to
always
see-
win every
Yeah,
year.
but
That one game.
Yeah, but I think that's a
Galatasaray.
bit.
Listen.
Listen. I'm
Chicken
clutching.
Royale.
I am
Chicken Royale was centre back last year
Yeah.
and we won.
Yeah,
We got
I am
dropped.
clutching. I am clutching a little bit, but at the same time, what I'm saying is Romero's not been playing well this season, right? And our best defender has been Davis because when he starts to defend, he defends.
Based on what? Which
So-
game?
But he doesn't.
Which
He doesn't defend, Alex. That's the
I
problem.
think what it is, I think Davis has been reliable when he comes on.
That's the
I mean,
point I'm
he's
making.
given what you can expect of
I
him.
don't
yeah?
want him as a defender.
And
Sorry to
I agree with what Eugene has said. I think that's the reason Son's also getting a load of shit, amongst other reasons, because our expectations for Son or Romero are up there. They get that much more stick when they play down there.
See,
Whereas
Dan,
Davis goes and does it. Is what do you expect?
Look at this comment in the chat. Ben Davies saved us against Coventry with a goal line block. I'd like to see Romero play against championship teams to compare. I want to see Romero play against the championship team.
I mean, the fact that we're even having a debate on who would you rather play, Davis or Romero, just shows how
Exactly.
much up
It's
fucking
fucked up.
shit street we are, doesn't
So
it?
fucked up.
There's another thing where I think we're really screwing about with here. We've got too many captains / vice captains in the fucking team. This
Was not enough.
hierarchy of like,
Thank
here's
you,
the captain,
Jordan. Thank you, Jordan, for saying that.
seven
Davis is-
assistant
yeah.
captains. It's like, come on, you don't need.
We don't have
all
any
these
captains.
people.
We don't have any real captains. They're all.
You might as well just say,
Yeah,
right,
no.
Son, you're a captain, and everybody else, you're vice captain. Just fuck it.
Son is
Shouldn't
not a
be
captain.
Vice captain.
I
I know
think-
Son's not a captain. I know
The
he's
phrase
he's
to
not
look
active
for it.
material.
The phrase to look for it, I mean, because look, it's 12 o'clock and that's over 6 hours now.
Just go for the Guinness record.
6 hours stream.
Beth is
Yeah.
Beth is in the chat already. She's watching you, mate.
Yeah,
she's
she
watching you,
always
mate.
does. But she's got the bed and the TV to herself, so she's happy, and I'm not on my PlayStation in there, so she's happy. I think
Yeah.
we've got the reverse phrase of we've got too many Indians, not enough Chiefs.
I was going
When
to
it's-
say that, but I was like, I didn't know with nowadays if that's like a phrase.
Well,
Just say
either
it,
way-
man.
you
Say
know.
it. Just say it.
Either way, it's not a offensive comment, in my opinion. Yeah, the phrase is usually too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. But I think we've just got no Chiefs at that fucking club, and that is one of the major problems.
The last great chief we had was Ledley King, and
I-
then the downfall happened.
Scott
I mean, I
Parker.
think in that
Dawson.
aspect, you could even say Højbjerg come across as more of a captain than anything we've got
The thing
come
is,
across.
I reckon we should have kept Højbjerg.
No.
just for cover, but at least
Don't start this one. My God,
He just points.
He wasn't great, but at least
I
he
agree.
was a leader. He wasn't great, but at least he was a leader.
He was pointing. That's his leadership. He looked like a leader because he pointed at people instead of actually doing his job. I don't know. Not a big fan.
Vicario as well. He shouts at the players. I mean, you want that from your goalkeeper. You want a goalkeeper to shout when they're fucking up. I'm a goalkeeper.
But then you want your goalkeeper. I used to play in goal. You want your goalkeeper to also have the bottle to push the player away from it. I mean, if a player come up to me like when we played Arsenal and started pinching me and that, I'll backhand him in the chest.
Yeah, no, but
when I
listen,
was
you do shit like that, it's a penalty. You're getting red card.
I get a goalkeeper can get away with a lot more than anybody else. A goalkeeper can get away with a lot. I mean, look at Pickford when they start trying that with him. He literally pushes him across the bloody centre box. Like, get out my face. Whereas Vicario, he's very suspect on that. And the time he's not loud is when the ball's coming over for a corner. Quiet, not a word.
Oh, yeah.
But on everything else,
I can't believe it's 2025. We're one of the richest clubs in world football, state-of-the-art stadium, a Big Six club, and we are saying from Ledley King, Judas, Vertonghen, Alderweireld, we are sitting here on a show saying Ben Davies is one of our best defenders.
I never thought I would hear that.
What has happened to this club?
Embarrassing.
You know why I'm saying it still,
club, isn't he? He's like,
still, you know why I'm saying it. I'm not saying it because I wanted a better defender. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, Ange. It's not my fault, Ange decided saying that we need to knock the pathway to Phillips and Vucevic. Phillips that we never played last season, by the way, right? And we don't even play Dorrington, so it's not my fault. I wanted the defender that Dan's been banging on about from Fiorentina has gone to Nottingham Forest.
Milenkovic. I think a brilliant defender. And just to put a few opinions across, I would have him over Romero personally. I think he's a more solid overall defender. But playing a high line with any defender, you're gonna get cooked unless you're Van de Ven, basically. But I rate Milenkovic very, very highly. I think he's more solid in the air than Romero. I wouldn't say he's good on his feet as Romero, as such, with being a ball-playing defender. I think he is a better defender. I think he tackles more rationally. I think he's better at tackling on his feet instead of a sliding tackle. Pace-wise, I'd say they're about the same. And with Milenkovic, I think he's got a lot more concentration on a game. Like
he's a good passer.
With Romero, he switches off for a minute. That's exactly what the problem was Bentancur when he was at Juventus, what they used to slate him for. He'd be having a brilliant game, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, he's looking at his iPad phone or something, and it'd go over his head for a moment. Bentancur's always been known for that, and we also know that Romero does that. Personally, I would quite happily sell Romero for 60 million, whatever we got for him, and take Milenkovic. I was screaming to get him for 3 to 4 years. First time I ever done a show with Sava, where he had me on as a guest, which thanks a lot for that. I said take him then. And 12 mil they got him for. Criminal.
Bargain. Dan, if Nottingham Forest get into the Champions League next year, or at least Europa, and Spurs don't have Europe, would Milenkovic leave to come to us?
I don't see why.
It's all about the wages.
No, when Champions League's involved, I could see him staying for the Champions League, but I agree with what you're going to say. He's...
What if Forest used the Champions League money to up his salary?
I would have thought so, because people have got their eye on him as well. He's also, like Philly 2109 says here, he's also a very good captain. He was at Fiorentina.
If you're Milenkovic, Anderson, Gibbs, White, why would you leave Forest to come Spurs? A serious question now. Why would you leave Forest right now as it stands? I don't think you would.
For Spurs, they still would. It's like Man U's attracting players. If you look at over the next 5 years, Forest or Spurs, if the wages,
who have they attracted from the Premier League?
Who? Oh, Man U, you mean?
Yeah,
that's a good point. I mean, Man U's still Man U.
But in the Premier League, they can't attract from their rivals anymore.
Yeah,
they can't attract from their rivals. They're buying shit like Xerxes, who's an absolute mate.
I was telling you guys.
What a lump of a player.
I was telling you before that all their signings were crap, but I was being told they're buying great players. But
are you all right about Xerxes? No, Eugene. Xerxes, you're right. I'll give you credit. You're
and
right.
Ugarte is not good. Delict, I'm not a fan.
I think Ugarte's a good player. I think he'll be
Who's
good.
the Dutch player they got on the no, who's the one they got on the right that they got from Dutch League? Is it Jordan?
Oh.
No,
Sancho.
no,
Sancho Chelsea.
T, no, with a T. Starts with a T.
They bought him for about 90 mil.
Timber.
Oh, Anthony.
Timber.
No, Timber.
Yes, that's the one. Anthony. What a pile of shit that is.
Do you know what though? Anthony at Ajax in Europe and in the Dutch league was
excellent.
fantastic. He was a brilliant player.
He was good,
do you know what?
Yeah.
What's happened to Anthony at Man United is similar to what's happened to Jack Grealish at Man City. Two really good dribblers that have gone to clubs where it's just gone bad for them. I actually think there's a good player in Grealish and Anthony, but they need to get out of the environment they're in. I think they need to get out of the environment.
It's just
I could be wrong.
Thing again, how tactics suit certain players and they don't suit others, and then you got to adapt to what you got. But I'm not going to go into all that bullshit again because I've got to get off now. And thanks for all the guests for coming on. Much appreciated. And the reason I had a full panel in the end, because for some reason, not many on the chat wanted to come in. But hopefully next time I get more on there and can have a one-to-one with people. Thanks for everyone else for coming on. Give us a quick like and subscribe. I will also say a big thank you to User for the super chat. Thanks a lot. Nugget for coming a member. George, you've been a member for a month. Appreciated. Enoch out as well. Thank you very much. I'll put that towards my beer in the pub. I mean, my local's now, what, £6.75? Fucking criminal.
You might as well take that money and go get a six-pack from Asda. You only need £3 more.
That's what I do these days. Or I just go out and spend 15 quid on a bottle of Southern Comfort because I'm a Southern Comfort drinker myself. Still, when you next on?
Tomorrow, 6 p.m. UK time, we've got a preview to the Newcastle game. We've got Strasbourg Steve, who's a Newcastle fan, and he supports 400 other clubs in Europe.
Yeah. I was about to say, he supports everybody.
That kid's clued in with football. It's a good football chat with Strasbourg. It really is.
Oh, mate, he loves it. I've also got Tom and John, I think, or is it Stuart? They run the True Faith Geordie podcast, really big podcast. I've done a few bits with them in the past. They're coming on as well. So come and check that one out. We get an insight into what they think. I'll tell them what I think. And then, 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay. And Alex, where are we going to find you soon?
Follow me on Mr. Box Office TV, the badass of YouTube, everyone that likes to hate but don't like the truth. I am switching it up a little bit because I'm getting bored of talking about this manager that I'm bored of talking about because I've said the truth already on Mr. Box Office TV, telling you why I can't back this manager. I ain't going to do it again. I'm bored of talking about him. I'd rather talk about other managers, and that's it. And anybody that hates Mr. Box Office, you just need to remember this.
Hate's the wrong word, Alex. People don't hate.
To reality. That's what it's called. Back to reality again for Tottenham fans every single time when I talk the truth every single time, and that's it. And you just have to acknowledge the one, Mr. Box Office. And if you don't know, get to know that, and that's it. Back to you, Dan. I'm done rinsing these people to pieces. I had enough of them. I'm done with this.
Right. So, just want to say big thanks to.
When are you on next, Alex? When are you on next?
Big thanks to Archer for becoming a member. I will do another one soon. It'll probably be Saturday round about the game time. You know me, I usually warn everyone 30 minutes before, whatever. So thank you for becoming a member. It's been a long night, but it's been a good night and it's been kept civil. And I will say Milenkovic is better than Romero, personally. Right, everyone, have a good night.